Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome. I need the link for the online. The link for the online.
Okay, I'll send it to you, sir. All right. We have just 2 more minutes to get to know ourselves. We are setting the tone for the room. Two more minutes to get to know each other. Make sure you are smiling, please, while you are introducing yourself to someone. All right, please, let's have back our seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you, sir.
you are such a great man.
Thank you, sir.
I want to be closer to you.
Thank you, sir. We will. All right. Please, thank you very much. You may have your seats. Please kindly have your seats. Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seats. Please kindly be seated. Thank you. Please kindly be seated. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just going to go around and give 3 people the opportunity to tell us who you met and tell us something about the person you met. Tell us the person you met. The way you're smiling, I like the way you're smiling. So let's start from you.
Oh my, so there was a cut there. Good morning,
Please,
everybody.
can we have one house? Thank you. One house, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am Halima. So I met with Mrs. Bukola. She's
Okay.
my partner. She's a lecturer at Unilag.
Okay.
And I also met with Mr. Richard Eyo. He said he works like he has, I would say, like he wears more than 2 caps, like 3 caps. He's into fashion.
Okay.
He said he's into fashion, he's into research. And he says, what again did he say he does? Research, fashion, and one other thing.
Okay.
And tech.
All right,
yes.
please, let's give her a big hand. Okay. Let me come this way. Mr. Emeka, tell us who you met.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Emeka Ilugalu. I met with Jide. Incidentally, it's the person beside me again. I would have preferred to talk about somebody a little bit further, but it happens to be so. Jide is involved in with recycling, and I also met someone else that is a lecturer.
Okay.
Yes,
Who
beside
is
him.
someone else? Nobody. He doesn't have a name.
Professor.
Uh-huh. You see, now we've
Thank
got
you.
you. Okay, sir.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Jibadi. I met 4 fantastic people. I met the convener who is incubating us, and most of it I digested my own nature. This is Mr. Emeka, a fantastic geophysicist who have ventured into different businesses successfully: fishery, value chain, water production, and the likes. Then
Okay.
I've met Mr. Jide, who is into waste management, pioneering and pushing the area of action of engineering in solid waste management, which actually be one of my core too.
Awesome.
My master's in water and environmental engineering, so which solid waste management is under what we do. Then I also meet the professor Olatunji. Yeah, I did
Okay.
my other brother is Adetunji, so I can't forget your name, sir. Yeah. So he is a geophysicist lecturer in University of Ilorin, a distinguished person who has also course fertilized with Federal University of Technology.
All right. Thank you so much. Please, let's give him a big hand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Before we proceed, how many of you, this is your first time of participating in our event at Impact Investors Foundation? This is your first time. Can you just wave? Wow, amazing. Okay, please, I would like you to do something. Can you go online, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, search for Impact Investors Foundation, and follow our page. Search for Impact Investors Foundation and follow our page. Our handle is at IIF Nigeria. You can search for at IIF Nigeria. You can go on LinkedIn and follow us at Impact Investors Foundation. Thank you very much. So right away, we'll begin with the introduction. We would like to introduce ourselves. Let's get to know who and who is in the room. Where do I start from? The right or the left? I think okay, the right have it. All right.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Dr. Patrick Oguma, Special Assistant to the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Glad to be in Lagos. Glad to see all the beautiful faces and handsome faces and my senior professors here present. You're most welcome to Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Please, we'll go
Good
very
morning,
speedy
everybody.
right now.
My name is Tokwe Boas. I work with Inkscape Analyst. We into market research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
My name is Richard Ayo. I'm into tech and research. Thank you.
You're very much welcome, sir.
Hello, good morning. My name is Engineer Siraj Musa.
So before you continue, please tell us your name, your organization, your designation, and where you're from. Like what city you're from, because we have participants from other cities as well.
My name is Engineer Siraj Musa. I'm a Deputy Director with Raw Materials Management Council Abuja. I work with the pilot plants. I'm the head of the pilot plants division of the council. I'm from Abuja.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, my name is Shanu Michael Oluwakayode, the CEO of Sosescape Global Concept Limited.
Can you hear him? Please,
Yeah,
can we speak out
my
a
name
bit
is
louder?
Shanu Michael Oluwakayode, the founder of Sosescape Global Concept Limited, and I also do research with Cadiz Funab.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I am Halima Roji. I run a personal brand Brahmot Global Enterprise. I'm a public health professional, and I actually do it.
We can't
with
hear you,
research.
Fatima.
I am Halima.
Okay.
Halima. So I said I'm Halima, and I run my personal brand Brahmot Global Enterprise. I'm a public health professional, where we make research on environmental sustainability findings and make advocacy on sustainability health.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Halima.
Good morning,
Please,
everyone.
let's give them a biggest hand as they introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Bukola Oseni. I'm a pharmacist and a lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Lagos. I'm into formulation of medicines, safe and effective medicines for use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Good morning,
Big round
everyone.
of applause, please. Thank you. Let's encourage ourselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua. I'm the founder of Bicecrap Nigeria. I'm based there in Lagos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Joseph Samuel. I'm into biomass recycling, majorly commercial production of biogas and also biofertilizer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olatunde Samuel Godole. I'm from Raw Material Research and Development Council, Lagos office. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Funke Medun, and I manage Leap World here in Lagos, a business development support service, and I do research as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Solomon Waneri of the Department of Biomedical Engineering, University of Lagos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adiola Balogun, Dr. Adiola Balogun. That's who I am. I'm from the University of Lagos, from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and I also head a center, which is the High Voltage Technology Center, Ivotech Nigeria in short. So we are into rendering services to the power sector, the Nigeria electricity supply industry in general. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Amadi UK is my name. I'm a director of Popo Cow Foods, and I'm based in Port Harcourt. I'm glad to be amongst distinguished Nigerians. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Professor John Okete, Special Assistant to the Director General, Raw Materials Research and Development Council. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sikano Bot, physicist, University of Lagos, solar energy physicist. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Ngozi Imaga from University of Lagos. I'm also the founder of a startup company that deals with herbal medicines for diabetes and obesity. So that's my research. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma.
Good morning, all. I am St. Kingsley Uzaru. I represent the Kachilan Pharma Research Limited in Abeokuta. I also work with the PNG Feed Farms. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Adejoke Okbayemi Ogungbere. I'm the founder of Desire Health Inclusive Organization and Entrepreneurs, organizations that work to promote disability inclusion and bridge the gaps among persons with disability and other vulnerable groups and the rest of the society. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chizoba Ada Emmanuel Awaketian. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Impact Investors Foundation. I welcome you all to this inaugural event, and we look forward to an engaging session. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Dr. Adejoke Jayoba. I am a mental health promotion specialist and a substance abuse prevention and intervention specialist as well. I lecture partly at the University of Lagos, and I work also at the University Health Services. So I also partner with an organization, an outfit that is into mental health promotion in training the trainers, that's teachers and as many that are into prevention of substance abuse as well. So I work with them in carrying out that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gideon Fakoladi. My team members call me GF. I lead the team at Retreasure, a community-based recycling institution that created an innovative technology called Recycle Smart System. A lot of people remember how POS system was used to drive financial inclusion in financial services. Similarly, the rate of recycling today is still ridiculously low, not only in Nigeria, but across the world. Our technology, Recycle Smart System, is bridging that gap, is driving recycling inclusion at the community levels, and similar to how POS systems enable people to get empowered, get trained, and own their own businesses, our Recycle Smart System is also bridging that gap, enabling people to get trained, to understand, and to build skills and network, and also build businesses in the recycling services. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. Dr. Akolade, before you continue, those of you online, please, we have not left you behind. Please just go ahead and introduce yourself online on the chat box. Tell us your name, your designation, your organization, and where you are participating from. For those of you online, thank you. Dr. Akolade, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Akolade Oladipupo. I work as a evaluation and research professional at Leap Africa. I have a PhD in pharmaceutical chemistry, and I'm affiliated with University of Lagos. My area of specialization is development of computer-aided, standardized, evidence-based herbal solutions for the treatment of malaria and cancer. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shegun Michael. I'm a member of Global Network for Sustainable Development into clean energy and research on climate change. Also, I'm into tourism.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, the organizer, my colleagues here. My name is Professor Simon Olatuji. I'm into teaching, research, and community development. Presently, I'm heading the Department of Geophysics, University of Ilorin, and I develop students. I have interest in fabrication a lot, and I've produced so many equipment for geophysics. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Olajide Ogbe. Yeah, my company name is Rio Jervis. We are into waste recycling, waste engineering, and local content advocacy, promoting a local engineering, local product, and how we can promote our indigenous product into international standard.
You're welcome. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning once again, everyone. I am Emeka Ilogalu. I am a geoscientist by training, and presently I'm an entrepreneur. And also, I am heading the Fisheries and Aquaculture Business Development Agency of Anambra State. So I'm also the inventor of the Temporowist Technologies, a business system that has it's meant to fully commercialize the fisheries and aquaculture industry. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Engineer Jibade Adetayo, the MDC of Alpha Crown Engineering Associates. I've actually been the former General Secretary of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, Lagos State. Our company is based in providing engineering solutions across board, from infrastructure to power, now also in software. We assemble teams of engineers as consortiums to provide solutions across board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome, sir.
All right. My name is Prince Ubona, Managing Partner for Mulu Venture Capital LP and CEO for Mulu Venture Lab. Yep.
Thank you so much, Mr. Molu. Please, let's give ourselves a big round of applause. Once again, I want to specially welcome each and every one of you to the Research and Innovation to Commercialization workshop hosted by the Impact Investors Foundation through the Nigerian Impact Investing Research Industry Collaborative. My name is Kingsley Godwin, and I'm the program manager of the Nigerian Impact Investing Research Industry Collaborative, Niiric. I especially welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you very much. Quickly, we're going to have a brief introduction of Niiric. Oh, who is that, please? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Joseph Abiodun Oni. I work with my geese, and also I'm the co-founder of Topic Consult. And in Topic Consult, we do a lot of things. Definitely, we are working on budget app, and we are working on GeoFlood app. We are working on the Proximity Earth app and Farmer Closer app. And the essence of this is that our motto is to make life easy for our people. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so quickly, we're just going to, before we go into the opening ceremonies proper, and have the welcome remarks from the CEO and other esteemed guests, we'll just tell you quickly about what we do at the Nigerian Impact Investing Research Industry Collaborative. You've been getting the emails and the invitation from us, so let's quickly tell you about us and what we do. Okay, so the Nigerian Impact Investing Research Industry Collaborative, simply known as Niiric, is established under the auspices of the Impact Investors Foundation and the Nigerian Board of Impact Investing. And we are actively addressing the critical need for high quality research, cohesive industry collaboration, capacity building, and a robust policy framework for impact investing, research, and the innovation sector in Nigeria. As the leading collaborative, Niiric is driving the advancement of Nigeria's impact investing, research, and innovation ecosystem. We bring together the academia, researchers, think tanks, businesses, industry leaders, civil society, and policymakers to foster collaboration, enhance capacity, promote evidence-based advocacy, and implement impactful initiatives. These efforts are transforming Nigeria's impact investing research and innovation landscape, accelerating sustainable development throughout the country. with funding from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the RISA Fund, and Ford Foundation, Niiric continue to lead transformative initiatives that empower stakeholders, catalyze innovation, and address Nigerians' most pressing development challenges. What's our vision and mission? Our vision is to be Nigerians' foremost collaborative platform for impact investing, research, and innovation. Our mission is to foster collaboration to accelerate the growth of Nigeria's impact investing, research, and innovation ecosystem, driving sustainable development and transformative change. What do we do at Niiric? The first thing we do at Niiric is that we are mainstreaming impact investing in Nigeria. At Niiric, we are committed to mainstreaming impact investing in Nigeria by bridging knowledge gaps, shaping policies, and fostering a thriving ecosystem for impact-driven investment. Through research, industry collaborations, and strategic advocacy, we provide insights that drive evidence-based decision-making and investment strategies. To put that in a nutshell, we engage with government stakeholders to support impact investment initiatives and policy. Additionally, we are driving research and innovation to commercialization, which is part of the reason you're here today. We bridge the gap between groundbreaking research, innovative ideas, and real-world impact by fostering the commercialization of research and innovation. Our aim is to ensure that ideas and solutions developed within Nigeria's academic, research, and entrepreneurial communities are effectively transformed into scalable products, services, or ventures that drive sustainable development. Policy advocacy. At Niiric, we are deeply committed to advocating for policies that create a conducive environment for the growth and sustainability of Nigeria's impact investing, research, and innovation sectors. Our policy advocacy efforts focus on influencing public policy, shaping regulatory frameworks, and advancing legislative initiatives that fosters collaboration, innovation, and investment in research and development. On the picture there, that's a picture we had. That's a meeting we had, a strategic meeting we had with the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology. And the Honorable Minister is supposed to give the welcome remarks, and he has sent his representative. Once again, we specially welcome you, Dr. Patrick Ogumba, the Special Advisor to the Honorable Minister on Technical Administration. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Capacity building. Our capacity building initiatives are designed to equip individuals, organizations, and institutions with the skills, knowledge, and expertise needed to drive in the impact investing, research, and innovation sector. We provide a range of training programs, workshops, and seminars tailored to meet the needs of diverse stakeholders, including researchers, policymakers, businesses, and civil society organizations. These initiatives covers a variety of topics such as impact investing, research and innovation, commercialization, research methodologies, impact measurements, etc. And you're here today, and this is part of our capacity building initiatives. I thought you were going to give us a big hand for that. Thank you very much. Industry collaboration and engagement. We build an ecosystem that fosters collaboration among diverse stakeholders, including the academia, industry, government, civil society, and investors. We connect stakeholders across sectors, facilitating knowledge sharing and leveraging the strength of each stakeholders group. Hence, we bridge gaps, create synergies, and foster collaborations. Just to talk a little bit about that, one of our very strategic initiatives that we host at Niiric is our annual Niiric convening. In the month of November, we have the annual Niiric convening that brings together all Niiric stakeholders, all the key players in the sector, and it's something you should look forward to. How many of you are looking forward to it in November? It's going to be big. It's going to be a great time to network, to connect to all the key players in the impact investing, research, and innovation sector. So in November, we're going to be having the second annual Niiric convening, and that is part of our industry collaboration and engagement programs. You'll be informed about the venue in due time. It's okay. So Niiric is governed by 11-member steering committee. First of all, we have the Impact Investors Foundation, which is also the head of the secretariat hosting Niiric. We have the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. The Lagos Business School is part of the steering committee of Niiric. University of Lagos. How many of you are from University of Lagos here? Are you aware that University of Lagos is a member of the Niiric steering committee? So we have University of Lagos, which is part of the Niiric steering committee, being represented by Dr. Adewumi Olayinka. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, Aspire Coronation Trust Foundation, Ashoka Africa, Leap Africa, the AR Initiative, the International Center for Environment and Development, and IDNest. These are the members of the Niiric Steering Committee. Membership and governance. Niiric membership comprises of local research institutions, academia, think tanks, civil society, industry leaders, and associations, etc. Niiric governance structure consists of 11 members, organizations serving as a steering committee. The steering committee is currently being chaired by the Private Equity Ventures Capital Association, PEVCA. Additionally, there are 5 working groups, including the capacity building, knowledge exchange, research and data analysis, policy advocacy, fundraising, and resource mobilization, membership and engagement. Before I talk about why join Niiric, just to mention that Niiric is just about 10 months old. Give us a big hand. And what we've achieved within 10 months is laudable. Just 10 months old, yes. Niiric was launched in September last year. We started the secretariat, of course, somewhere around July last year. And in September, we had the inauguration of Niiric. And this is our 10th month functioning as Niiric. And we have done amazing things within a 10-month period. I think you should give us a big hand one more time. Now, why should you join Niiric? When you join Niiric, you connect to a diverse network of stakeholders, including researchers, academia, think tanks, industry leaders, and associations. You foster partnerships and collaborations that can amplify your impact and drive collective success. Also, you have exclusive access and contribution to high-quality research reports, data insights, policy briefs, and latest trends. Also, you will be able to disseminate your findings and insights through Niiric's established channels. So you can take advantage of our platform to reach more people that are also doing similar things that you are doing as well. You can participate in targeted capacity building programs designed to enhance your skills and knowledge in impact investing, benefit from workshop, webinars, and training sessions that address key market gaps and opportunities. Also, you become a part of a platform that integrates local initiatives into global impact investment frameworks. You'll be able to share your experience and learn from international best practices. You'll also be able to enhance your ability to operate effectively in both local and global contexts. And then you also be able to join a mission-driven collaborative dedicated to driving sustainable development, shaping public policies and regulations that support the growth of impact investing sector in Nigeria. You also leverage Niiric's fundraising efforts to access funding opportunities that support your initiative. You can also co-implement projects with Niiric and other key industry players. Additionally, which is not stated here, you can serve as a consultant for Niiric. He is a member of Niiric, and today he's serving as a consultant for Niiric for this particular program. Let's give him a big hand. So, one of the things that we do at Niiric is that we always want to look within Niiric to carry those, to find those who would serve the Niiric initiative. So we always look within. In the past, we had Dr. Akolade, who also served as a consultant for one of the research that we conducted. Let's give him a big hand. So these are reasons why you should be a part of Niiric. So how do you sign up for Niiric? Are you interested in joining Niiric? Sign up now by filling up the call for expression of interest to join the Niiric form. This is the website bit.ly/join Niiric. You can write it down at your time. Just go there and fill up the form. It's very easy. It's not very difficult form. In less than 5 to 10 minutes, you should be able to complete it. bit.ly/join Niiric. Thank you very much. And we'll go right away into the next segment of the program. So we're going to begin the opening ceremony. We're still anticipating the arrival of our esteemed CEO of the Impact Investors Foundation. She's going to be here any moment from now. But we would like to, I want to know if the director, just a minute. The director of Lagos Business School Sustainability Center and the lead for capacity building, the Niiric Steering Committee, in the person of Miss Oreva Atanya. I want to know if she's online. Please, those who are handling the online, please can you help me? Is she online to deliver her welcome remarks? Please kindly find out if she's online for her welcome remarks. Okay, she's here. She has responded to me that she's online. So let's make welcome Miss Oreva Atanya, the director of the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center. Please, with a round of applause as I'm speaking, be welcoming her. She's also the lead for capacity building for the Niiric Steering Committee. Please, we especially welcome you, Ma, for your welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. I hope you can hear me in the room.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. We can hear you very clearly. You're welcome, Ma.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, academia, professors, innovators, researchers. I've been logged on and I was able to participate in both the virtual introductions and the listening to the in-person introductions. I'm actually jealous. I wish I was there to meet everyone in person. But definitely this is not going to be our only meeting or interactions. Like Kingsley said, my name is Oreva Ataya. I serve as the director of the Lagos Business School Sustainability Center, where I contribute to the Niiric initiative as a member of the steering committee, particularly focused on supporting capacity building initiatives. So I'm very excited that this workshop is holding today. And my duty really is to welcome you on behalf of the conveners of Niiric and the founding members and steering committee members who may not all be here, but we're very excited that the purpose of Niiric, which is to bridge the gap between research, innovation, and impact through proper investments, codification, and enterprise development is achieved. And today is a beautiful, I wouldn't say first step, Kingsley. There are many steps that have led up to today. So we're very excited to have you all in the room. Our primary objective is to be a convener and to be an ecosystem support to ensure that the very, very good impact that can come out of all our research work, our enterprise development, our startups, all the things that happen across different segments come together in a way that brings impact, whether it's economic, social, or environmental. So I will not take too much of our time. I would say you are welcome. Please enjoy the workshop. And especially I want to thank the representatives of the Federal Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Interestingly, I happen to be in Abuja today, so hopefully we crossed across this time. So next time, I hope I will catch you somewhere in between the airports and our two major cities. I'm very, very glad that you're here to support this innovation. So I wish you all the best, and I hand over back to you and wish you wonderful deliberations and fruitful outcomes from this first workshop. Thank you.
For a better round of applause. At this point in time, we are going to go for our tea break. So I would just like you, we'll continue with the welcoming sessions and all the welcome remarks and opening remarks. But at this point in time, I would like us to go for the tea break. And when we come back, we're going to make welcome the representative of the Honorable Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. And also, we're going to also have the welcome remark from the CEO who is going to join us by then. Thank you very much. Please just quickly. Okay. I've just been informed that our tea break is not ready yet. Okay, that's fine. That's understandable. So at this point in time, I would like us with a standing ovation. Let's rise to our feet to make welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, no other person but the highly esteemed Dr. Patrick Oguma, who is a special advisor to the Honorable Minister. Please, with a round of applause, you are highly welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, first of all, want to extend the apology of my Honorable Minister. Well, I would love to be here. Just yesterday, he was called to the villa to launch energy sustainable space, which will afford energy, make Nigeria have affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy in Nigeria, and is still holding in the State House, and that is why he's not here. And because he actually hold this workshop very important, he has directed I represent him. And on this note, I want to read his speech. The Executive Secretary of Private Equity Venture Capital Association and Chairperson, Nigeria Impact Investing Research and Industry Collaborative, Anna Evie Parker, who is, we are still expecting. The CEO, Impact Investor Foundation, Ms. Etemore Glover, still expecting. Chief Operating Officer, Impact Investor Foundation, Chizoba Ada Emmanuel Adesin. If you are here, please just wave me. Thank you, ma. The Program Officer, Niiric, Kingsley Godwin. The Niiric Steering Committee members here present. The Country Director, Lead for Nigeria Research Fund, Mrs. Alice Emisore Dada. The Director, Lagos Business School Center for Sustainability. The Research Lead, AfriLab, Dr. Itoro Emenobulu. The Facilitating Consultant, CEO, Molu Ventures Lab, Prince Ogbonna. Distinguished guests, researchers here present, innovators, industry leaders here present, representative of academia, the private sector, and the development partners here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. It is my profound honor to welcome you all to this pivotal workshop aimed at building capacity and providing guidance on the transition of research output to commercializing viable products and services while fostering innovators' readiness and innovation pipeline development. I am aware that the workshop has been designed to equip participants with the knowledge, tools, strategies to navigate the commercialization industry successfully. I have no doubt in my mind that the participants will gain insight through expert-led sections, practical exercises, case studies, and networking opportunity to connect with industry leaders and potential collaborators. Today, we gather to address a special challenge, translating our nation's abundant research output into market-ready solutions that derive economic growth, attract investment, and improve the lives of our citizens. Nigeria boasts a vibrant research ecosystem with universities and institutions producing groundbreaking discovery. However, the missing link remains moving from the lab to the market. This workshop, therefore, is a call to action to equip our innovators, researchers, with the tools to become investor ready, to align research with industry needs, and to build a pipeline of scalable innovation that solve real-world problems. Nigeria's path to sustainable development is anchored in a bold strategy that prioritizes research innovation as a foundation of solving pressing and local challenges. The federal government, under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFN, leadership recognizes that science, technology, innovation is the bedrock of diversified economy. Through policies like the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Roadmap, and initiatives such as Industrial Innovation Fund, we are committed to strengthening the partnership between researchers, entrepreneurs, and investors, bridging the value of debt, encouraging academia to align research with market needs, providing funding and infrastructure for startup and spin-off, creating an enabling environment for intellectual property protection and venture capital. A key focus today is investor readiness, ensuring our investors, our innovators can articulate the value of their ideas, protect their IP, and develop viable business models. We must also foster a cross-sector collaboration where academia, industry, and government co-create solutions that align with market needs. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is the currency of every civilization. While no society grows by staying the same, Nigeria cannot hope to evolve from a better or unless it invests in research and innovation. It is a common mantra that research, the mother of all inventions, have guided humanity through waves of intellectual revolution. This workshop, therefore, is a declaration to our collective resolve to till the soil, to explore the sea, and to scout the space of knowledge to understand the consequences of our choices in terms of research and innovation. I am truly inspired by the objective of what we are setting out to achieve by this workshop. It has become increasingly clear that the challenges and opportunities facing Nigeria require coordinated effort of research and innovation and cannot be addressed in isolation. We must therefore foster a culture of collaboration across various governmental sectors and organized private sector to create a unified, strategic approach to research and innovation and enhance Nigeria's growth and global competitiveness. I am happy to inform you that His Excellency President Ahmed Bola Tinubu has approved the creation of Inter-Ministerial Committee on Research and Innovation. The committee is chaired by His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, the Vice President, and the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology is the coordinating ministry. The goal of this committee is to break down the ministerial silos that have historically impeded national development. This will accelerate our agenda for economic diversification, increase competitiveness, lessen reliance on imports, and position Nigeria as a knowledge-driven economy in the light of the main presidential priorities. It was only last week, during the inauguration of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Research and Innovation, I had the privilege of accompanying His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, The committee will concentrate on 5 key areas. They are essential to the development of the country, and they are agriculture and climate resilience, manufacturing excellence, healthcare innovation, natural resource optimization, and energy security. I want to assure you that the committee is not just another bureaucracy, but a high-impact platform that will transform research into real solution, real job, and real progress. We are determined to eliminate duplication of effort, harmonize resources, and ensure that every naira spent on innovation delivers value to its people. The national system of innovation will be expedited by the ministry under the humble leadership of under my humble leadership. This will involve, among other things, encouraging sector investment in R&D, national science diplomacy agenda, research and innovation evaluation and impact assessment framework, technology foresight program, and STI indicator survey, and finally, not the least, the national triple helix roundtable. I urge all participants, therefore, to engage actively in all these sections, network intentionally to build partnership that outlast this workshop, and embrace the mindset that research must solve problems and create wealth. Be ready to take up work to the next level and be part of the transformative journey. I am sure at the end of the workshop, you will be able to turn your ideas into a commercially viable solution and even as scalable businesses. To the resource person and the chief consultant, I encourage you to use your knowledge, your perspective, to significantly enhance the sections and assist in developing practical approaches to the workshop goals and objectives for our common objective. The mission of Niiric is in line with the presidential priorities and the ministry policy trust. Together, we can imagine a Nigeria where innovations open limitless opportunity, research supports research and economic resilience, and nation in Africa and contribute a global scientific technological innovation advancement. Let this workshop, therefore, in a way, usher in a Nigeria ideas that not only find their way into journals, but into the industry, create employment, and establish our country as a global center for innovation. To conclude, therefore, I would like to thank the Niiric, the Impact Investors Foundation, and our partners for their leadership and hard work in organizing this crucial workshop. I also want to thank all the participants without whom this workshop would not have been possible. The Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology is prepared to support these strategic outcomes of this workshop, and we work to ensure that research has economic impact and to promote sustainable development. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to formally declare this workshop open. I look forward to a very fruitful section and stimulating exchange of ideas. I thank you all for your attention, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, we can do better than that. Thank you so much, esteemed Dr. Patrick. This was very, very beautiful keynote speech and remark in representation of the Honorable Minister. We are so grateful once again for having you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Quickly, we're going to go. I'll make welcome the consultant and the facilitator for this training program to take us on the first session, Understanding Research Commercialization. I would like us to make welcome the CEO of Molu Ventures Lab, Mr. Prince Obona. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning all.
Yeah, so we're going to have fun today. I want to say thank you to everyone who had made it out today. The first, I would say, is Kingsley for what you're doing at Niiric. Very insightful, and we're happy to partner with Niiric on this journey. Also, thank you, Chizoba, for being awesome, and my dear friend, Madam Ucha, known for over 17 years, and it's been interesting journey here. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Doc, and happy to have met you, and I'm meeting you again. Thank you so much. So it's important that I kind of set a baseline, also for you to understand the journey, so that you can understand how I'm thinking. So I'm going to do like a baseline of my journey. Graduated, went into banking first 4 years, then got into consulting, and then at some point felt it was important to launch. So I launched our first startup. After the first startup failed, and then the second startup, we learned lessons from the second startup and then scaled to Europe. Went into the first AI accelerators program in Europe, 2016. And after a while, came back because of family, and felt it was important to enable the ecosystem based off on the exposure in Europe. And at some point, felt it was also important to set up a fund. So went through another tedious accelerators program in Silicon Valley, and eventually topped the cohorts, set up a fund. And so the experiences that you're going to be hearing are going to be threefold. From someone who is a founder, who has founded something tangible and has commercialized and had gone out of the country, to an enabler, CEO of a venture lab that have incubated over 200 startups, and have seen people that have incubated scale and serve the nation, and also as a fund manager who had also invested in some startups. So I'm in the industry side, and it's more like a handshake that's going to be happening. At Mulu, for us, we are a research, innovation, and policy organization. We see that the nexus of ensuring that research is, importantly, how research can work better. My exposure in Europe had taught me stuff. In Nigeria, we focus on just innovation. In Europe, most of the time, it's research and innovation. So what we're going to be experiencing today, basically, the background of this workshop is that everyone is going to go home today, drawing up a their commercialization roadmap of every product that you have. So it's going to be much more like a hands-on workshop. It's going to be like 40% presentation and then 60% hands-on work. So so I'm going to be taking the first session. We have 4 sessions today. First session is on setting the baseline, which is understanding research commercialization. So how many people use ChatGPT here? So if you use ChatGPT on your phone, just bring out your phone, because we're going to be doing a lot of ChatGPT kinder things, So on ChatGPT, you could prompt statistics of research in Nigeria that has commercialized. So who has the answer? Anybody? On chat? What is the statistics of researches that commercialize in Nigeria? In percentage. You can put it in percentage. So we understand the essence of this workshop. I want to be able to set that the need for understanding why commercialization is important and why we should take the sessions here very importantly. Hi. Okay, so okay, please. Okay, anybody? Okay, yes, quickly. What is the percentage?
Less than 2%.
Less than 2%.
Yes.
So what that means is that 98% of researches, they stay in the shelf. So you can imagine the level of human resource waste in the country. So just 2% actually find their way into the market. Okay, so I want to also do, we're still there on the prompting stuff, so it's important. The first 5 nations in innovation, first 5 nations in innovation. You know, the person who opened my eyes to this was the Honorable Minister. We had a conversation with him. Fope, nice to see you again. We had a conversation with the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy, Dr. Bosung. So he opened us eyes. So if you have the first 5, yes.
We have Switzerland, Sweden, United States, Singapore, United Kingdom.
All right. So in innovation, right? Innovation.
Yes.
Then the first 5, then still prompt again, the first 5 in terms of GDP. The first 5 nations in terms of GDP. So what I want to establish basically is that there's a relationship between innovation and GDP. Yes. Yes. India. So if you look at the first 10 nations in terms of innovation and first 10 in terms of GDP, you see that there's a relationship between, right, these 2 domains. What that means is that if a country does not innovate, the country would not survive the years that's coming, because the countries that are innovating would take the market or take the share of the capital around the world. All right, so that's why it's important as researchers. Yes, that's why it's important as researchers that we take this workshop very seriously. So I'm going to jump into why this the learning objectives for this. So first of all is to recognize the value of research commercialization. We've been able to do that. And then secondly is to understand commercialization pathways. All right, and identify key stakeholders and overcome barriers to market entry. Okay, so the slide will be shared to you. So if you can write, great. But more interestingly, we're going to have reviews. So if you are writing, it will also help build a building block for your road, for your knowledge map. Okay, so let's look at the value proposition for research commercialization, and this is really important. Beyond publication, because we just established that just 2% gets to the market. So what that means is that all the research outputs across the country in different institutions, most of them either remain. In fact, I can remember my project in school. How many people had commercialized their project in school? Yeah. How many percent? So what that means is that most of the projects that we did in school, is nowhere. And we don't even have a repository in the country where every project is deposed, and there's a registry for that. So what that means is that as you do your binding and you submit your project, that's all. So I think that we need to think beyond all of this and look out for how, beyond publication, how to move quickly into the market. And that's why we're here. So value creation, understanding market needs, and all of that. And also economic returns are important. It tells that, okay, if I can use my research to make monies, you're also encouraging the people that are coming behind you, to say, okay, research has some form of returns. And the innovation ecosystem, ensuring that Nigeria is also seen strategically as a strong player in the ecosystem in Africa. Right. So let's set up. Let's continue to set the foundation for this conversation. As an economic and social catalyst, I'd already kind of shown you how, in terms of innovation and GDP. So if a country is industrialized, manufacturing is great, what that means is that that country, for the most part, would continue to do what? To take large chunk of the wealth of the world. So a country that is not innovating as fast as possible, what is happening is that they would be shrinked into having to either beg, look for grants to sustain themselves, and their productive strength is diminished by the year. All right, so and this is very important. So let's just understand what the commercialization life cycle is. So this is at the core. This is at the core of the workshop today. So that if we're able to understand this, it gives us confidence that we can fully, move our work, our research output into the market. So the first is research. All right. And the second is, invention. So when you have a research work and you've documented, the question is, how do you make your disclosure? In Nigeria, this the second and the third is collapsed into one phase, which is, invention and evaluation. Most of the times is done by the person, by the researcher. And sometimes they even skip the IP protection and go straight on to marketing. So from research, they say, oh, I have something very important and good. The next thing they are doing is, I want to enter the market. All right? So that is where most of our problems is. There is no full disclosure of what you want to do, and there's no evaluation where, a group of persons have peer feedback, and then also looking out for people who had done what you are doing similarly to say, okay, give you some form of advisory. So now IP protection is another important stuff. We have that broken in Nigeria. So we're going to look into how to, use the shortcuts we have to secure our IP protection. Then marketing, licensing. Marketing and licensing, sometimes people think it's together, but they are different aspects. And then you now go into, developing the product. Can this microphone be a bit up so I can? I'm shouting, so increase the volume for me because I have a home tip. Yeah, so product development and then public use. So this is also the path to commercialization and some of the actors involved. Now, it's important that as researchers or inventors, we understand how the handshakes that happen, across the ecosystem. All right. For Nigeria, there are very few universities that have technology transfer offices. How many universities here have a technology transfer office that's functional? Okay. So let's have the conversation.
We have a university of so tell us a bit about what it is you with the laptop.
Yes.
And is coordinated by NOTAP, the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, and it's meant to help promote research commercialization from the point of IP. And so, but basically, I think we should have like, I think we have achieved like 35% so far. Yes, from the present record, 35%. Yeah.
Anybody has any different view in terms of technology transfer offices? Because where we notice the brokenness is in this place, in the technology transfer offices. You know, in Europe, okay, maybe because of their industrialized nature, it's easy to have prototype development if you are doing hardware and all of that in most of the technology transfer offices. And then very seasoned professionals that are in the industry that can help. Because one of the conversations we've been having lately is, if the technology transfer offices are having issues, how do you now have innovation support organizations like what we do step into that space, you know, provide the necessary support and, you know, and guidance to ensure that commercialization happens, research outputs are not just are commercialized in the right pathways. All right? So commercialization strategy usually is developed at this point, and then spin-offs happen. The question is, you now ask yourself, is at this point, is it going to be a startup or an MSME or an SME? Now the difference between the two is that is the word scale. It's important to understand the difference between startup and SMEs is the word scale. So for a startup, the idea is that you want to be able to start up a business, and in 3 years it has some level of scale. You are doing maybe like a 20x, or 10x, or 100x. But an SME is organized, the growth path is slow. And that's why most investors decide to invest in startups. And then SMEs, their own funding part is debt. Do you understand that? So at some point, the question is, you're going to ask yourself, is it going to be a startup or a spin-off, or an SME that you're going to, you know, that's going to be your pathways, you know, to commercialization. So, and that's why we say that at this point, the technology transfer offices or the ISOs will play a critical role in this part, because it requires some level of, you know, market understanding and market guidance. Are we together? All right. So we're going to move really quickly. Like I said, this is like the setting up a background. This, what we're learning today, is supposed to be more of like I would say like 18 courses, you know, of compressing it into four sessions. So we're going to be moving really quickly. If you have any questions, just write them down. During the workshop, I'm sure that I'm going to come around and then listen to you. But the workshop, for the most part, you know, remove every kind of doubt that you're going to have. So pathways to market. So the option one is licensing. Everybody knows what the license is. Is there anybody who doesn't know what a license is? So licensing is one of the pathways to the market. I just listed here some of the stuff that most of us here know about. Another way is a startup or spin-off. So startup or spin-offs are, you know, you had already gotten your invention or your research output. You're looking at how to go to the market. You know that, okay, with what we have, we cannot just, an entity has to be created. That entity has to embody, has to have a business model, has to understand how that research output can be translated into market adoption quickly. So that's why the startups, are created and spin-offs are created. All right. I move quickly again to industry collaboration, and I also feel that at this level we have seen that a lot is not happening here. There's some form of fragmented relationship between collaborations with whether it's joint venture, whether it's academia and the private sector, public-private partnerships or some sort. So we believe that for the most part, from the conversation we're going to have today, we'll know which pathways will be the best for us, whether it's a startup, whether it's licensing, or whether it's industry collaboration. Okay, so let's look at the time frame for commercialization, and it's important we understand that some claims, because in Nigeria that we have a lot of challenge with most of the part getting regulations or getting our certificate for stuff. For instance, you have a novel, great idea, research output, and then you're supposed to probably go and get a license, or you're supposed to go through a particular regulation and all of that. So for the most part, in Europe it's tedious, but the time is short. In Nigeria, it's within 1 to 3 years. I mean, you're looking at digital technology from the process of research to getting to the market. For life science, of course, life science, 7 to 12 years. The reason is because you're going to go through a lot, of approvals and all of that, and trials and all of that. For physical science, 3 to 7 years, basically. All right. So, if we look at the milestone, you have to do like a proof of concept from your research output. You have to get the proof of concept, then you prototype, and then get all the regulatory approvals, and then you do your market launch. All right. So let's just look at the barriers. Usually I don't like to talk barriers, but it's important we acknowledge some of the challenges that that is facing our ecosystem. The first is knowledge gap. I just mentioned that most researchers, the reason why most researchers do not get their research output to the market is because of the technical know-how, to translate those research outputs, the right stakeholders to meet, the right steps to take, so knowledge gap is one of them. Resource gap is another. We all know that beyond just monies, the advisory, we have limitation with advisory support, business advisory support. So the question is that incubators, accelerators like what we do, we need to step up and do some form of relationship with universities and strengthen the technology transfer offices in those universities in any way. So I'm looking forward to that maybe some from Dr. You probably bring that up on how partnerships can happen to strengthen technology transfer offices across the country with advisory supports and all of that, because we believe that if they are well empowered, usually they are the first point of contact with researchers. So a researcher will not go and be looking for an incubation somewhere. He goes straight to the office that's close to him. So if those guys are really empowered, they are trained, they have relevant industry understanding, that would actually help in that. Yeah, so of course this is where most of us are, academia. The stakeholder mapping is important. Because if you understand everybody who plays a role in the ecosystem, you'll be able to engage them very well. So the academia is the key player here. Knowledge is brought to a research output. A lot of work, whether qualitative or quantitative, work has happened, and then you have your research. The question is, what's the motivation for these players? Knowledge creation, second, impact and recognition. Most of them want to be recognized that my work is this. And then what they don't usually talk about, revenue generation. And it's important and that's why it's important we have to succeed in this workshop and succeed after this workshop. If we will succeed after this workshop where people have started commercializing, revenue is going to be like, researchers will now begin to see, we can set up a path to earning more through our research work. Okay, so another stakeholder is the industry, which is where we are. And the industry players, you see, R&D companies, corporate venture funds, business development teams, and all of that. What's their motivation? Access to innovation, and competitive edge. They want a strong where no one can, take their space in what they do. Risk mitigation and talent recruitment. The third stakeholder here is the investor and government. We have to lump the both of them together because they are enablers. And even though they are not active players, they enable the ecosystem to run smoothly. They oil the ecosystem to run smoothly. All right. So investors provide the funds. Government regulate research outputs to commercialization and all of that. Yeah. So the key takeaways for this presentation is that commercialization is a journey. It's not an event. All right. Remember, we said it was a circle from research. In fact, after you even set up the product, you have to still research again on how to scale. So scaling is another, beyond just appearing in the market, scaling also is another thing that happens once the product is in the market. So it's not just an event, it's a journey. There are multiple parts. Most people just understand probably licensing or understand startup spin-offs and all of that. There are corporate partnerships that happen and all of that. So we're going to be looking out for that. Like I said, at the end of today, everyone here would understand how to use a research output and commercialize it. We're going to be going through that. So quickly we are going to do a baseline. My understanding in consulting, I don't know who can help us share this. So we're going to do like an assessment quickly of where we are in terms of our understanding about research to commercialization. It's for you basically, so that you can reflect on where you are before even the program starts. The idea is to, if you look at the self-assessment tool, you see that it's in 5 sessions, because 7 sessions. So, and it's just a ticking, you're not writing anything. Apart from the initial writing here. Yeah, so the idea is for us to kind of, put in perspective what our research output is and how, just like what Dr. Patrick said, the readiness, how ready we are, it's exhausted. Sorry. It's exhausted. Can we share? How many persons? Everybody here. That's about, wow. Okay. Yeah, I can share. Yeah. So we'll be able to support. Yeah, okay, you can share. Yeah. Okay, that will be provided, but cannot happen now. Right? So just but it's fine. what? Just let's have. We made provisions for 25. I think a day or 2 days before the program, I was asking how many persons had registered, and they said it was around 20. So I felt, okay, add 5 more. So that was 25. But we got about 40 persons attend today. So put your hands together for yourself. It is very encouraging, very, very encouraging. And I can say that Nigeria has a future. The idea about this workshop is that everyone who goes through this workshop would prepared you to be a trainer. So at the end of today, you are likely going to have that capacity to train other people in research to commercialization, pathways. All right, so we can start. We can start. It's not an exam. We have like 10 minutes, so what do we do? Is he going to? Oh yeah, I mean, you can just make photocopies. Yeah, photocopies. Yes. All right. We can make. Yes. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Okay. So how is it going? Sorry? We'll send it. Let's go ahead and send it. Okay. Yeah, so again, it's important that I'm going to say that for each session, there is, especially from session 2, there is an assessment score. Please look at it carefully. You see that when you tick, just get your calculator and tick. So, for instance, if the first question is, I have identified all my novel, this thing, and it's 5, you add 5, 4, 4, 1, and then over 25, you just call yourself. Is that clear? Yes. So don't worry. The guys who do this actually might not. Just let's be patient, okay? I'm really sorry that you overwhelmed our expectation. Thank you. So if you do that scoring, so we have like 5 minutes more for this workshop to be over. Once you do the scoring, you now do an aggregated score of every session. So that now gives you a particular number, and you're going to see like a score grid, an explanation for each score grid, basically. Okay. I know I'm not the one to do the introduction, but it's important to acknowledge the CEO of Impact Investors Foundation, someone that we have a lot of respect for. When the time is due, the introduction will be done. But thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Yeah. So how is it going? We have 4 minutes more. So in consulting, that's what's called baseline study. The baseline study basically sets the stage for when you want to have the parameters, the actual parameters on ground for any research study that you're doing. So we're trying to set up a baseline now about where we are with our research work in terms of research outputs and commercialization pathways. So once we do that, then we now delve into business model. For each of your products, how do you create a business model for your research outputs? And then the next session will be talking around IP protection. And then the last session will be commercialization pathways. So at the end of today, we're going to have 2 group work. So I'll be thinking around settling in groups of 6 or 7. We'll have 5 groups that would come together, and then there's going to be a pitching competition for the groups, and I will be putting out some monies to be won. So so for each group, all right, so it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be more hands-on. We're going to have fun, and it's going to be thorough. So let's move really quickly. We have a lot to cover today. We have so much to cover. This is just the first session. So who is done and wants to share their reflections? So we'll start with you guys next time. Yeah, the next time we start with. I'm really sorry. Yes. Yes. Okay. You know, we have a lot of profs here, so I have no place to say, okay, what's your score and what's because I've not gotten my PhD yet, and I might likely be so I'm guiding myself very well, you know. So who has finished? Super. So ma'am, you just talk to us about what the stuff looks like. What's your total score? Okay, that's fine. What did you take? Is that fine? Oh, it's fine, okay.
Yeah, so this is like an eye-opener because looking at all the questions there is like I'm just a beginner. I've not really done anything. I've not really done much with regards to my research, and looking at all my responses, you know, because I'm just being truthful to myself, and that's why on the overall I'm even below 90, which is the least for the beginner. So I can see that I really need to do a lot. I really need to do a lot, you know, when it comes to the commercialization of my research, and that is exactly what I have come to learn, because it's something that is laudable and I can, you know, bring to the markets.
Please encourage her, please. This is honest feedbacks. I love this. I love this. Just that there's usually baseline, end line, and all of that. Maybe IF would do eventual at the end of the day. At the end of the workshop, we do an assessment on the impact of the workshop in itself. But this baseline is important for you. Normally we should have it, but it's important for you so that you also understand where you are before the workshop started. Okay? All right, so if that is fine, we can... Any other person who had finished and had scored? Any other person? You have?
So, yeah, I actually realized that I still have a lot to do. I think I managed to get few points under the team and resources assessment. I think I managed to get just a little bit above half in that. Every other thing was below average, and it shocked me that I also could not get up to 90, which was the early stage score. So, and this has actually opened my mind to a lot of things, and I believe at the end of this workshop, I'll be able to at least get some clarity and hit the ground running and be able to do more towards commercialization. Thank you.
This is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Any other person? Okay.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm actually disappointed. I scored 128 and I'd had a patent since over 10 years. And in the moderate, and being scored in the moderate readiness is underscoring to me, to be honest. I have collaborators elsewhere in the world and things like that. But sometimes when it gets to you striking some critical, you see them pulling out. So I can really see reasons why this is the state I am, you know. But I think I can get better. Yeah.
This is so beautiful. I'm really happy about the reflections that we are getting. Remember, this is not a verdict, all right? It's actually a beginning point. That's why it's a baseline. It's a beginning point for our conversations to build. So we're going to build upon, you know, what we have, the foundation that we have here. And I can tell you that it's going to be a beautiful session going forward. I don't know where Kingsley is at. No, you're taking it. It's for you. It's for you. It's for you, actually. All right. Cool.
Thank you very much for putting us on the spot and asking us to do an end-line assessment. So we want to work with you here so we can take the baseline. I'm hearing very interesting feedback from everyone. And one of the things we believed was important in setting up Niiric is this research to commercialization. How can we strengthen that? And so this workshop is very important. I'm hearing great things, which is the baseline you talked about. So the end line. So we'll work with you to design that and then strengthen this. Yep. We want to see more research to commercialization. We want to see more research that really addresses our problems here in Nigeria. Research should not be research for itself. How can we have research that is innovative? Research that can lead to impact. Research that can lead to more efficient resource allocation. Research that can solve problems in healthcare, education, agriculture, and those sectors. So I want to say thank you, and thank you everyone for coming for this workshop. So please, we'll be sending you a lot of forms. Please work with us because we want to help this community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this insight. Right? Okay, just however it is. All right. So if this is done, we can either go for lunch. I'm sorry, go for breakfast. Huh? Tea break. Yes. So tea break. So if we are good, we can go for tea break, and then when we are back, we hit the ground running again. But it's important that I don't think. Do you want to do like before we go for tea break? Okay, cool. Okay. All right, guys. Tea break is for 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We need to elect a class. Not prefect now. Our timekeeper that can enforce. That can help us enforce. Alert and enforce. Oh my God! Somebody has, taken it. So thank you so much.
Can I talk? Thank you, sir. I woefully failed. It made me understand that if you are a professor of physics, you are not professor of commerce. Honestly. Sincerely speaking, well, I'm not surprised, sir. Why? Because we have a very big disadvantage in the university. Minus very poor. Minus no incentive, no drive. You notice that if you produce, your aims are too numerous. One is the highest, and that is, I want to be promoted. I want to be promoted. Usually, that is it. It's only very few of us that may just take interest in producing something out. Honestly speaking, I sincerely feel bad, and I know where our problem comes from. Sincerely, because I produce a lot, but I still score very low here. I thought I would be scoring than everybody, but if I want to be more sincere self, it will be too bad. I'm telling you, I will not be able to show you my score. Yes. I think, I believe I will gain a lot here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's go for our tea break. Okay, we'll start from the right-hand row. Please. Please, those of us seated this way, can we go for our tea break so that we can be... Please, those of you on this row, can you move? Because we have a lot to cover up, so we would like to hasten up, please, so that we can keep to time.
Except you see, like 35. You have 25. Yeah, 25. So that's why I said 10.
Please, those of us on the other way, can we go for our tea break? Those, yeah. Please just go ahead.
Okay, we have 5 minutes more. 5 minutes more, please.
Okay. Please, let's all be seated. I'm sure I'm excited. One of the things that I'm excited about is that we are still very much on track with time. And I want us to keep it up that way so that we can cover everything that we need to cover and at the same time have a very, very great experience. I would like everyone to be seated because the next segment is very, very important. So those of us that are still taking our tea, can we quickly take our tea and revert back to our seats? I can hear some phones, like some phone. Please, if you're on another meeting, it's important you. It's important you concentrate on this one. I understand that we're very, very busy executives, and sometimes there could be some clash of programs. But please, it's important that you focus on this particular program. At this point, with a rise innovation, I would like us to rise as we make welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Impact Investors Foundation. Please put your hands together as we make welcome my boss, the CEO of the Impact Investors Foundation, Ms. Etemore Glover. You're welcome, ma.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, thank you. It's my honor and pleasure to be here. Please allow me to stand on the already existing protocol. Representative of the Minister, thank you very much for coming. Our professors, academics, consultants, partners, colleagues, our able trainer, thank you so much. Today is not just another workshop, and I really wanted to be here. Actually on my holidays, sabbatical, but it is something I would like to celebrate by being here to see this dream come true, where we actually take advantage of our intellectual capacity, our intellectual knowledge, research, and ensuring that it gets to the market for innovation, for commercialization, for the transformation of Nigeria, for Africa. I wouldn't take much of your time because already that has been said. My delight today is to see the heavyweights in the room. So please give a round of applause to yourselves. My second desire is that this conversation will not end here in the room. How do you take it back to your various institutions? I would charge you today to come up with a small plan, a small strategy, 1, 2, 3, 4 things you want to implement, and how you are going to do that, and how we can support you to do that. If we're able to achieve this, then for me today is a success. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for coming to our very first workshop on research to commercialization. I hope you'd learn something from this. I'm already getting the great feedback from yourselves. I know you're already learning, but by the end of today, you would learn more and go back with the resolve to transform R2C in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed CEO, ma. So quickly, we are going to do a quick pre-test to capture this exercise. Kingsley, Otu, our lead for monitoring and evaluation. Are we ready? Just a few minutes. So the essence of this evaluation and this exercise is to look at what do you understand in terms of research to evaluation before this workshop, and at the same time, after the workshop, we're going to do another post-evaluation to capture your understanding of research to commercialization. Technical team will are waiting for you to. Once again, for those of you participating online, please be reminded to drop your name, your organization, and your designation in the chat box. Those of you that are participating online, remember to drop your name so that we can send you your certificates, an e-copy of your certificate after the workshop. So while we wait for the M&E team, maybe we should do an icebreaker. So let's rise to our feet, please, quickly. Let's rise. Let's quickly do an icebreaker. Can we rise? Yeah. Just do what I do. Do what I do. We are going to draw number 8. Are we together? Are you ready to draw number 8? So give me a number 8 with your waist. No, it's a very good exercise. So let's do it. Number 8. 1, 2. All right, we're going to draw a number 3. No, some of you are not doing it. Some of you are not doing it. We have to do it together. 1, 2, ready, go. Number 3. We are going to do number 38. 38. Come on. Let's go. 3 and 8. All right. So who's going to lead us in another icebreaker? You want to lead us? Please come forward. Let's give her a big hand. Okay. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Charlotte Ndibe from the University of Lagos. I don't know why I raised my hand. It was so spontaneous. Because my icebreaker involves a paper. And I don't know, because we have papers, that's why I was also confident. So you're just going to, on your paper, don't look. Just, let me show you. If you hold your paper like this, try to draw the face of the person next to you. It's called Picasso. I think we know Picasso. Yes, so you will gift it to him or her. You just take a sheet, just without looking at what you are drawing. Don't look at what you are drawing, just draw the face of the person and say, it's called Picasso. They would be happy at their new faces at the end. Sorry. Let them just
Okay. Okay, so Dr. Charlotte, you're not done yet. You're still supervising that. They've not.
So you would not look at what you are drawing. You just look at the person. Just look at the person so that you don't see what you're drawing. But you're just looking at the person and just gifting them their face. Don't look at what you are drawing. No, yes, you are looking at the person, concentrating. Just look at who you want to give. It's Picasso. Yes. No, don't look at the drawing. Don't worry, it's not your face, it's the person's face. So whatever you give them, it's a gift. A gift for coming.
Let's give Dr. Charlotte a big hand. Thank you. Okay. We'll take the other one. Okay, you have one. We will take your icebreaker later. I also have another one which we will take much later. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. So please, can you kindly bring out your phones and quickly scan? Can you scan this from where you are? If not, Kingsley, can you have it in a phone passed across so that they can scan? So this is... Okay, yes. Yes, so for those who can't scan, we're still going to send the hard copy around. But if you can scan quickly, scan and do the pre-test. It's just a very quick... Sorry? Kingsley is requesting for login. Yes. Just a minute while they sort it out. Okay, try it again. You can try it again now. Can you access it now? It's okay now, yes. So please, you should be able to access it now. Refresh. Please refresh and your internet. It's coming. Don't worry, it will come up shortly. If you are not able to do this, don't worry. We're going to have a printed copy also passed across. Okay, so quickly just take that evaluation test, pre-evaluation test, and let's... I think you need to refresh because you're not supposed to see that anymore. There's no need for username anymore. Please refresh your browser and it will show on your screen. Have we all taken that? So please, how many of us have submitted? Let me be sure. Submitted? 1, just 1 person. 2, 3, just 3 person. 5, okay. Just 5 persons, so we'll still be here until we have more responses. 6. Please, let's all participate in this. This is part of the workshop and it's very, very important. 11, so let's keep going. 14, okay, we're getting there. 14, 17. I will stop when we get to 20. Then I want to believe that. 17. 17. Still at 17. Who has not submitted the form? I can see one person raised up her hand. Thank you for your integrity. Okay, and two more. So please do submit. Okay. So I've seen your faces now. So if we don't have an increased attendance in that. Okay, so let's make welcome our esteemed consultant one more time. Please give him a big hand as he continues the program.
All right, thank you so much. Can I have the... Okay, so welcome to the second session. Let's have like two persons do a reflection on the first session. What you remember or what stood out in the first session. So I'm going to do random. Okay, since you...
Okay, the first thing that I remember is that innovation brings revenue. That it's nations that have high innovation that have high GDP. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. I remember that, we talk about why the research don't get to the market. Why? The lack of information. You talk of that, and which way to go. And the lack of motivation. I think you talk of that. That it is lack of all these. All these are stumbling blocks on why the products are not getting to the market.
That's good. I need like 2 or 3 more.
Thank you, sir. So I can remember that you mentioned that there used to be a national repository for research findings and research projects. I think that looks like a solution that can be taken forward to me. It looks to me, seems to me like a solution to some of the challenges we're having that can be taken forward, because I've come across one of it somewhere. I think US has a national repository for their prototypes, whether it works or not. So I think it's a good thing we mentioned. Thank you.
Put your hands together for everyone who had contributed. The reason why we are doing this reflection is so that you are conscious of the fact that a moment is passing, and that moment is now. Everything that we are experiencing would not repeat itself again. Niiric has put together this session so that we are able to build our capacity on research to commercialization pathways. So take every session importantly, write, because the next reflections we're going to be having, I'm going to be doing random picks. So if you didn't write anything down, you would forget. Is that true? All right. So this next session is, for me, I think is one of the most important sessions. This is where the intersection happens between research and commercialization. Okay, you want to say something? Yep. Okay.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say thank you. It's been very insightful. But my observation, and I'm speaking for myself, I don't know whether I'm speaking the mind of some other people. If you could slow down a bit to take notes. For me, the first session was extremely fast. To take notes. Yeah.
Good feedback. So we're going to slow down a little. And the reason why, good.
But in addition to that, you said we should write down our questions, then we now ask questions after. I propose that should be done immediately after the program, after the lecture, so that we don't enter into this one and you compound the problem more. You understand? We have so many questions that we're applying on.
All right. Makes a lot of sense. So let's take quick questions, like 2 questions. What will happen is that because we have a lot to do today, we can't spend a lot of time, attending to a lot of things. But I'm going to be around. I'm going to be around after the program for a one-on-one, sessions and all of that. So we have a lot to cover today. Like I said, This session is around intellectual property, design thinking, market fit, and business model. Each of this is one full course. So we're cramping all of them together in one session. So that's the reason why we need to, and this is not the only thing, we still need to have another 2 more sessions after this session. This session has a workshop. So the style is that I do like a 15 to 20 minutes introductory background, and then we now do 40 minutes workshop, because that's the best way to reinforce knowledge and learning. You understand? So once we do that workshop, the workshop in itself will even make you, some of the questions you have in mind might even be answered, while the workshop is going on. So I'm really sorry that we're moving fast, but it's intentional. It's intentional, and it's because we need to, keep up with pace with the time that we have already stipulated for the program. All right, so let me just take one question, and then we can, 2 questions here.
Sorry, in your live commercialization life cycle that you showed before, there is a component where you indicated intellectual property, and that in the startups in this country, in most cases, they don't normally go through that. Is it a necessary tool in this country? And the patent issue in Nigeria, is it actually working? Are there now double intellectual properties, even triple, even multiple, and things like that on the same projects? I don't know your experience in Nigerian intellectual property. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very, very valid question. So for the intellectual property, we're going to go into it. In fact, that's one of the things we're going to be talking basically. Well, IP for startups, we're going to get into data room where most of the requirements will be what's your IP protection going to is like. For an investor, he wants to be sure that your IP is protected. For software-based innovation, they are looking at your code base. How is your code base protected? Most startups don't do that, but and when an investor wants to invest from Delaware or from the US and all of that, I've been in that space, so I can tell you how it goes. What happens is that you're required to, a data room is giving a link. So you give an investor your link of all the things that you have kept ready for him. When he doesn't see IP protection, especially for critical stuffs, now in the US is very, very competitive. I'll give you an example. When we're setting up our fund in the US, formerly in Nigeria, our name was MOLI, Molly. So, but when we got to the US, it was difficult. There were a lot of stuffs around, the same name and all of that. So you couldn't trademark. So they did for over 1 week, I was choosing a name. So eventually, I had to, stretch and say, okay, Molo, more love. The idea is more love for founders, basically. That's the name, the full meaning of Molo. Eventually, we got Molo. We had to trademark it. We had to secure it, because it's the US. There's a demand. They have a procedure that you cannot steal anything. You can't even have a name that is related to someone. The person can wake up one morning and say you stole, and it's a big problem. You can lose in court. All right, so IP protection in Nigeria is still staggering, is still finding its place. And that's why ecosystem players like all of us, once we begin to use one voice and begin to say things regularly, thank God government is here. Government can listen and say, okay, what frameworks need to be in place to ensure protection is done. So, but protection is happening. I have a couple of people that have gone to the Ministry of Trade and Investment. That's where most of the IP protections are really done. You've done it. Exactly. No, but I have relationship with them. I have relationship with the desk officer in charge of IP. I'm not telling you what I've not done. I'm telling you what I have done. I have helped people, whether it's trademark, whatever, patenting and all of that. So our policies are broken. So it's what happens. But it's not going to be like that in 10 years. The reason is because innovation is driving everything forward. All right, so it's just good for you to know and position yourself properly, for what is coming ahead. All right, sir.
So I was just
wondering if we can have soft copy of what you're presenting. Since you want to move fast, at least we have something to fall back with so that we don't delay you. Because sometimes you just spend maybe like 1 second on one slide and we're here to learn. And this is new to so many of us. So I think that will go a long way if we can actually make provision for that. Well ahead of the presentation, we have the soft copy so that we can follow you. Thank you.
Okay, super. Everything that I need to give to the Secretariat has been given. All right. So it's in the discretion of IIF to say, I'm thinking that the CEO is here, she can speak. Should it be released to them immediately if that's what they are looking for?
I don't think it should be a problem.
Good, no problem.
The question is, were they prepared before they came here? Were they sent all of these things?
No.
Otherwise, they can put it on the WhatsApp platform so people can also have access to it and send them to that email. But the manager can speak to it.
Okay, Kingsley.
Yeah, so we can, if you all consent, we didn't want to do that without your consent. Basically, you all know the data rights protection rules, and so even the form we asked you to fill online, we asked you for your consent because that's very, very important. Things are changing now, and you have to follow the trends. So if you all consent, we can create a WhatsApp group and have you added to the group and have the conversation posted there. Is that fine? Is there anybody that is not consenting? Please, can you raise your hand so that we can see you? All right, thank you. So the I have.
All right, thank you so much. So let's move forward with. So who is our timekeeper? Who's our timekeeper? I think you should timekeep for us. Yeah, your glasses. No, he at some point he dropped. Your glasses will make you see the time quickly. All right, what time is it? 11:14. So we have like 1 hour. All right, one house. So let's move forward. Intellectual property, design thinking, market fit, and business models. Like I said, this session is that bridge, that bridge the research output to commercialization, especially in terms of, developing a business model. After you have done your research, how do you now transfer this research into like an entity, into like a model that you can relate to? So it's important that you pay a lot of attention, and we're going to have a group walk after the first 15-20 minutes. So we're going to be sharing ourselves in 7 people in one group, or 6 in one group. It's important. Let me just begin to give you so that you can prepare yourself ahead of time. The first 6 here. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. No, anything that works for you, Kingsley.
Okay.
Oh, let's just move. Yeah, let's move. 6. First 6. First 6. Another 6. Another 6. So, yeah. I think this. That is 6. So, there's something missing. Some people need to mix, then some people need to come here. There are 6 here. Okay, share. Yeah, the 6 of you can come, then we can move on. There's yeah, exactly. So this is now to 6. Wait, sorry. Join them. Yes, join them. Sorry? They are not. This is 5. Okay, 6. Okay, so join them. Join your guys here. All right, guys. This is your new family. This is your new family. Before the training starts,
It's important you elect who is going to be your presenter ahead of time. Elect who is going to be your presenter. Elect who is going to be your timekeeper. Elect who is going to be your secretariat. So you have a presenter, you have a secretariat, you have a timekeeper. All right? So this is your new family. This is the family you are going to be in until the end of this workshop. We are going to build upon this. Okay. Okay, nice. So why this is important? Why this is important is because, like I said, I'm going to do like an introductory understanding about these concepts, and then we're going to go into full business model canvas exploration. All right. All right. So, all right. So that we can just have like 4 groups. No, 5 groups. Standard 5 groups. The Remember I said something earlier. I said in this group, there's a prize money to be won. There's a prize money to be won. I don't want to over-motivate you or under-motivate you. All right? No, I don't want to over-motivate you or under-motivate you. Our motivations, but the idea is that your research outputs, this is how to translate your research outputs into a business. All right, into a business. So, and remember, that's why you are here. After this session, there's going to be another session that will help you translate it to a commercial roadmap. So, the same group, you are going to be in the same group for the most part, basically. So use this time to familiarize yourself. The way it goes is, okay, your first name, if you want to have a nickname, you can tell people your nickname because it's very informal. Tell people your nickname, and then you guys can come together and say, let this person present for us. The nomination might not happen now, but no, nickname, your personal nickname, so that people can call you informally with your nickname. So for this ship, you can call me Captain P. Captain P. So we're in a ship now to move our business entity, to move our commercial outputs into a business model. So introduce yourself informally now, your name, your informal name that you want us to know you with, and then you can do your election. This person likely, it might happen now or later. All right, so that we can jump into the introductory. Is that fine? Are we together? All right, so let's have a background for each of these concepts. One house, no sidebars, no sidebars. No sidebars. All right. Yes, sir. Oh, nice. So for the online participants, the first 15-20 minutes, we're going to be in the open room. Then the next room, when we start the real workshop, we can break out into different groups, into 5 groups, and then we can do our workshops there and all of that. All right. In that case, let's set the pace. No sidebars. No sidebars. The workshop has not started. Can I have your attention? All right, so okay, so let's have an overview of what this course is going to be about. We're going to talk about intellectual property. We're going to be talking about design thinking. Design thinking, it's it's very important for designing solutions for problems. So you don't design solutions that people don't want. So we need design thinking to come in. Then market fit. Want to understand how the market, how your product fits into the market. If there's a fit in itself, all right. Then business model is having a deep understanding of what your research output, what it's going to look like in a business model. All right. So our expected outcome for this is that IP protection and strategy. We understand what it looks like to have IP protection for any kind of our research output, and then we align our design thinking to understand how to, explore human-centered design into our developing our products. Then clear understanding of technology market fit, and then actionable business model using learning canvas. So that's where we'll go into the workshop.
All right, so please, before you continue, we have 3 people who have not signed the attendance sheet because we want to send the certificates for printing. So if you have not, please just indicate, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we just have a definition of what is IP, intellectual property. So to summarize, because there are a lot of school of thoughts of what intellectual property is, but for the most part, intellectual property is the creation of the mind, right, that have commercial value. So anything you feel that has commercial value, can be protected and should be protected. All right. So why do IP matter in research commercialization? Of course, you know that without protecting your work, there won't be barriers for entry. Someone can go bank license for 600 million naira. Probably they didn't use up to like 30 million, 20 million, to do that. But in less than 3 years, they're selling it for 600 million with beg. All right. So why this is important is that once you IP, you are actually telling investors that you are ready, that you are a serious person, and that you have all the rights to make claims, to that particular work that you have. And IP also helps you for partnership. So imagine that you're entering a partnership and they're saying, what do you have on the table? So what's one of the things you have on the table? You have your IP. Your work is fully IP'd, licensed. So licensed to you, and then if you want to license to other people, you can do that. All right. So that's the reason why IP matters. All right. So of course, IP portfolio management, and this is a bit advanced. At some point, you now have more than one IP. Maybe you have like 4 or 5, like our prof that say he has been doing a lot of research outputs, and he noticed that it's not commercializing. Imagine that he has maybe like 7, 8, 9 IPs. So you are now protecting all these IPs. You're also looking at how do you enforce that somebody is not stealing those IPs. How do you also ensure that those IPs are being monetized properly? So all this matrix and mapping is what happens in the IP portfolio strategy. So one of the key questions for this is, what aspects of your innovation needs protection? So you need to have a reflection of that, and why do you need to protect it? So we're going to delve into it. Now, these are the protection types that's available today, and it's important that you remember all of this. Patent is important. You see that, and that's what most people do not even do. Most people in Nigeria do copyright and trademarks, but you see, patenting and trade secret is not something that's really done in Nigeria, and we need to start paying attention, to that. All right. So in the four of them, you could see all of that. The protecting, what it protects you of, the duration of filing. For patents, 20 years from filing. For copyrights, the entire life of that person, and 70 years after death. All right. That's why you say, your children is reaping, your grandchildren, they are reaping from your IP that you have done after death and all of that. So that's why copyright is important. And then trademarks too. I told you a little about our MOLO, the challenge that we had in the US. Once you have trademarked, you are already started protecting yourself. So logos, names, slogans can be trademarked. Trade secrets. Trade secrets are really important. Once you started scaling and you started putting structure in place, there are frameworks, there are policies that you have in place. And then there are special things like Coca-Cola has a special secret sauce. So you want to do those trade secrets and all of that. You can protect those things so that if anybody steals it, whether it's an employee that steals it and goes out, wherever it's shown, you can say, no, these are trade secrets. This is what makes our organization stand out, and then you can protect all of that. Am I too fast? All right, nice. Okay, so IP management. Now it's important that once there's IP, you need to understand how IP is done. So from the place of the search, all right. In Nigeria, in the trade, the Ministry of Trade and Investment, what happens normally is that once they give you the price list, and then they also have categories for each of these stuffs. So, for instance, raw minerals is different from natural sciences and all of that. So all those categories come with different stuff. So the idea is that you need to understand the elements in your IP that you want to protect. All right? In terms of, is it structure? Is it type? Is it scope? Is it if it's software, is it the full code base you want to protect? Maybe you spent over 5 months, 6 months with your team, writing the code, and you want to protect that code and all of that. I talked about IP portfolio management. In this time, we're looking at priority settings, times of setting up, allocating monies, to fully either enforce your IP or to, grant licenses for your IP. All right, so you put some monies on that. So also you can, what scientists and inventors do in the US is, maybe if you have like 6 or 7 or 8 patents or stuff, you just sit down and people will now come to you. Let's give you some monies so that we can use this of your stuff. So imagine that you can say, okay, in this geography, you are the only person licensed to use this IP. All right? Or you can do this within this time. So you are able to share your work, per geography, per sector, different ways. So that's where IP for portfolio management happens. And then also drafting and enforcement planning. So, okay, how do you ensure that your IP is only totally protected and enforced? All right, so risk management talks more of like the freedom to operate, freedom to operate, like how much freedom does your IP have? Is it global freedom to operate, or is it regional and all of that? And at what sector, what terms governs that, IP risk management. So all of this, it's some of the things that we need to know. Like I said, these are baseline understanding that you need. With this, you can further do your research to have understanding of all of these key concepts. So IP strategy mapping. So we're going into the next workshop, which is IP strategy mapping. What I've just discussed, everyone would have this. So just help me share this across. I promise that we're going to start from behind. But we have enough. One person. So this is personal. The reason why I wanted everybody to have this, because I want you to go home with it, so that anytime you are thinking about IP, you understand the strategy and the map to use. All right? Because if we talk about IP mapping and we do not do the mapping ourselves, and you don't have a document that backs it up, at the end of this workshop you can go home and forget. So I want you to go home with this. Anytime you want to do your IP, please just let me have one, okay, so that I can have reference here. So this was going to be like a 5 to 10 minutes reflection. It's finished. So in the step 1, you could see that I said, identify your innovation assets. All right? Just like we did in the self-assessment, right? This one, there is no scoring, so don't be afraid that you will be either. No. This is just like a guide for you to say, okay, is it an original software you are doing? Is it a new device? So we need to do this mapping clearly. All right? Then step 2 is select applicable IP protection types. At this point you are evaluating which part, is it a patent? Or is it copyright? Is it trademark? Is it trade secret? Is it industrial design? Right? So this kind of helps you you can tick, if you have anything in your mind, just do some ticking. It's not a heavyweight thinking stuff. Just do your ticking so that we can move faster. Is everybody online following? Just do like a thumbs up or say some things in the comments so that we understand that you are following the workshop. Yes. No, after now. After this one now. This section, we'll ask questions on IP. All right. Okay, so we're in step 3 now. Are we together in step 3? The step 3, talks about, the core innovation components. So you want to write down the things that you want to protect. All right? And then tick the best IP protection for it. So whether it's the copyright or the trademark, whichever one that works. Then the filing timeline. It's also important. Are you doing it immediately? Is it going to be, within 6 months? And then it's also important to identify the territory you want to do, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Africa, whether it's global, because these are some of the questions that will be asked when you go to the trade and investment office. So it's important you do your mapping here first, so that when you get there, you are giving them the information that they need. Then the specialization path. What do you want to do? Is it partnership you want to run? Is it a startup or a spin-off? Is it licensing that you want to do? All right. So for each of these components, like I said, you don't need to write all these things now because you might not have all the information. It's your property. You're going home with it. All right. So you can go home and write it down, especially also the critical IP action timelines. Why you might not understand or know what to do, But by the end of this session, the second session, I'm sure that you'll be able to understand what to do. So again, I went down key resources for Nigerian researchers. You could see the patents.gov.ng is on the last page. So it's for further exploration and learning. The entities in Nigeria that govern IP, the Nigerian Copyright Commission. You see that there's www.copyright.gov.nigeria. So you can do your further, research. Trademark. Now, IPO Nigeria, it's now more like an entity from the trades, ministry and all of that. So, with this, we can say that we have an idea of what our mapping of our IPs are going to be like. Like I said, you might not have total knowledge about it, but go home with it. You can make copies for any numbers of IP that you have. Just do that mapping, and then you can now proceed to take further steps. All right, so that's one of the many conversations we're going to have. So any questions? All right. Any question online? Let's start online first. Who is moderating online? Any question? No question. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's have.
If you have a question online, please you can drop your question.
Exactly,
yes.
Exactly.
These types can be very confusing.
Yeah.
So I just wanted you to explain the pattern. What is a non-obvious invention?
Where are you at? Step what?
No, I think it was on your slide.
Are you in step 2?
I think it was types.
Sorry?
If you go back, one more. So there, it says non-obvious inventions. Yes, that pattern.
Oh, okay, I've seen it. Non-obvious inventions. Yeah. So why is it? What that term means? Inventions that are not known yet. So that disclosures that you do, all right, once you have an innovation, there's that disclosures you do. In fact, if you remember the commercialization pathway I did in session 1, you could see that it is disclosure and then evaluation. It's disclosure, then evaluation. So there are inventions that are not obvious to everybody yet, right? Or there are inventions that would not be. For instance, if you are doing something that someone cannot see. All right. Remember, we said IP is the mind. Everything that is created from the mind. So there are things that are not tangible. All right, there are inventions that are not tangible, all right, that you want to capture and all of that. That's why, that patents. All right, next question.
We have some questions online also, so once you're
we need to run.
Okay.
No.
So we can't take also. Let's take from online, then we'll take
let's take one online. So you know what would happen?
Just hold on.
Let's take one from online, and then
we need to carry those online along also, please. So what's the question, Caleb?
All right, what's the question online?
How do we?
My God, we have
the
31
IP
minutes.
mapping documents. How do they get the IP mapping?
Okay, yes, he will send it to you. It's all in that workshop template. So there's IP document there. So let's move on.
Thank you.
Please. Okay. Okay, maybe that's an error or stuff. All right. Okay. Okay, we have to adapt. I probably removed that step 5 because it was not applicable, to our Nigerian contest, basically. All right, but so you can assume that that's your step 5. Okay, so let's move on to technology market fit, and this is really important. All right, product market fit it's something that most people, especially if you are a startup, is a requirement, how would the market embrace your solution? Do you have a solution that the market, and how are you going to test that, basically? All right, so for it, we discuss how ready is your technology before the market. Are you at the idea stage? Are you at the, at the level where you are still testing, building your prototype and all of that? So there's technology readiness versus market readiness. So technology readiness is, okay, how ready is your technology or your invention? Then market readiness is, how ready are you to enter the market? So these are two different concepts that you need to understand as you explore your technology market fit. Also, there's technical solution versus market problem. All right. In the startup world, what we normally do is there's what's called value of debt. Okay, already it's even there. The value of debt, or you can see the value of the shadow of debt, right? Is that place where your business the market did not embrace you. You now enter a tohu bohu, and all your effort, and there's someone you now drop the thing and you say you don't want to do again because you have spent a lot of monies, out of frustration, your stuff just dies off. So most people don't want to enter that valley. All right, but what makes you to escape that valley is your market. How quick the market adopts you, embraces your product. So meaning that you have passed the test. So you have passed the test that the users now understands that you have a demand for them. Yeah, you have a solution for them. So it's important that, when you are building, and that's why design thinking is important, because you have to design with the people in mind. What I have noticed over the years, over 8 years in the innovation space, is that people just wake up and have an idea and just have that. We're having that conversation with the CEO earlier today and Dr. Patrick, and the conversation is that people just wake up and there's a hypothesis in their mind that the market wants this product, and in their mind, because they need it or they like it, they assume that everybody likes it. So that assumption or hypothesis needs to be tried and tested. And how you test that idea and hypothesis is when you now do your market research. You meet people and say, I want to develop this stuff. What do you think? You get feedback from them. Those feedback is, you take this feedback and the person say, no, don't put this feature here. Imagine that in this remote, this stuff, this thing now is put under. It's not designed reader friendly. So because you interact with the market, you are designing with the market. So when you are designing with the market tells you, no, add this feature, remove this feature, do like this. It helps you to escape the valley of death. So most people, because they did not design, quickly what happens is that they gets into the valley of death. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Itoro. Is she here? Hey, she's here. Thank you so much. Please let's welcome her. Dr. Itoro is a special friend, senior colleague. We're in AfriLabs together, the largest hub for in Africa for all associations in Africa, and she's leading the research across Africa. Right? She's big, and but she doesn't want to agree that she's big. And we are both in the research group in AfriLab, driving the research in AfriLab. We're supposed to have a fireside chat with her. She has been in this space for a while. She understands some things. Madam, how many minutes do you have? I know you have another event. You have the time. Oh, my God. Put your hands together. All right. Super. All right. So with that, let's go into assessment framework. All right. So there are a lot of tools I can share with you in how to validate your problem. Because the question is that, what problem are you solving? How do you even validate that problem? Do you say, okay, this problem actually really exists? I'll ask you this question. What is a market? I want to get 3 responses. Or what is a market? Yes, a market. Because we are talking about going to market, right? So it's important we understand what a market is.
Where buying and selling takes place.
No. No, not totally no. It's understandable, right? But in terms of someone who wants to build, all right, it's important we understand what is a market. There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. I will just tell you, in this context, it might not be, in this context, might not be right. You know, sorry?
Exchange of values for revenue.
Well, there's something I'm looking for. It's not
Where,
wrong. It's not wrong.
where there's demand for your product or service or whatever.
45%.
Testing ground.
Okay, 30%. Where the value of your product, is shown to you. If you produce something and you take it there, they take it, they value it, and then if you put the price is too small, you.
All right. Well, it's not wrong. Like I said, no wrong answers. Remember, no wrong answers. I'm only saying in this context, if you are building, what is a market?
In a layman, just normally, market is where transaction happens, where value are exchanged.
I don't want to. We are going to go round. Let me tell you what's on my mind. Is it important? You want to hear? All right. So a market is a collective of people with pain points. Pain. Like I'm feeling something. So it's a collective of people with pains or pain points. So that is a market. If you understand this as someone who is the building, you understand that if your market is everybody that is suffering from something, so if you are all suffering from something and the collection of all of you is a market, if you understand this, you understand how to. I'll come to you. If you understand this, you'll be able to understand, because we are doing problem and solution validation. Where the problem comes from is the problem where you are doing problem validation, and you don't have a lot of people that have that pain point. You do not have a market. Do you understand? You do not have a market if people are not feeling something. Remember, it's solution. You are providing solution to a problem. So if people do not feel pain, you do not have a solution. So what has been happening all this while is that people just wake up and say, Kai, the way I'm looking at it, I'm going to solve something that does not even exist in itself. It's geographic. It could be geographical. It could be in different categories, basically. It's not just geographical. So it's wrong for you to even feel that. No, it's not. In the world of innovation, that's why we will do what is called personnel. A personnel is the representation of who your market is. So when you are doing personnel, is what is the average person? What's their demography? What do they aim? What's their pain? What's their real pain points? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's not limited to geography, because somebody can be in the US. So somebody can be in the US and then feeling the same pain with someone in Nigeria. No, but when you now solve that problem, then when you are doing your market entry to the US, you can now do IP based on US and all of that. So what I'm saying apparently is, just get this. A market is not where buying and selling. For a builder, is not where buying and selling happens. A market is. Yes. Yes. No, that's what I'm saying. There's no wrong answer. It's in context of what we're doing. So the context for someone who is building, remember I said we're trying to validate a problem. One house, one house, one house, one house. Now, most people that are innovators and startups don't even know what we're talking about here. So I believe you are getting privileged information as you want to translate your research outputs into into market value. So if you don't even understand what market is, if you feel it's about buying and selling, you will lose out of the whole stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Fokpe, you want to say something? Sure. Opportunity, but why I mean pain points? What I remember, I didn't just say, I said collectives of pain points. So if we have more than 5 or 10 people, and then how big is your market? How many persons actually are sharing that pain? Do you know? Yes. So that's how you get to know that you. So is that clear? Super clear. Okay, Dr. Funke.
Sorry, one house, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I just want to give an illustration. So in Nigeria, for example, if you say, what is the size of the unemployed or unemployment market? So in Nigeria, some people are looking for jobs because they are unemployed. So typically the question we will ask will be, what is the market size? So I want to build a solution for people that are looking for jobs. So in Nigeria, if I take Nigeria as my context, you know, he said persona, so I can say I want to focus on Nigeria. So we'll say, who are the people looking for jobs? If I want to focus on graduates, young graduates, youths, people between 18 to 35, if that is what I want to focus on. So what is the size of people in Nigeria between 18 and 35 that are looking for jobs, that are unemployed? That will be the size of my market for that product I am building for them. I don't know if that puts it in perspective. Yeah.
Please clap for her, right? All right. I'm happy that we are all, you know, in this train. Remember, what's my name in this ship? Captain P. So I'm randomly going to ask other persons their nickname for this ship. Remember, we're in a voyage, right? So what's your nickname?
Problem market.
All right, what's your nickname? On a lighter note.
Zion.
Zion. Okay, nice. All right. All right. So now it's interesting that do we understand problem validation? So once you have validated the problem, the next thing is solution validation. So you don't just go and build based on you're going to test your hypothesis. After you have gathered information from people, now the truth is that the both of them they don't stay in isolation. The problem validation and solution validation happen in what's called the lean canvas. All right? The lean canvas tries to, the idea basically is how do you test your assumptions quickly with users as you are building. So you're not just building and waiting, you are building and showing your users what do you think. So the problem and solution validation is happening almost at the same time. So it's rapid, testing and growth. So now business model validation, which is what is in front of us, basically, to do. So this assessment framework is important. Before you step out, you have to what? Do your problem statement. Is that correct? Then the second, you have to do your solution validation. Is that correct? Then we'll now move to business model. All right, so, yes, ma'am. So the steps in problem validation, I was just going to, that's exactly what we are doing. Problem discovery framework. All right? So she just mentioned that. So how do you do it? Like I said, pain point identification. So pain point is at the core of anything around market. Do you understand? So the question is, how many persons are facing this problem? That's when you do your research. Qualitative, you do your secondary research, go online, use ChatGPT, establish baseline and all of that. Then you do your qualitative, interviews and all of that to hear them, to hear how painful that problem is to them. And then in that process, you ask them, if somebody solves this problem, how much are you willing to pay? So if you do that, you do the pain point identification, then your current solution analysis will be, okay, how do I solve this problem? So you don't just even solve the problem and feel you have solved it. You bring it back again to the pain points collectives, which is your market, and say, oh, this is how I'm thinking of solving this problem. What do you think? You get feedback from them. So that continues and continues until at some point you have escaped the valley of the shadow of death. All right, so stakeholder mapping is really important. What is stakeholder mapping? Stakeholder is in market. The stakeholder is every single person, whether the user, the regulator, the funder, that exists in that ecosystem. Remember, your market is a collective of pain points, right? So those guys might not even exist in the same space, but they exist in an ecosystem that is not discovered yet. Anybody who discovers that ecosystem has discovered a market. And then everybody is dragging to get a market share of that market. So, but if you don't understand that there's an existing ecosystem in every problem. Just always remember this. In every problem that exists, there's an ecosystem. There are players that might not be intentional or deliberate, in that stuff. So your question is, how do you identify all those players? You want a question? You want to add? Please, Prof.
Please, so I don't want the prof to drag me to court. Okay, so no, I just wanted to mention quickly, like what they usually say, think global and then you act local. So that's the advantage of not looking at market initially as your physical location. You think global and then you act locally. Thank you.
Question? Okay.
So I want to find out how we can merge looking at the existing ecosystem in any problem and at the same time looking at the size of the market. Let me cite this example. Last week, let me put it precisely, someone approached me and talked about, okay, they want to develop an app for, that we address the problem of postpartum depression. And the person told me, the problems identified, that will lead them into that. So I now said, okay, postpartum depression is, is secluded to a kind of a group of women. Even in any delivery, it's not up to 5% of women that suffer that case. I said, why not let's look at something that will address the general population, maybe anything that will promote mental health or their well-being. They went ahead, they've done it. She asked for my contribution so that as an expert in that area. But I made her to understand that it's not really something that I want to venture into. But now looking at the ecosystem, I know that in Nigeria, we don't have much women in that category. But globally, you know, we can have enough people that want to. So I'm now looking at it that is that what they have in mind? No, not considering actual size of the market in Nigeria. All right, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So that's the natural. Now, we're not taking questions because we need to run. While I understand that we might have some kind of varying thoughts path on this, what I believe is that as we progress into the workshop, you are going to have light and insight better, you know, on some of this stuff. Your question was going to be the next thing I was going to say, you know, before you ask your question, which is opportunity sizing. All right? And it's important that it's not just one person that is feeling a particular pain. There are several people in several parts of the world that are feeling, you know, a particular pain, if it exists or not. No question, sir. I would answer. Infuse? Okay, go on.
You keep saying the pain point is people, but there are trees, there are animals, there are gold, diamonds that are suffering pain point too. You know, so when you consider a pain, that's why I said that if we're going to do markets, and I think one of the reasons as Africans we're losing that, able to point our research to development, is that we're not geographically doing it. We're only focusing on the people. You know, so if we do the pain point only for people and don't consider the trees, the animals, the land, you don't see, yes.
We're saying the same thing. All right? So what we're saying the same thing. Most solution, one house, no sidebars. Now, you know, it's important that we acknowledge that most of the solutions that are built for people. And so that's why I said pain point, because normally humans respond to what the pain they are going through and release money for it. Remember, we're talking about markets. All right? So I understand the context of where you're coming from. Say, okay, if you want to go and do mining, for instance, and okay, how do you do? It's a market here, all right. So, but for us, yeah, yes. So apparently, what's important is that where there is no pain, there is no market. So just take it as like a understanding. So anytime there is pain, there is market. Yes, there's luxury market. It's still pain. Yeah, whether he talked about luxury market, it's a pain based on your level. All right, you like it? Exactly. Yeah. All right.
We have not mentioned the area of moral and ethics in this matter, whereby in the ecosystem some people create problems and now bring solution for people to purchase. So please indicate where we should stand in it.
Thank you so much, sir. This is really good. Right? Very, very interesting. All right. I think that I love this class. You guys are genuinely one of the best class I've had in a long time. All right. So yeah, because you know when you have researchers in the same room with you, they go drag with you. They will drag it out, man. All right. So I get it, right? Okay. So baseline is where there is pain, there is market. So once you have this in your mind, no. So exactly. So when I mean pain, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. So when I mean pain, when I know, you know, when we say pain, some people feel it pain me. You know, yeah, design thinking. Yeah. All right. So when a group of people are expressing concern or they just want, you have a market, right? And it's important in design thinking, right? Because every market has a spirit. Every market has a spirit. And that spirit is communicated through the emotions, the collective emotions around that market. And that's why you see that you say, why did somebody run out of business? The person stopped servicing the pain of that market. And so he ran out of business. All right? So it's important that we understand. I just wanted to say this so that we can have an idea of so there are three basic, this is, if this was a startup incubation, I would have left this because most of them understand this, but it's important we talked about it, total addressable market. So for the market that you have discovered, the pain that people are suffering, that you know, the problem people are facing, what is the total addressable market globally in that industry? So you need to know it, and how you can get that is through secondary data, right? If you have time, use your chart, prompt several stuff, say what is the market size of, what is the total addressable market of maybe something in healthcare in this, you prompt it and give me references. All right? It will give you references of every person, you know, references and websites of where these things are said. So with that, you can get your total addressable market. Is that fine? Then serviceable addressable market is for the market that you want to serve. How many people are available for it? All right? Now, it's, you know, in the global context, TAM is important, but you cannot service the TAM. You can't. And that is why investors are always interested in your serviceable, obtainable market, which is this, your sum. Your sum is your immediate locality. How much share are you looking at to get in your sum? All right? Is it clear? So it's important that you take it important. So serviceable obtainable market is usually your starting point in your market, you know, entry. As you grow and scale, you begin to, you know, take advantage and large, you know, most times people pivot, but for the most they continue and either become the leader of that industry and, you know, chase everybody out of that market. All right, so let's move on. Demand validation technique. There's what's called MVP. I know that most people have heard about it. MVP is important if you are building a product, especially in the innovation space. They will say, please, build what is that thing that, because when you go to an Igbo man or anybody in the market and say, you have this pain. He say, and I have a solution. The person is saying, no, what is that? Can you show me what you are talking about? So that's the minimum viable product that you have developed. It might not be fully blown. It might not be fully developed, but it's like a concept you are trying to, you know, bring to life your concept. All right? So minimum demand validation is, do you have a minimum viable product that someone can see? And that's what most people use to do their pitching. When you go for pitch contests, all right, at maybe for pre-seed and all of that, they ask you, have you gotten your MVP? If you have gotten your MVP, is 1. Now, if you've gotten early adopter engagement, meaning that the market in itself has started embracing you, so you have almost running out of the value of the shadow of death. So I know I'm naming this value is value of death, but I don't know. I'm putting shadow so that it can stay. All right. All you are doing in the early stage of anything you are building is to escape the valley of death. Because once you have a product for a long time, 1 year, 2 years, nobody has bought it, nobody is asking you how far. Even you yourself, you will ask yourself how far. So you don't want to get to that point where you are asking yourself, how far? So the initial energy you have is to push for early adopters, for people to say, oh, 10 people have used this thing, and it's making sense. 20 people have used it. 50 people have used it. So these are early adopters. And there are a lot of ways to get early adopters. I can tell you several ways. Start with family and friends. There are closest people around you and say, I'm doing this thing, can you do it for free? Come and test for free. So people even do free testing party. Do party, bring them together, say, come and try out my product. That is what you use to say, oh, I have early adopters. I have 100 people who have tested my minimum viable product and is working. You have testimonials. You have people who have used your stuff. All right. Then letter of intent is important, because as you approach investors, they want to know how many people have indicated interest, how many institutions have indicated interest in what you are building. So sometimes when you go and pitch to an institution, maybe you are doing a B2B, all right? Maybe you are doing a B2B, and then the institution say, yes, we want to buy, but you have to do this. Okay, say, okay, please, before I will do this, can you write a letter of intent that if I get this thing ready, that you are going to adopt, you are going to buy. Do you understand? So all these are, demand validation techniques that you use to begin to build traction. Remember, traction is really important at the early stage of your business. Is that fine? All right, so let's move on. Okay, building with the market in demand. All right, even though we're going to dig deep into this, I feel this is a little more technical for technical founders, but it's important you understand that after you have identified your market, the question is, how do you, it's just like courtship, a man and a woman, exchanging, I like you, I like you, I like you. It's one thing for you to now agree. It's another thing for you to enter a journey together, which is marriage and partnership. All right? And how do you do that? Through courtship, different features, we make it sweet, make it, So that's how it is for your market. So what are the future benefit mapping I need to do so that I can retain my early adopters? So that I can keep them coming regularly and all of that. What are the must-have versus the ones that are not important? Because remember, at early stage, you have very little resources. So I can tell you from someone who has founded something that has failed, and then has founded something that have succeeded and scaled out of Nigeria. I can tell you from that experience. I didn't know most of these things in my first business. I was like, no, this thing is, by the time we do like this, by the time we do like this. And after spending a lot of money and time, I know the painful thing that you cannot even quantify for it, because remember, this is an invention that is not ready. So if someone asks you, what have you been doing the last 1 to 2 years? You will not have anything reasonable to talk about. All right? So that's the reason why it's important to validate, to do that problem solution validation and do it well so that you can escape the valley of the shadow of death. All right, so we'll talk about market entry strategy. I mean, all of these are a bit advanced. So we'll just move into, so that I don't confuse you more, into this important concept called design thinking. All right, over the years, you want to ask a question? Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the insight you provided around the perspective on what a market is, and also for the fact that there is a spirit attached to emotions in the market. Now, what I'm trying to gain clarity around is the level of pain. Now, how do we assess the level? Because I was in a forum where they said there is a mosquito bite, there is a shark bite, and there is this. But then how do we, because to the fact that there is a spirit attached to the emotion, I think that's very, very critical for us to be able to estimate so that we can know how much we are invested in that.
I think it's a good question. So what you would do is, remember that once you are doing your discovery stuff, you are doing qualitative and quantitative research. And quantitative is like you're understanding the number of persons, that you feel is going through that pain, right? Qualitative, which is interview and all of that, you can stipulate it in your questionnaire, like how much, just like in 1 to 10 or in 1 to 20, how much of this pain do you feel? The person now captures it and says, no, I'm feeling it's like 8 for me. It's like 7 for me. Do you understand? So that's how you are able to validate the quality or the pain penetration level. All right? So if that answers that question. So we go into design thinking. So design thinking is important. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Okay. So online, any question online? Please, if you have questions, if there are any stuff, let me know.
Thank you. I wanted to add to that. When you're thinking about pain, there are different ways you can look at it. Is it a need? Is it a want? Are you looking at it from like Maslow's hierarchy of needs? There are certain things that you can actually start qualifying that kind of pain. Is this something that you can also ask them, oh, I feel it is very painful. It's something that annoys me so much. Is this something that you want? Like it's something that if it doesn't happen, it affects either their quality of life. You start looking at it in terms of how needful is it. So I think it's really needs versus wants. There are things that we really want. There are things that if we don't have electricity, if you don't have, how does it affect your? Yeah, so are you solving? If you are solving an electricity problem, how many people does it affect? You can start looking at nearly everybody across different fields, across different sectors, across different aspects. It affects what they do. So is it a need? Is it a want? You start qualifying it based on that.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Sincerely, we are only about 15%, 16% into the workshop. All right, and we're already, I feel we are losing some time. All right, we have a workshop after this that's important, which is before you. So I want to be able to quickly finish up on it, and then if there are other questions, like I said, I'm going to be around, to do some form of coaching or advisory stuff. All right, so that we're able to, sir. And in the WhatsApp group also, all right, I'll be there in the WhatsApp group to further, even though it's not part of my contract, but of course, we are family, and the CEO is here in person. I'm covered. I'm covered fully. All right. So let's talk about design thinking. Remember, I told us that the reason most of, I go through over 1,000 decks in a year. I see business innovations across Africa. A lot of, and I've evaluated. I would say I'm one of those guys who have evaluated most applications in terms of technology in Africa. Last year alone, the major technology incubation programs that happened, whether it's Meta, whether it's Intel, and all of that, I was privileged to be in the evaluation team. So I see a lot of decks. I see a lot of innovation. And one of the things that I notice is that most Africans are designing products that people don't need. So you don't want to get into that trap where you spend a lot of time and resources to do stuff and people don't need it. And that's why design thinking is important. So what's the concept of design thinking? It's a human-centered approach to innovation that integrates the user needs. The first is what? User needs. Second is what? Technology possibility. And the third is what? Business requirements. So these are important stuff in design thinking. As you are designing, can you actually possibly translate it into technology? The second is the user needs. Are they fully captured? Do you know your personnel? Do you know what their needs are? And then what is the requirements you need to do a business? All right. So design thinking mindset is really important because in the US and in Europe, in fact, in Europe for the most part, design thinking is part of almost every aspect of their life, even in government. So government, for instance, before they even design anything that social product or utilities, they try to do they try to carry people along, send users, do surveys and all of that. So design thinking is really important, and I think we should begin to look at how to. So the mindset is human-centered perspective. Everything is about human. All right. As we're doing this workshop, remember to carry everybody along. I have to pause sometimes and listen to your questions. That's human-centered design, because you have to. The people you are solving for, the people that you are serving, have legitimate needs and have legitimate rights to something. Do you understand? So when you are designing anything with them, you need to bring them together. Have a very solid feedback loop. All right? And so if you notice, I don't want to go, but most marriages do not succeed based on human-centered design. So design thinking. So with this concept, you can take design thinking into every aspect of life. Some people say it's democracy that is over democratized and all of that, but it's important that, if you are entering any partnership, you are entering anything that you are dealing with humans in their self, the design, you have to be at that point where you are considering their input, you are considering their insight. All right? Another mindset of it is radical collaboration. Remember the word radical collaboration. So there are people that I've worked with a lot of people. There are people that I avoid working with. Those ones, analysis paralysis. They will analyze. You don't want to do work with those, but you have to work with them. So radical collaboration would mean that you say, we don't have time, sweetheart. You need to come up with this solution so that we can move quick. When the person is overanalyzing, you say, Madam, or Ga, I think we need to leave this loop quickly. We need to move on. So, but the fact that you say, oh, I don't need you, I'll go and design this thing by myself and bring it to you. The person will say, I'll come and use it now. Do you understand? So design thinking, you have to have rapid, radical collaboration, and the culture of prototyping. Culture of prototyping talks about that, quickly you need to bring out something. You don't have to wait and for a long time you're talking about it, having meetings. And I hate meetings. Like, if I have my way, there will be no meetings. But it's an important place where people come together, congregate to talk about things to move the organization. But there are people that in that meeting, they will take 30 minutes. They will drag you left and drag you down, but you need them. Because those ones, when they catch it, they're on fire. They will never lose it. They will be your big ambassadors and all of that. So, also in design thinking, we do show, don't tell. Don't tell. Remember I said, theoretical stuff. Show us. If the person is saying, no, this thing can happen, and let us see. So that's the culture of design thinking. The person they need to be showing what they are doing. Then the bias towards action. So action is everything. You don't want to be in the trap where, you guys over the months, you're not bringing up anything. So there's a bias towards, not taking quick action. So why design thinking is important for research commercialization, now this is important. Bridges technical expertise with market needs. So there are market needs, and you have, you need a show where technicality meets the market. So design thinking will make you understand that, I can be technical, but my technicality is useless if it does not address market needs. So that's what design thinking is. So no matter how technical you are, no matter what you are beautiful, you need to interact with it. You need to marry the market. You need to collaborate with people in the market. So another reason why it's important for research commercialization, that it reduces the risk through iterative testing. What if iterative testing? Iterative testing, it's about you quickly agreeing on something and deploying and testing it. So as a team, you guys quickly agree that, oh, let's change this feature because the market is saying that no, for instance, this red button should be here. So let's move this red button to this place. So you guys will quickly, iterate and come back to it again until it's done and show it to the market. And the market say, oh, now we are adopting it, and then you test it again. So that's iteration. Iteration is continuous building with the market. Remember I said you build with the market. You don't build and give the market and then allow them to give you money. Do you understand? That is the method that's not been working, that has made a lot of organizations fail. All right? So let's go on to design thinking processes, and it's important we just highlight on them. There are 5 stages, right? Empathize. This is really important, and even me as I'm talking, I need it too. Because sometimes we always feel, we know this thing, we try to deploy it. The first thing is empathize with your market. Oh, you really feel that this thing is bad? Oh, tell me more. So what is happening is that you are making you are making the market to adjust, to feel free with you, for them to tell you totally how they are paying. Remember I said no pain, no gain, no market. All right? So empathize, use the user needs and context, do your interviews so that you have quality data, right? And then the outcome is rich. So what I usually do is I like to combine qualitative and quantitative data. Once you establish secondary data as your baseline, it's important that some of the outcomes from those secondary data that are important, you bring them to qualitative data, which is interviews and having one-on-one with the persons that are actually going through that problem. So that will help you have rich insight about the user experience. Is that clear? All right. So then define, which is the second stuff. So after you have empathized, you now have all the rich insights for the user. The next point is what's called the point of view statement. Because this is it's a crash course, I probably would have shown you what point of view is. Point of view is that you're trying to define what the problem statement is. It's important to define and that's what we're going to do, shortly after now. You define what the problem statement is. And then the next thing you are going to do is what? You ideate. Ideate is one now, within the team that are diverse ideas on how to solve this problem. So everybody will say, no, let's climb. For instance, it's okay, how do we come to this hotel? One person will say, no, in the night now, let's just disappear as witches and appear here. Another person will say, no, let us enter bicycle and come here. Another person will say, no. I mean, we can do helicopter, exactly. So no jet. I don't used to do anything that is not jet. I cannot do jet. They have to clear this, do a strip in this Ikeja, especially for me. So everybody will come with their own stuff. So you don't throw it away because you are ideating. And there's something that happens in ideation that affects most people's confidence. When somebody says something that, especially even in the group work that you're going to be having, don't turn down people. Don't turn down anything. What you do is, this is okay. So empathize first. Remember, the design thinking means you have to empathize. So this is good. Let's keep it, but we have a short time to get this stuff. Let's use the aggregated knowledge or aggregated information that we have within the group, to move ahead. So, generate diverse solution concept, brainstorming what's possible idea, and then you have multiple solution concept. Now, I have seen in real life how this thing works. Most of the solutions that come for even big organizations are not things that were scheduled. There's some random nonsense person who say, no word nonsense though, but they'll just say, I think we should just remove the roof. And then they will not laugh at that person. They will write it down. Remove the roof. And then a group of people can come and start pondering, but if we remove this roof, we can actually get something. What technology can we use in removing the roof? So we're looking at possibility paths. If the routing path to the solution is harder and harder, then you know that it is not the way to go. But you discarding it from day one, they say no, this doesn't make sense. You know, it's not a design thinking methodology or technique. All right. Okay. So testing. So prototype. I just talked about prototype, ensuring that you do something that people can, quickly, relate to, and then you test and gather feedback and go back again. This is a loop. This is a loop. You go through that loop again, empathize again, and with your market, and say this is what we have done. Define again. So sometimes you can even stay. You are redefining a problem based on refinement that you are getting. Sometimes it's not even the first time. The first problem definition is the correct problem definition. All right. In the Bible, I'm just going to say, God said, "Let there be light." It was when the light was established that He now said, "Let us make this one. Let us do this." So He didn't say, "Let there be all the world, let all the world happen immediately." Do you get what I'm saying? So in this empathy stuff and all this whole stuff, you're establishing that first problem statement. You say, okay, this is what we are understanding first about this problem. And then the second time you can come again and redefine that problem and say, oh, the problem, we're narrowing this problem statement down more. And then maybe at the third or fifth iteration, remember this is an iterated stuff, it's now getting clearer. So when you design like this, there's no how you will miss it. There's no how that somebody will not remove money and give you because of the problem you have solved for that person. Do you understand? So that's why design thinking is important. You go through this loop. In fact, in Facebook, or what's called Meta now, it is an endless loop. It continues until maybe the product is out, is phased out, or stuff. For in product development, it's an endless loop. You continue to refine. That's why Facebook, for how many years now, is still being useful. Because how can you be around for over 20 years, or let's say 15 years, and then people are still, people are pivoting from Facebook. They say, okay, no, let's do Instagram. If they miss Facebook, they will not miss Instagram. They will go and wait for you at Instagram. And if you are doing this, they are looking for another one again to go and create for you. So why? Because they are iteratively listening to the market. They are looking at the algorithms. They spike in a particular need. Why do people need this stuff? So this is what real research is like for the market, because it's a circle and iteration. It's not a one man, do it all kind of stuff. Is that okay? All right, so let's move on. Okay, so all of this, I think I spent time, talking a little about this. So we're going to be, now this is really important because this is what is in front of everyone. All right, business model. How do we now take our research outputs and transform them into a business model? So we're going to be talking about some key components of the business model. Canvas. I don't know for the online guys, I don't know how you are going to do your business model canvas. But yeah, what would happen is that in the breakout sessions that you're going to have, you're also going to divide into 5 groups. And in the 5 groups, I'm going to share, yes, in the 5 groups, where's the secretariat guy? Okay, good. So there is a BMC, there's a BMC 5 questionnaires in the BMC. So you can share it for each person in each. Have you seen it? You've seen it. Okay, good. So share it for each group. I'm going to share. Yes, you can use the white. They can also use the whiteboard to do their stuff. I'm going to beat myself if I forgot this. Okay. All right, so we're in 5 groups, right? We're in 5 groups here, right? So we're going to name, this is group 1, this is group 2, this is group 3, this is group 4, and this is group 5. Is that fine? So group 1, group 1, your name of the group is Wellspring Innovations. It's on healthcare. Group 2, the name of your group is EdTech Trailblazers. You are doing education. Group 3, the name of your group is AgriNova Collective, and you are in agriculture. Yes. Group 4, okay, this is group 5. Group 5, you are doing renewable energy, close to your space, and financial inclusion here. So, all right. So, okay, just one second, because after now I'm going to allow you. Like I said, your group is your family members, and in your family, one house, no sidebars. Okay, so what I'm going to be saying is that for each of this group, you are going to design your business model based on the case scenario that was given to you. I gave everybody a case scenario. Every group a case scenario. Explained. I even did problem statement for you. So remember that, problem statement has been made for you. So you're going to follow instructions to do what? To do your research outputs, convert it to a business model canvas, your value proposition, customer segment. You know why I brought it? So that you know that what am I going to do? I will have to pay attention to what this man is going to say next now. Because you might not know what to do. All right? So I had to share so that you understand what you are going to face very soon and pay attention, to it. So what is value proposition? Value proposition is the value that you are proposing. It's as simple as that. So after you have had the problem, you are proposing a value to solving that problem. All right? So that's your value proposition. What are your customer segments? Your customer segment, like I said, is who are the customers that will purchase or that will patronize you. Then cost structure is what is the pricing? What is the revenue? What is the cost structure that you are going to be using, for this solution? Remember when you were doing your experiment, you'll be asking them, can you pay for this amount? Can you pay for this amount? So the people that can pay for a range, the aggregated, range is what you're going to use to say, oh, okay, this is what the pricing is going to look like. You're not the one to set the price. The biggest problem is that most people set price for their product. So once you do that, it's going to be an issue. So key resources and activities is you're going to list out the things that you are going to do. Don't speak long English, just list. We are going to do partnership. We are going to do this. Just speak. Is Madam Ocha here? All right, ma'am. Please, is it possible to share this? So this is what we are going to do. We have this. Okay? For each of the components in front of you, right? You are going to be given a sticker note. So for the value proposition, you write the value proposition back. For the cost structure, you say this is what our cost is going to be like. You pick either one or two of the sticky stuff. At the end of the day, you're going to have different and stickers on each one. The idea about this is that you need to understand what your business is solving. So this is what is called the business model canvas, used to understand how to transfer your research outputs into a business model. Is that okay? All right, so I want you guys to reflect on it. We have less than 10 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm going to be coming around your table. Remember that everything you are doing, what you are doing now is also a prerequisite to what we are going to do in the section 4. That is commercialization roadmap. So it's important you take this very seriously. Select your presenter, select your timekeeper, select your secretariat. Select your presenter, select your timekeeper, select your secretariat. So for each one, key partners is the number. So I know that some people will cheat. So let's just open it up. Wait. Some people has ChatGPT. It's fine. I cannot tell you not to use ChatGPT or use any other stuff. But I want to help you, to guide you so that it's not just about using ChatGPT to generate, some of these components. It's important that you reflect on it as a team. Even if you guys decide to use ChatGPT, you understand what you are doing. So that it's not a fully complete copy and paste kind of stuff. All right. So we have, for this workshop, we have how many minutes? 30 minutes. It's a very important workshop. All right. So choose your guys and begin. Remember, you are making presentation 5 minutes. Each team is making a 5 minutes presentation. Your timekeeper should be the person reminding you of the time. Please elect a timekeeper.
One of our members in AOPN.
Okay. Hello, guys. One, can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? Well done for the work so far. Can I have your attention, please? All right. So there's a training going on in the other hall, and they are saying our noise level. Really, you see, our noise level is high, and I like it because our engagements are very insightful. That's why our noise level is high. But somehow, if it's possible, we should just bring it a little low, all right, and still be engaging. Then, secondly, the assessment you are giving. Please write your name on them. The first assessment, not the IP. The first assessment. So how it's done is that the baseline, we want to be able to make a copy of it. Remember, this is for you, right? But we want to have a copy. All right? So what that means is that write your name on it so that we can actually give it back to you once we do the photocopy. We want to be able to say, okay, this baseline has been established. What happens from here after the program? Was there impact? Right? And assess that properly. All right, so these two things. Thank you for the engagement. And your timekeepers, if it's not working, my God, 8 minutes gone. Okay, minus 1 minute now. All right, have a fruitful deliberation. Why are you? Please use your stickers. So your stickers are important. Your sticky notes. Your sticky notes should just list those things. All right. Let's keep our voice level low, 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 please. So let's speed up. Let's speed up.
That's number 8. Number 8. We are about to finish this. Use your stickers. Use your stickers. Remember, it's your stickers that you are using for presentation. All right. Just list bullet points on the stickers. Bullet points. "15 minutes more." Use your stickers. Use your stickers. On the stickers. Yes, on this. Somebody, yes, and you need a secretariat to be writing for you. Yeah, bullet points. Yes. Our noise level can come down. Please let our engagement level.
Yes. Use your stickers, please. Yes. Human centered design. Oh. So yes. So what would have happened is ensure that everybody understands the case scenario. All right. Understand, everybody in the team should understand the case scenario. Yes, this is beautiful. I'm seeing your stickers are coming up. Well, you guys are doing well. Well done. This is good. Bullet points for the presenter to elaborate on. Our voice level is high. Can we come down a little? How is it coming? Very well, right? Is it engaging? You are learning too. For free. Nice. If you have confusion, I'm here. Yes, our voice level is high. Can we come down? This team is very, 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 very aggressive, and I like it. Right? I'm available for support. If you have confusions, I'm here. We are. Yes. No, he's saying.
What I'm saying, even in the context of what you have even read, you need to write an abstraction out.
Please, I don't agree with
Take time. It will take time. No. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Just list them. Back. Yes, straight off. Exactly. So.
They've developed a solution, right? And they said the solution, they want to know whether it's viable and the market will accept it and profitable because they might need investors to invest on it. So who are the key partners? Who are the people that must be involved to make sure that if this product developed by the university will scale to the market,
Yes.
who are the
Key partners. So you list it. Yes.
The first person, let me just give you an example.
Yes.
Let's
You know we have steps here. There is a reason for this.
That is the step by step.
Okay, the voice level is coming up. This is interesting. Don't exhaust your stickers. So you can write more than one thing inside. I'm seeing that you are using just one stuff. It's radical. Nice. I'm here. Do you need my help? Oh yes, I see beautiful work going on. Beautiful. I think you can also share your work. You can share your work instead of everybody doing one thing at the same time. You can share your work.
You say, okay, this group can do this group can do this, so that you are fast, you know. Okay, key partners, right? Um, online, how is he going online? What's the deliberations online? Do you have any issues online? The conversation, how is it going online? You posted different, all of them different stuff, right? At once, yeah. No, you can be leaving and coming in. Go to each group, just go in and ask, hope there is no issue. Just be each group. If they have any issue, you can now relate to me. You just sign out, ask any questions, wait about 2 minutes, then sign back again, so that we're carrying everybody along. Well done. I love this group. You are progressing really hard and really fast. And I like the way you are collaborating. Great work. Great work. This group looks like you are the slowest. So share your work. I think you should share your work into share it into two. Two people, somebody should be doing customer relation. Two other guys should be doing customer segment. Two other guys should be doing customer proposition. So once you are doing that, then the next set, you can share another two again. Do you understand? Okay, so just share yourself 2-2-2. Exactly. 2-2-2, exactly. Yeah, then you swap later so that you can catch up. Because other groups have moved very fast. All right, let's go. So 8 more minutes to go. 8 more minutes to go. Yes. So 2 ways to this. You guys can be doing. So you guys are almost done. So nice. 8 minutes. 8 minutes more. 7 minutes more. Sorry. 7 minutes more. So share it. Share it. Share it. Somebody should be writing. Right? Then this group, you have 2. Somebody should be writing. So choose the 2 that you'll be doing. You choose the 2 that you'll be doing. You choose the 2 that you'll be doing. So I can move.
Value proposition.
All right. If you are not too certain, you can use your chat GPT. Right? Huh? Of what? Yes, it's there. No, it's for the online guys now. No, guys online. We have over 35 people online. Yes. You need the soft. Why do you need the soft copy? Oh, I get.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love what I'm seeing. Okay, so 6 minutes more. 6 minutes more. 6 minutes more. Six. Okay. Okay. I took some time. Five minutes more. 5 minutes. Four minutes more. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Yeah, I like the coordination here. This is beautiful. This is clean. This is really clean. Well done. Okay, let's start rounding off. Beautiful, beautiful. 2 minutes more. So look at the components you've not attended to and attend to the components. Eh? No, this one you have. No, you still have like 3 now. No, this. But it's for everybody now. I gave everybody everything. Yeah. Let's round off. Let's begin to round off. Okay, our voice level is a bit high. Can we tone down a little? Can we tone down a little? Yes. Sorry? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Can we tone down a little and then begin to round off? All right, begin to do fine tuning. The fine tuning. Look at the components that you have the weakest representation. The components that have the weakest representation, try to fill it in this last minute. Just look at it as a map. Look at the components that you didn't do so much, and then try to fill in. But it's here now. Cost structure, major categories considering the Nigerian computing environment.
impact of import duties local.
Exactly. So we're going to pay taxes.
Do you understand? It's there. So all these things are there. Everything is there.
Don't worry, I'll do the cost.
Okay. We're in the last 30 seconds. You know, this is an exam, right? No. Fuck, man. How far? You came all the way. Are you serious? Wow, this other guy from Kwara. So I couldn't make it to the AfriConnect. I was supposed to speak there. He organized it. No, AfriConnect is large actually. So I was supposed to be part of the speakers there, but I couldn't join. So he said he was interested. So I gave him our pass. So he's already there. Came from Kwara. Happy to see that we're all here.
Great job. Where is that paper?
All right, time up. Pens up. All right, guys. I would say that this is one of the most interactive workshop that I've seen lately. And that's because we all are doing rapid collaboration. We don't know each other from anywhere, and we're able to get a product designed together. For me, I feel that it's big. We broke down barriers and prejudice, personal issues and biases were broken down, and I'm happy that we're able to still collaborate forward. It tells a lot. In fact, I was so scared at some point. You know, researchers have one way of thinking. I'll say, are they going to collaborate? But you have defied that thinking for me, that researchers can collaborate and do design thinking together. So I'm really happy. So put your hands together for yourself. Let's begin. Let's begin to have presentations. So every team is coming out. No. This is your slide. Now your business model canvas is your slide. You have one person or two persons hold it for you, and then somebody will present, and then I'll take the questions. Maybe you have one or two persons ask questions, but remember, you're going to just say your problem statement shortly. You're not going to read everything out because we don't have so much time. So try to summarize your problem statement from the case scenario that we're giving, and then explain. Some people are still doing this stuff. Is it cheating? Is it cheating? It's leverage. Oh my God. Okay, team. Okay, group one. Let's have group one. Put your hands together for group one as they make that presentation. I am listening to you. If you don't clap in your own time, we won't clap for you. All right, everybody in group one is coming. Introduce yourself. Anybody that is presenting, we introduce every other person. All right, and then make your presentation. So you are talking about. All right, it's fine. If the ones that cannot come out is fine. All right, because I'm going to be here with you. All right, if you cannot come out, it's fine. There's no stuff because. Yes, you can just mention their names. Where's the other microphone? And then tell us what you guys are doing, what you are working on, and what you are able to do. All right? All right, let's go.
Yes. All right, we're here. Okay, cool. This is Team Zion. I've just named it that. My name is Samuel, and with the team we have Richard, Michael, Kinsley, Adijoke, Tokwe, Sirajo, and myself, Samuel. There's someone else. Chizoma that was not in the meeting at all.
She's the chief operating officer, operating everything here.
I'm not agreeing to that.
So to be guided.
We do ethics here. But anyway, moving forward. Okay.
Nice.
So our problem was we had to look into, as a university, we have a digital imaging and AI application that can help to assess malaria as soon as possible for stakeholders that have malaria. We've discovered that we gain over 60 million cases annually, which is a large pain point, as we've learned today, across Nigeria, and our, again, demographic focusing on the Nigeria ecosystem. As a team, we have come together to come up with a solution on how we can commercialize this, because it's really hard to get this technology to rural areas, which we believe are one of the people that face some of this problem the most, because in rural areas there's more mosquitoes.
3 minutes more.
3 minutes more.
So remember, it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just quickly establish and then do your business components quickly.
Yes, we have tested this with 500 patients, and we believe that it actually gives accuracy 95 better than the traditional laboratory testing. Guys, you shouldn't be working on yours. You should be listening to us, because your money is needed. Come on, listen to us. Thank you.
I love that.
Thank you very much. All right. Now, focusing on how we're trying to do this, right? We have discovered that we would create a way to get this solution, this imagery and AI, into telemedicine and into the healthcare sectors, the primary healthcare sectors in rural areas. And how we're going to do that, we've discovered, we'll just use this to show you. Our key partners to get this solution into those locations will be the primary healthcare system, also presenting this to the Ministry of Health, because they have access to these rural areas, information, data that we can also access. And then we thought about the app producers, those that give telemedicine at the moment, like apps that you can get your instant healthcare or speak to a doctor. Those can help us to get these things to the hands of these primary healthcare patients. And then the patients themselves are some of the people we need to reach out to. Our key activities are that we would find ways to train people on using such a technology. I think some of the limitation that were discovered why this thing is not existing is because people don't know about it. So we need to train on the skills and also the infusing of this technology.
1 minute more.
Whether it's apps or so our key resources is the technology itself.
Just list because your narrative is correct.
The technology itself, the skills, the space, the human-centric. Our value proposition is to create an instant healthcare application for assessing malaria instantly, right? It gives speed, accuracy, and it's cost efficient for anyone that's using it. We'll be speaking to the rural area leaders in those places, traditional rulers and NGOs, to be able to get these things into their hands and do that through an application, an app, or a software that they can use in their primary healthcare. And how we'll gain our revenue is that they can buy the API. They can do subscription models, whether through the these mobile apps that we have, or you can do pay as you go, which you just come straight to this pharmacy. You can come to a pharmacy, you can do it through your insurance, and you get instant pay for getting a malaria assessment. I know now if you wanted to get malaria assessment, it take you hours, right? And then our target market is to make sure that we focus on the rural areas, which we've seen that many of these problems happen more in the rural areas, and that's why we're using this sort of strategy to gain our funding and move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Put your hands together for them. So I'm going to ask a question, because when you were talking, you said they are going to build whether an app or something.
No, not building an app. We already have apps that exist, telemedicine apps.
Yes.
So what we do is we sell them the APIs, so that they, through those APIs.
Okay. Now, sorry.
API is application.
The interface.
Interface. Program interface.
No, so the question is, I'm seeing that you said your segment, rural guys, are part of your segment. APIs and rural guys, how are they matching?
Oh, so that's why we spoke about our key activities and our key partners. Our key partners and activities will shape that way of getting that to them, which train the personnels, also the primary healthcare there, and then the leaders of those communities. Even if it was 2 people that had a phone in there and is integrated into this NGO partnership, we can take the money for each data set that is being created. Again, we definitely know that there is a limitation of when it comes to this type of. First, the moment we got this problem, we knew that the limitation is data. There's no integrated
Yeah.
data for healthcare, and because if there was integrated data for healthcare, we'll be able to access everybody and be able to check how many times they're checking for malaria and so on and so forth. So there's still much to be done.
All right, put your hands together for them. This is, well, in a short time, 30 minutes, to come up with solutions like this makes sense. Okay, group 2, remember that you guys are going to still stay together, because the last workshop will be built upon what you have done now. All right. Okay, so introduce yourself and then quickly just hit the components. Let's move on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes.
My name is Dr. Joseph, and on my team I have Dr. Kate, I have Alimat, I have Bukola, I have Ogundele, Shoktokwe, and Ituro. Yes, I have them on the team, and we are presenting on EdTech Trailblazer.
Okay, your tone is too slow for us, right? Hit bullet points. Key
Okay,
points,
so we
just
are
use the
looking
stuff
at
quickly. Use your stuff. Just
so
be
we are
reading
looking
them.
at software developed for schools, and this is an offline educational software that is being developed for schools. And so our value proposition that we are looking at, our key partners first are the parents. We are looking at the government. We are looking at government organizations and NGOs in the educational sectors. Our key activities, please put it straight. Our key activities is partnering with telecoms. We are partnering with telecoms. We are partnering with government agencies also and marketers to be able to reach out to schools even in the rural areas. Our value proposition is the fact that this gives teachers the ability to be able to manage students, do their tracking online, and to be able to have interactive with students and teachers seamlessly.
2 minutes more.
Our key resources is control, to be able to have controls with the students, to see them participate actively in all their activities. Please, the next one.
Yeah, sorry. So the key resources includes like tools that we use to actually achieve these things, which includes tools for content curation, engaging the teachers, and licensing, because we know that it's a school app, and we talked about intellectual property. So there is a need for us to have license to actually protect the intellectual property of that app. So that is what we'll be doing. And for the customer relationships, we'll be working with a lot of people, parents, instance, and number one is the community leaders, because we feel like for you to actually build an app for school, you need to actually have access to the LGEA, which is the local government education advisor. You can't just go into a school and say, hey, we have a app. We need to actually have seek consent from them, and we have the go ahead before then moving for that to meet the community leaders, the parents, the teachers, air tutors, and the school owners. And the channels we'll be using to drive this includes
1 minute more.
social media engagement, open market school demo, like going to schools, having a live demo of how this app works, what the schools and students need to tend to benefit using the app, the curriculums that will be on it. So there will be a live demo to show that the schools will be interested and will be able to invest in the app. And our customer segment are generally segmented into primary schools, secondary schools, and internet connectivity. Then the EdTech, the app developers. And our cost structure, we are looking at web developers, salaries to put up the living curriculum that will be on the app, logistics, marketing cost structures. And also, our revenue streams include sales of the tablet, subscription to the app and content on the app, then educational content and government grants. We know that government grants actually help us to increase our reach and ensure that we have a lot of schools that have access to this app.
Okay, put your hands together for them. This is the summary was good. Again, remember that questions. All right. Who has a question?
I know you have a question.
Okay.
I know you would have a question. Why? I know you would have a question. Go ahead.
Why did you laugh?
I know you have a
Okay, so
question.
my question is great presentation. My question is, what type of application is this app you're building? What type of
Yeah,
application?
it's an educational.
No. What type of app? We know it's an education. What type of app is it? Because that's the core. Is it a web app, mobile app?
Okay. It's actually an offline app that has content on
There's
it.
nothing like offline app.
There is like.
So is it a web app or a mobile app?
That has been preloaded. Preloaded.
Preloaded. Yes, offline actually.
Offline.
Okay, so see that business case, and that's why it's important. Yeah, so that's why it's important to establish your case scenario quickly, guys. Other guys that are presenting in the first 1 minute, present your case scenarios quickly so that people can follow what you are building. All right, is this a nice presentation? Also, go and do some reflection. You don't have to talk; just reflect on your presentation because the next workshop is going to be based off on what you have done. So it's important you reflect even on your presentation. How would you have prevented better? What are the things that we didn't capture and all of that? All right. So great presentation. Thank you so much. Well done, well done, well done, well done. So education is good and health has done. Education has done. This is supposed to be my favorite team because their handwriting, they are so clean. Exactly.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
So this is Amadi U. Kingsley, and along with me are Solomon Waneri, Charlotte Nduribe, Adeola Balogun, and Bukola Ajani. Our product, Cassava Pro, is a cassava preservative that extends the life of cassava from 2 to 3 days to 2 weeks. So our value proposition is that it as a result of the increase of the shelf life of cassava, it increases the cost or the earnings of the farmer. It reduces the cost of production. It improves affordability, and also it reduces the reliance on refrigeration and quick processing. Our key partners. For our formal partners, you have local, state, and federal.
You can have this.
So we have tertiary institutions like the Federal University of Agriculture. We have research institutions like IITA and National Root Service Crop Research Institute. And we have regulatory bodies like NAFDAC and so on, because without them, we can't get this product to the market. As to our key partners that are local, we have our local government chairmen, the traditional rulers for engagement, religious leaders, the youth organization and women organization. Our key activities. To reach out to these people, we'll have to do jingles, radio, and TV sensitization, partnership with religious groups, microfinancing and marketing. Also, we have to carry out community sensitization from town to town or from village to village. We'll have to work with the research institutions for training and retraining, and then get feedback channels from the users. Key resources, processing machines to make sure that we produce these products, water availability to make sure that when it's been applied, there's water to make sure it's applied properly, and agri extension workers to make sure that there is an maximal application of Cassava Pro.
1 minute more. 1 minute more.
Okay, so cost structure. Research and development for testing and retesting, importation where necessary, and product development and outsourcing to reduce costs as the case may be.
No. Cost structure. what I'm hearing is that cost structure? What's your cost structure? Say it again because that one didn't sit
yes,
well.
it says there's impact on cost, the factors that impact the cost of the products.
Okay.
Okay,
let me read
Yes, cost
the
structure.
now again. Let me see this stuff. If you look at the cost structure that was given to you, major cost categories. All right. Of input, yeah. So categories. So what I'm expecting in cost structure is more like the pricing.
Okay.
For that product and all of that.
Yes,
Yes, everything should be inclusive of the pricing. Yeah. Good. So all of them should be inclusive in a cost, a pricing model. All right. So that's what I want to see. All right. A pricing model for what you are doing, because it's the pricing model. When I look at your customer segment, I look at your pricing model, and key activities. I know what you are building. So this cost structure shouldn't be narrative of some sort, but it should be some form of pricing category. All right? All right, that would be nice. But I can tell you that I kind of, though you gave me more insight, than every other person who have presented. All right, put your hands together for them.
Thank you.
Okay, so reflect on your cost structure, and also every other person should readjust their cost structure. Don't tell me plenty stories on cost structure. I want to see pricing. I want to see, because every product has a price in the market. So no story that this one would happen, this one wouldn't happen. No. Just cost. So, all right. Sorry? I said cost. Okay, cost structure. I said it should reflect your pricing, especially pricing. All right. So whatever thing you are building should have a price in the market. All right. And it should be a category. It shouldn't be just one price. All right. So if you remember that you have a segment, what are you selling to those segments? How much of that quantity are you? Or how much? It's part of revenue, but there's a relationship between your cost structure and revenue model. Revenue model is how the monies are going to come in. All right? How the monies are going to come in. Cost structure talks about cost, right? And pricing. Cost and pricing. All right, put your hands together for them. They have the highest number of ladies in there, so there's going to be gender bias. Yeah, it's women based. Okay. Yeah, yours should be actually. Okay, super. Yes. And so far so good. Everybody has done above average, and this is really commendable. But again, let's reflect on this. It's going to be, you're going to go home, it's your own personal assignment, and design your own business model. So the whole idea about this is so that you can have an idea of what to do. All right? So your own personal assignment is you going home to design your own business model. One house. Okay, let's drop down on the sidebars, okay? Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So for this team, we have some of the members here. We have Professor John, okay, and we have Professor Ngozi Imaga. We have Zainab. We have Dr. Obot Eseken. We have Dr. Akolade. We have Gideon Fakolade.
You're using 1 minute to do introduction.
We also have my humble self, Dr. Jayoba. So,
one house.
Zainab. Okay, yes, I've called her Zainab. Okay, so our product is a money market, and is based on a USSD-based voice recognition tech that is going to use local languages for banking operation without smartphones. So here, we are proposing our value proposition. We are we are building a USSD based app that is not going to use smartphone. It's going to be used because it's going to address the market women that are mostly uneducated, and therefore it's not going to use a smartphone. It's going to be based on USSD. So that's what the product is going to be. Then what are the targets? Customers, that's those that will be paying us. Our pay point, okay, will be the market women, the traders, the small business owners, and the uneducated. So it's going to serve a large community that will have access to that. Then we are the customer relationship that we are going to build will be a direct customer, because what we looked at was that the app, we want it to reach a large population so that there will not be any barrier in between. So we are going to establish direct customer relationship. There is going to be a direct engagement. There is going to be union with unions and associations, because we know that market women, you can mostly penetrate them through their associations and their union. So we are going to make use of that in order to penetrate them. Then we are also going to make use of market leaders as well. So after that, our channel that we are going to also use to reach them will be through advocacy, radio engagement. For them to be able to embrace our product will be through radio, jingles, TV, and street mobilization. All these things we are going to put in place in order to be able to reach these people. Thereafter, our key activities will be training, then onboarding, marketing. We are going to also involve the stakeholders, engage them so that we can train them, because it's not a complex app. It's something that is USSD based, and it's going to use multi-language system to reach these people. So the outsource, can relate with them based on their language, because it's going to go far all over the nation. It's going to cater for a lot of it's going to overcome the language barrier. So we are going to get them, getting the stakeholders, training and all that will be our key activities in order to achieve that. Then the key important thing is that it's going to be an affordable app, because and that is why we are not involving the use of smartphone there, so that it can be affordable to the traders. So thereafter, our key partners will be banks, regulatory bodies, NITDA, CBN, because we need to carry these people along. We don't want them to serve as barrier. We need the banks to come into it so that they will be able to incorporate the app into reaching the customers, the target customers. Okay, so and then we are, as part of it, we are also bringing in mobile network operators like the MTN, Globalcom, Airtel, and all that, because we are going to use their platform to reach those people. Okay, so thereafter we look at our cost structure. Well, the cost structure that we have developed is quite different from what our leader is telling us, but then we look at it holistically from what you have just said. Maybe it's going to cost, okay, ma'am. Okay, let me list it. We have a lot of things to bring into it. We have the software development, personnel, the HR, the warehouse, all this is. But then, by the time it will go out, based on what you have just told us, maybe it's something that 5,000 naira they should be able to.
Super. Put your hands together for them.
All right. So, and our revenue stream will come from our, subscription, because once they make use of the app, they subscribe, and each time they press it through the USSD code and everything, we get our money. And so, because it's something that is yes, IP licensing as well, because we are going to get the advert also will come into it. So all these things will help us to generate a lot of money, and we are going to be very rich. So our product, that's what we have said. So our product is something that cuts across all the identified barriers. Anybody can use it. You don't have to be in a place where there is light or where there is a USS code. You don't need a smartphone to use it.
Are you the one that developed the product? Nice one. All right. So, questions. Questions. They did. We did ask questions. Okay. What I can see, right,
Alright, sir.
which is good, is that the financial inclusion model makes a lot of sense. My concern is with your channel. All right. So in your channels,
Yes, sir.
you didn't explain more about your channels and all of that. I want another person to talk.
Okay.
Okay. Any other person? Okay, Dr. Funke, you can talk.
All right. Okay, thank you. So typically, channels in business model canvas will be looking at how will these customers reach you? How can they get to you if they want your product or to access you? So in our own case, they can reach us through our physical office. We have a physical office. They can come over there. We also have, for people that can send us message, so they can access us via WhatsApp, SMS, so they can do that. We will engage with them. Pardon? I said SMS for people that don't have, because they don't have to be. Some of them, though they will use USS code, they have WhatsApp. They engage on WhatsApp. So for people that have access to WhatsApp, they can send to us. We have a bot that can also engage with them. Then we have partners in each of those markets. We have stores. We have our agents there, so they can go to physically to meet with our agents as well, and they can call us on the phone. So those are some of the channels they can reach us.
Where would the regulation be in all of these components?
So under the regulation, we put them under our key partners. The regulatory body, they are under our partners. Then under the cost structure, we also have compliance regulation costs that we are also going to incur. So we put all those there. Yeah.
Please keep your work. This is not the end of the work. This is actually the beginning of the work. All right? So reflect on it while we have the last presentation. For the online guys, please, I hope you're actually following what we are doing. We might not have time for you to make your presentation, but the idea about the presentation is for you to see the reality of building a business model canvas. All right, so just follow us. I know that you probably would have done some presentation, but it's fine. Every sector is represented. Health has spoken, fintech has spoken, agric has spoken. The last is what? Education, energy. Awesome. So who is speaking?
Good afternoon. In our group, we have Mr. Emeka, Mr. Lajide, Mr. Tayo, Professor Latunji, I'm Shegun, and we have Dr. Bukola to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we commercialize this product, we want to first win the $500,000 the facilitator promised us. So that's why we're leveraging. Thank you. We present to you Compower, a community-based modular solar innovation that helps to manage load. It's with renewable energy. This product was produced by the University of Nsukka of Nigeria, Nsukka, meaning that it was a collaboration between students, their lecturers, and other members of the university entrepreneurship ecosystem. We have key partners for our product, which we will contact. The problem is that we've done pilot of 2, and we want to commercialize. So the key partners we need, those people that will make it work for us or not work, which we must contact, is the university itself, the student entrepreneurs, because you don't want issues of this was our product, you went to start commercializing it, and you didn't come to us. We're going to work with the local communities. We're going to work with the fintech companies. They are going to be our payment gateways, and also the government agencies, which is NEMSA and NEC. They are the electricity regulatory organization in Nigeria. We're not going to work without them. We're going to have NGOs and investors, because it's going to require a lot of money. We need developmental and venture capitalists who want to put money on this. Our key activities, those are the things we must do to make sure our solution is delivered. So we're going to design and develop the mini grid itself. That's one key activity because our product must reach the market. The installation and commissioning is a key activity. We have to engage with the community and develop the capacity of the community to be able to use our product effectively. Because if they don't use it properly, they come up with feedback that make the other people think that the product is not good. Meanwhile, they are the ones who are not using it well. We're going to have a mobile payment integration. That's how we get our funds in when our people subscribe to our product, because it's going to be subscription based. We have a system monitoring and maintenance as part of our key activities, stakeholder coordination, and then pilot testing and scaling, which is a very important aspect of our work. Our value proposition, presently in Usuka, each household spends about 85,000 naira on power every month. Our research, this is what we found out by our research. But then this product we are giving to them is going to cut that cost by 40%. How many of you don't want to cut your cost of power by 40% in this room? So that's our value proposition. We are cutting it from 85,000 naira to 51,000 naira. In addition to this, as a social service, we are going to support the community infrastructure like schools and clinics with our product. So recently we heard that there was power failure and some people died in Abuja. That is no longer happen because our product will provide the power that is needed to stop things like that. Number 3, we're going to be training the youth of the community. We don't want them to be on the street. So a part of our key value proposition is to train them and make them part of the people working for us. That way we are reducing unemployment. Customer relationship, how do we stay connected to our customers? We are going to involve the community from the plant to operations, and we are going to have on-ground support, an AI-driven customer support service that responds real-time to our customer issues, and then we provide a maintenance after-sales service. Our customer segment, thank you. Our customer segments are those people we are selling to. We'll be selling to rural households. We'll be selling to the aboki who sells Indomie because he needs light to sell his food in the night. We'll be selling to clinics. We'll be selling to schools. We'll be selling to NGOs. We'll be selling to first ladies who want to have pilot projects in their communities. And the next one, which is our key resources. What do we need to get the job done? The first thing we need is the product itself, the mini grid.
Okay.
We'll be needing skilled engineers, and we'll be working with student entrepreneurs from the university. We'll also be needing community buy-in and local supply chain. Getting the components for this project is very important. So we must establish relationship with sellers of the components and also help local manufacturers to produce components for us. Okay. Our channels.
Now let's because of time.
All right,
because
sir.
we have to go for lunch after now, and then when we come back, there's a fast side chat quickly. But to round off, because you are taking almost 6 minutes, so I know that you are the only woman in the. So that's why I'm being careful to say, so that it's not, right? So yeah, because yeah. And you are very close to me, so I'm in trouble if I do anything. All right, so okay, all right. So I think that you have touched on the major things, right? I understand what you are doing, and I'm sure a lot of other people do. So the remaining thing probably is 1 or 2 components, right? So reflect on them.
Okay, sir.
All right. Once you reflect on them, the next we're going to do another presentation around this. So with that, you can now fully express whatever stuff within a limited time, right? Because I want us to keep to our time. Our lunch is 30 minutes. 30 minutes for the lunch. We'll start at 2 o'clock. But before your lunch, we need the self-assessments. The assessments, please write your name on the self-assessment. Kingsley is going to guide us on the next steps.
Please, hello everyone, please. We need this form very, very importantly. This research commercialization self-assessment tool. Thank you. Please, if you feel this, write your name on it. It's very, very important. Please, without this, if I don't have this, we won't give you a certificate. Please. This is very important. The research commercialization self-assessment tool. Without it, if I don't see your name on it, just know we're not going to issue a certificate. The first one, the assessment tool, the first form we issued to you. Yes. Please, if you filled it, just hand it over to me. Make sure you write your name on it. Okay. Please search for it and give me the rest.
Okay, this is mine. Okay.
For those participating online, Prince, are we going for break now? Okay. For those participating online, we are going for lunch shortly. So I understand already that there is an issue online. Once we are back from lunch by 2:30, we will need you to come back online. The issue that you are being faced with online will be solved. Yes. Yes, this one, please. We have their contact already on this thing. We already have. Please. Okay. Please, the M&E has said you should also add your phone numbers on top of the form.
I think I had it.
Yes, it's there. Please, those. Sorry, I'm coming 1 minute. Prince, please, we have other forms. Some people have not gotten the form, please. Yes. The assessment form, if you don't have it. If you don't have the assessment form, we still have more, please. Yes, please. Yeah, you can go and meet him now. Thank you so much. Yes, it's time for lunch. The lunch is happening downstairs. Please, I have your tickets. Please come and take a ticket before you go down, please. The lunch is happening downstairs.
This is what you want, right?
Yes. Please do ensure you fill the form before you go. In fact, if you don't give me your form, I'm not giving you a lunch ticket. If you don't give me your form, your assessment form, I'm not giving you a lunch ticket. So no certificate and no lunch. Once you submit your assessment form, you will get your lunch ticket and you will also get
Yes, let me put my number.
Please. Your phone number, please.
Please, at the lunch, is it in?
Down, yes, downstairs. Just by the right. Yes. Please, let's hurry and go for lunch because we still have 2 more sessions to cover. So please, let's go for lunch quickly. Have you submitted your form?
I was the first.
No submission of your assessment form, no lunch.
You can leave our laptops there.
Yes.
The tickets, I've given my paper. Have you given me your phone? Yes, yes, it's there. See my name there. Thank you.
Have I submitted? No, you have not.
You don't need to submit, sir.
Are you sure? No, I have to submit. I can't. Please submit your assessment form.
Launch ticket, please.
Have you given me your form?
Yes, I've submitted.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Have you given me your form, sir?
No. I've given you
Your assessment form, okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Funke. You didn't write your name. Sorry? Yes, we'll give it to you back. We're going to photocopy it and then we'll give it to you back. I've given you a ticket, Mr. John John. Have you given me your form? Please, you have to give me your form. No, when you give me your form, you get a ticket. No assessment form, no ticket. So please feel. What you said? And don't worry, just fill it quickly. It won't take long. Do you have your form? Yes. Please, can we hasten up so that we'll go for lunch and come back early, please? Once it's 2:30, I'll start announcing that everybody should come back from lunch. You don't want us to keep you here till 6 p.m., I believe. So it's depending on you. I can keep it to 7. Okay, great. We're going to give this back to you. We want to photocopy it, so we need it to track your growth.
Why? What if I don't want you to track my growth? You do seek my consent.
We're
I
seeking
may
your
not. I may not want you.
No, not in that way. Like, it's just for we to use this to do our
Do you
own
get?
assessment.
You are using it for research or your own report, but I may not want to be part
Your
of
name will
that.
not be there. Your name will not be captured in the
You
report.
should have explained this to us and get
Okay.
our consent.
Jeez.
I'm not a lawyer, but that's the
Doctor-
practice. That's the standard.
Very well understanding.
Am I not right?
You're right. Dr. Funke,
So when we
you're very
come
right.
back, it's good to let people know.
Yeah, we will.
That's my suggestion.
So what are we doing now, sir?
Have you given me your form, ma? Please
Have I
give me
met-
your form. Your assessment form, ma.
I've been giving now. Okay, I should come and submit it.
Yes.
Okay, let me
Please.
come.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, don't worry. We'll take it. I have it.
Okay.
You could have collected it without my name.
Downstairs, ma.
Oh,
Well, you've not given me your
let
form.
me come.
Give it back to you. Okay, so that's so we have your consent. We have
Give me your form.
just a suggestion. presentation.
Dr. Funke,
Can I have my
I
ticket?
understand you very well.
Don't worry.
And I need to speak with you, man, because I saw what you're doing.
What am I?
So
Dr.
we'll speak.
Funke, it's valid.
I'll give you your phone.
Since,
Okay.
thank you. Except
Yes.
you put my name in your publication.
I understand.
Which is clear now. Not because we want your personality. And in fact, some people may even volunteer to say, track me. You see, people may even willingly say, I do not mind. In fact, that could even be another level of statistics. You should say, 10 people like
think it's not projecting the session 3. Yeah. Okay. All right, please let's settle down. Let's settle down. We are like 15-20 minutes behind schedule. Awesome. All right, guys. Let's just start up. Up next is a fireside chat with Dr. Itoro. So the idea about the fireside chat is to have someone, in the industry, in the innovation space. We just have a chat, and then we can take questions with her or myself. So I'm happy to start this session so that as the session is going on, we can settle in for the third session. So we have investment readiness, the third session, and the fourth session is the commercialization roadmap. So, like I said, this is Spark, and please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Itoro on stage. Where is the cameraman? Where is the... It's important. No, the photographer. Okay, they are coming. Okay. The online group. Are we good online? Are we together? It's important that the online guys are aware that we want to start. So let's give like another 2 minutes to do a warm break. We'll be happy to have just like a short background of you and how you got into the research space. You are playing at, I would say, at the highest level in Africa, and we want to be able to, get the outcomes, the learnings that has happened over the years. So happy to, to have you come join us in this workshop. For the most part, the conversations we've been having are conversations that have been very important. So happy to have, so just do like a warm introduction and a very short journey that, had brought you to this point.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Itoro Mbolu. I run an innovation hub here in Lagos called TechQuest STEM Academy. I am an engineer by profession. I'm also a researcher, and I would also call myself an ecosystem builder. So some of the things, like you asked how I got into research. Growing up, I've always been very interested in tinkering, like why are things working the way they work? And over time, I found myself in academia, and started off with Lagos, my engineering degree. So I have a mechanical engineering degree. And after that, I went into industry for a bit, but I thought that I would come back and see what can we do around management and things like that. So I did a program at Lagos Business School. I started, so before I did the program in Lagos Business School, I did a master's program in international business because, again, wanted to look at how businesses work, what can we do with that. And then when I finished that, I said, let me do like a PhD more about management. I started a PhD journey. And over time, I found myself in one university or the other. I have like 4 degrees. So at a point, I was called like a professional student because I was always studying. But in terms of research, I think it's something that I've always thought about. Like, there's a lot that is happening in academia, and there's a lot of interesting innovations that are going on. And at the same time, if you come into the innovation ecosystem, that a lot of those things, how can we translate them? How can we make them useful for people. So I've always been very interested in that intersection. And because a lot of those innovations, you know, when we talk a lot about startups, you even mentioned somehow people just think about innovations, then they just dive right into it, creating it without doing a lot of research. And when you now merge it with academia, if you go through any of the programs, research programs in universities, there is a process, there is that rigorous aspect of it. So it was very important for me that how do we bridge academia and industry? What can we do about that? So that's how I got into that, and even in the innovation ecosystem. We do a lot of work around the innovation ecosystem. I'm also a connector for Digital Africa that tries to support entrepreneurs across Africa, supporting them, funding them. And then I joined the AfriLabs as a member. So TechQuest is a member of AfriLabs. AfriLabs is a network of over 500 innovation hubs across 53 of the 54 African countries. So we have members in over 227 cities in Africa. And they all do similar things. How can they support innovation? How can they support entrepreneurship? And how can they build their different ecosystems? So that's something that we do. And what we do in AfriLabs, I started the AfriLabs research, the research group. And the reason why I thought about that is that if we have like 500 organizations, innovations across Africa, they are doing a lot of projects, they are doing a lot of interesting things. How can we collaborate a bit more? How can we learn from other people's successes and failures also, because there's a learning curve there. So how can we build research capabilities there so that we're able to evidence impact starting from the beginning of the project rather than in hindsight.
Super, thank you so much for the insight. You know, most of us here are in the workshop because there are challenges in turning research into commercial products. So what do you feel has been the issues, you know, limiting research? We just did a poll. We did a research, a quick ChatGPT research, and found out that 98% of researchers in Nigeria never find themselves in the market. So just 2% basically find themselves in the market. So what, from the perspective of an ecosystem stakeholder and player, what do you see across Africa and Nigeria basically as the challenge?
So there are a couple of challenges. One of the first challenges I would say, and I think you touched around that, market readiness, and you talked around technology readiness also. So a lot of researchers, they focus on the technology readiness aspect. So they've designed it, they have a very interesting innovation, but for you to get to that market readiness, there has to be adoption from the market. So the first step is translating that your research. Most times, most academic research, they are very technical, very technical. So the first thing is, how can you make that easy to understand? Almost like if they ask, like if I go around the room now, you tell me what you do, how can you explain what you are doing to a 10-year-old? You know, because for the market to adopt it, they need to understand it first. People can have innovation here. If they don't know what it does, they will never use it. It might be sitting on this table and everybody's complaining, but nobody knows how to use it. So the first thing, bridging that gap to ensure that you are creating solutions for the market that the market needs, is making that your solution understandable. Ease of understanding to be able to solve the problem. Because if you don't understand, even if you understand what the people need, if you can't translate or communicate that, that's a big problem. So that's one. The second one I'll say usually is funding. Everywhere, even for startups, everywhere there's the issue of funding. So how can we get access to more funding? And to do that also, I would say one of our biggest issues around research is visibility of the research. I was still speaking with a couple of people here right now. I was like, there are a lot of things people are doing, very interesting, but who knows it? who knows, like, where, how are you being able to showcase that? Where are you showcasing it? Which is one of the things that we do also as TechQuest, is what we call research exchange. Recently had one, the Omniverse Research Exchange. How can we create more visibility for what people are doing? Another issue or challenge is even in terms of collaboration. And I still tie that back to visibility of research. You can't collaborate if you don't know what people are doing. If we know what, like, if as we are all sitting here, we know people's names, right? But how many people in this room do you know actually what they do? What research are they doing? If we don't know what they are doing, we can't collaborate. And those are like some of the challenges that we have as researchers.
All right, so just to round off, I'll take like a question, one question, okay, two questions. Keep them very short, so that either myself or her can answer these questions. The whole idea about this workshop, beyond having to translate knowledge into actionable paths, it's also important to glean around experience, the experiences that that we have from experts who have been in the field and know what they're doing. So happy to take one question. One person here, so two questions, that's fine. No, I would have loved one woman, one man, so that this gender bias thing would be very balanced. Okay, that's fine. All right, Emeka.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. The quick question is, in terms of moving, in terms of moving, direction of progress. So, what can we do to deal with or to treat this issue of the researchers not touching with day-to-day activities, just this connection? So what can we do now so that we'll be able to have that bridge to be able to translate the very technical, because it's understandable the way it came, these research things. So when it is proven, then it needs to also deconvolve somehow. So that deconvolution thing to be able to go to be usable and be able to connect with the market. What can we do to begin to solve it?
So I think the first thing is even the first thing, and I think for like the simplest thing is really talking about your innovation or your research. Okay, so when you talk about that research, you almost like, and he spoke about it, you need a feedback loop. Like, you need that feedback loop where you are able to talk about your research. You know, sometimes when you talk about what you are doing, in your head, it's very clear that even when you're explaining to somebody, you're wondering why don't they understand it. But you need to be able to communicate that very well. So one is putting yourself out there, talking about it. I think we can even start today. Pick like 3 people here. And the reason why I talk about feedback loop is sometimes when your solution might be creating an impact, there's positive impact, there's negative impact, it's still an impact. So you want to be able to track it to be sure that people understand, or they understand the intention of your solution the way you want it to be. It might be that they are using it for a different reason, and it is important for you to understand what it is, such that you might want to even tweak your solution and even pivot it to a different solution based on how people are using it, not what you think they are using it for. Because if you don't understand how they are using it or what they are using it for, you might be creating and innovating based on your own idea of use rather than how people receive it and what they use it for. But if you understand what they are using for, which is again the pain point, how they are using it, and you have that loop on how you can check that, then you can always innovate, iterate, keep up. That way you're keeping your finger on the pulse. So as people's needs are changing, you are adapting with it.
Okay, Doc, thank you. In a discussion earlier on, an implementation process was mentioned. One was a startup and one was a spin-off. I had previously thought that all research must not lead to startup. They could be incubated within an organization that already yes, service that same market where that innovation was, the new innovation or new research work was done. So in that case, you have to make a presentation to an established business. Or yes, because sometimes some of these products might not be easily sponsored by a startup. The infrastructure to set it up might need a very established business. So how do researchers get to be in that position to make such presentation?
Okay, let me just say, the first thing I would say is, when you want to approach an organization, the first thing that you should think about is why, like if you are putting, first thing you think about, why should they care? Why should they care about your innovation? Because really, they are busy, they have things they are doing, but you almost like need to understand what they need and explain how your product impacts what they are doing. So why should they care? Why should they fund it? That's like the first question. You know, when they talk about the what, why, how, there's why should they care? So for every person or every organization you approach, you don't use the same model. You almost like need to, why should they care? And then you tailor your response and your product or whatever it is towards why they should care. So you're addressing a value that you're bringing to them.
Just to add to what you're saying, earlier in the first session, I itemized like four pathways to commercialization. And one of them was collaboration, industry collaboration, where you work out, maybe do like a JV, a joint venture arrangement, or some form of partnership with organizations. Like she rightly say, before you approach those organizations, the question is, you know, what are you doing and how can they, where is an alignment possible? All right, most of the problems, and I'm going to talk about it in the sessions that we are going to have, most challenges that we have is that most people, most researchers, they live in their own island. So you all want everybody to pause and fund them. All right? And it doesn't work like that in the real world. Most of the big organizations, you know, international organizations, they have their own priorities and outputs. So the question is, how do you align, you know, what you're doing to organizations that are funding? Remember, they cannot wake up and fund something that is, from out of blues. So you have to, you know, we're going to deal with that. But the essential thing another pathway is collaboration. You can do partnerships. You can do, if you don't have expertise to run a startup or spin-off, you do not have to go into that direction. You can just partner with guys who are doing that, or then you do also license what you do, license it, and then let them make the monies and, you know, pay royalties to you and all of that. So these are different pathways to commercialization, and for me, I feel that we're not even exploring the collaboration side of it as much as we should as researchers. All right, so because we have a lot of things to do today, we'll say it was a wonderful time. Thank you so much, Doctor, for coming. I hope it was an interactive session. Thank you, Mark. Yeah. Okay, so it's a honor having Doctor here. We've worked on several projects together, and it's interesting that she also sits between the vertex of research and innovation and doing well. Her husband also is powering innovation in Nigeria. She doesn't like us talking about it, but her husband is one of the biggest ecosystem enablers in innovation in Nigeria. So our regards to Mr. Charles and all of that. So thank you. The next session we're going to be dealing on is with investment readiness. Now this is my field. This is my space. I'm really comfortable with this topic, and it's important that we quickly use the next 40 minutes. Okay, we use the next 10 minutes to establish, the next 15 minutes to establish this course, and then use the remaining 20 minutes to try to do some quick pitches. Is with me? Okay, so let's just establish the overview for this workshop. The objective is to position your research for funding, investment, and strategic partnership. Remember, like I said, strategic partnership is part of this. Expected outcome is understand investment landscape. So before you approach an investor, understand how the investor thinks. The idea about this course is understanding how investor thinks, and then expectation, having different funding parts and developing a compelling pitch material. All right. So let's talk a little more around the investment landscape. Okay, so 4 years ago, at some point, I wanted to be a VC, and it was very challenging for me because there was no knowledge anywhere. Most of the accelerators for VCs were charging as much as $15,000, just to get into their program, and then to have to set up your fund, the minimum amount probably within $50,000 and all of that. So all of these things were really challenging at some point. But interestingly, I realized that if you have to be an enabler, whether you're a founder or you are actually enabling anything in the ecosystem, you have to jump in. You have to be in it. So investments, for the past 3 years, I listened to people, I listened to startups pitch to me, and I noticed a trend. And it's upon that trend and experiences that kind of put up this particular session. Now, the good thing about everything about this workshop is that everything was built and designed, for you in mind. We did not copy anything anywhere. So what you are seeing here is fresh content, and I can assure you that a lot of people are going to build upon this to improve on it, and it's actually going to impact the general ecosystem. So funding and landscape, the ecosystem is that we have early stage guys. The early stage startups are looking for grants, angel investors, and accelerators. These are where they get their monies from. So your business is in the idea stage or still very much in the pre-seed. Nobody believes in it yet. After family and friends are giving you some tips and all of that, the next thing is you're now get your MVP. Remember I talked about MVP, right? Minimum viable product. So you needed the initial monies from your friends and families to build your MVP. And once you have your MVP and it's going, you can also look out for grants or angel investors to continue the funding round for you. So growth stage, at this place, you have established, you already have a market, the market has embraced you. You have escaped the valley of the shadow of death. So at this point now, you are at the point where your traction is growing, you have more user base, then you can approach a VC and say, hey, we got, our KPIs are wonderful, our month-on-months are wonderful, we have the scaling factor, our growth is running, can you come in and help us? Now, I want to tell you stuff. VCs are not free money. And it's important for research to understand. There's a difference between grants and a VC. Most people confuse grant and VC, and that's why most of the failures that have happened in Nigeria in terms of VC in the last 5-10 years is that the mentality and mindset of most founders is that the way they abuse grants, they abuse VCs. And let me just give you an example because I'm a VC. VCs go to LPs, guys called limited partners, to get money. So they go tell the LPs that, please, we are going to return this your money by 6. So in their investment thesis, they say, oh, we are going to return this your monies by 6x. All right? So LPs now give them money. They carry that money and say, what is the best outliers? What are the best guys that we want to invest in that can do 20x, not 6x, that can do 20x? Remember, they are paying back 6x or 5x depending on your investment thesis. So you are saying, because out of 10 investments, probably maybe 2 will be able to return 20x or 50x for you. The rest might even fail. So that's why you see that the VCs have their due diligence is tough because they have to return that money. And if your fund 1 fails, you cannot go to do fund 2. So all of these structures that's why most people tell you that VC money is not for everybody. So if you are scaling and you are seeing your KPIs, you see that your sales is moving, maybe you made 50,000 naira this year and this month, and then you are doing maybe like 600,000. Okay, that is like a 10x or stuff, right? So that's what investors want to see. Oh, that's a scale. What happened? And then maybe other KPIs are showing that you are growing. Investors want to say, okay, good, we want to invest in that. And that's why investors, like I said earlier, would never invest in an SME. SMEs, their growth is maybe 20% growth per annum. And then you see, maybe started the year with maybe 2 million naira, end the year with 1.4 million. What are you going to invest in that kind of thing for? You don't want to do that. You are even going to go into losses if you don't even take time. So that's the reason why investors invest in startups because of the word scale. So these are the stages of businesses, and these are the stakeholders. So the question is, who controls resources in your sector? Do you know most people don't know this? In all your sector, you need to know the top 10 funders in your sector. So use ChatGPT and do this quick one. Bring up your phones and do this quick one. Now, it's for you personally, you can write it down. The top 10 funders, international funders then put your sector. Put your sector as a bracket. I think I tried to do something like that. It's not moving. Is it freezing? Okay. All right. So just push that. Who are the top 10 funders in your sector? So you can also increase your stuff and say what are their LinkedIn addresses and their websites on your GPT chat. Who have used DeepSeek here? Everybody's using DeepSeek, right? So what's the difference between DeepSeek and ChatGPT? Depth, right? Yeah. So good. So if you have not used DeepSeek, it's an opportunity to now try DeepSeek. Just Google DeepSeek, and then you see their stuff. As a researcher, your tools are very important. There are a lot of stuff. There's Germany that is really doing well also. For each of them, you know the tools that you require. So do that stuff. Ensure that you put in their LinkedIn. Also, you put in their website. Try to follow them. Understand their priorities. That is the essential stuff. Right? You want to understand their framework. You want to understand their priorities, and understanding how to align, especially if you are seeking for grants and all of that. So let's move on to what funders are looking for. All right? So the criteria, this is the universal investment criteria. Right? They want to know the problem you are solving, how significant, how large is the market. They want to know the solution, what differentiates you from every other person. Also, they want to know the capability of your team. Do you have a track record, what you've done in the past, and how you are positioned to take the market. They also want to know your business model. Is it viable? Is it scalable? Remember, scalability is the major thing. If you want to go into the startup or spin-off world, you have to have a venture that is very scalable. All right, then the return on investment potential. Are you able to return after 5 years? What's your exit plan? And all of that. So research-specific consideration is how protected is your IP? Have you protected it in any way? What's your technical validation? Then what is your regulatory pathways and clarity on that part? So inclusive of the universal investment criteria, for research-specific contribution, you need to consider this stuff in addition to this. So you see that the bar is also higher for the guys who are moving from research to commercialization, because you need to ensure that your IP is protected, and then you also ensure that your technical validity is there. So let's look at the grant funding deep dive, because I know that most of you probably have your products or your you have your outputs, research outputs ready. So what are the kind of grants that is available? You have the typical research grants from the government. I don't know, but you're in this space more in terms of how government fund researchers. We know that the biggest guys around the world is EU. EU's funding for researchers are really crazy, and that's why most guys are aligning towards EU. The US is falling apart in terms of how they are concentrating monies within themselves. They don't want to throw monies around anyhow in the face of the new administration of Donald Trump. So everybody's looking out to EU. So if you are building up or you are looking for grants in the future, I think you should begin to ask questions around what are the global international organizations supporting what you are doing. And like I said, do you know I used to sometimes sit down and cry. You know why I cry? I say, why is ChatGPT, DeepSeek, all these tools, why did they not come out 10 years ago or 7 years ago? Because it looks like it's cheating. Now we have used our adult life out. It's now coming. So the guys who are younger, I'm just telling you now, the guys who are now younger are now looking like they are smarter. They can use the tools. You look like a fool before them. So, no, I'm telling you, because the competition is getting stiffer. So with all your research, with all your understanding and knowledge and everything, one small person they'll play with you. They'll just be doing, they'll know the answer. They'll just type ChatGPT, what do you do? They'll ask you, sir, what is this? And they'll be reading the answer for you. I don't know that. It never happened for us. All right? So where we had limitation in terms of knowledge acquisition, rapid knowledge acquisition, and running on our feet. If we had tools like this, probably would have been able to move quickly, assess, do things quickly, become more productive. So you have these tools, and it's important you begin to use them. So you have foundations and non-profit, a lot of foundations. So for each of them, for foundations and non-profit, I think that the biggest players for researchers around the world. You want to also understand what foundation and non-profit is funding research in my area per my sector. And then ask your question, what are they called? I'm sure I did something. I'm not sure whether it's in this or with Naseni. I don't know whether it's with this workshop or with Naseni's workshop, but I did something similar. So about granting funding strategy. So the question is that I earlier tried to answer that alignment. All right, alignment with agency's priority. Like I said, nobody cares about your research. That's the truth. If you accept it, you'll be a better person. Nobody cares about what you have done. What they care about is how you are going to use what you have done to make impact and get outcomes for them. So if you are not there, if you are not aligning, that's what I'm saying, it's important. And that's even easier. I'll tell you stuff. There was a time we were seeking out grants, and then, I was talking to my team. We did like 10 organizations around the world to, for them to, seeking for grants. And it took us 3 weeks to do customized, because it has to be customized. You cannot wake up and do generic. Don't ever do generic. Wake up and do generic stuff. Remove the name of the place, and they will just throw it away. So you have to do custom. And the beautiful thing about custom grant research applications or grant research stuff is that they know that you are speaking. They know you've done your due diligence. You've done your homework. All right? Because you have aligned their framework and their priorities with what you are doing. So you can never receive monies when you are doing, especially if you are doing cold stuff. Most people right now, no matter what you want to say, if the organization do not come out and say there's a call of application for this to happen, we will not do. Because it will get to somebody, and then they will look at it. And they will now mean it is not part of our priority, and this, then we'll just keep it one side. All right? So for you seeking for grants, it's important, But does it work? Let me tell you, it had worked. It worked out for us. Our first research work, first grant that we received was from the Blues. We did we did like 100 lists, and we're taking it like that and sending emails, custom. So it's real work, because these persons that want to part with their money. So I looked at the opportunity cost. If we can do 3 weeks or 1 month on this, and it returns, it can be very advantageous. So 2 ways: wait for call for application. The organization is bringing a call for application, or you design your own program, aligning it with their framework and output. So that's really important. Then building relationship with program officers. I'll give you an example, like Kingsley. I had to become friends with Kingsley. I'm happy he's not here. All right? Yes, because program officer can, no matter what you do, and he doesn't like you. He doesn't like you. If he doesn't like you, he doesn't like you. All right? And you might have value, but if you have interpersonal relationship problems, you will not be able to fund your dream. You have research outputs that are there. So the question is, anytime you see program officer, just be friends with that person. Collect their number. Continue to build up relationship across board. It's not just about for NGOs or foundations. So across board. So yeah.
Excuse me, please.
Yes, please.
The last slide. Why did you not include like AFDB, African Development Bank, World Bank?
They are DFIs. So development finance institutions. So DFIs, they are there. The interesting thing is they are considered as funding. They are the funding side, right? They're more like VCs and all of that. It doesn't mean that you can't get your monies from them, but most of the DFIs are the international institutions. So university and all right. Okay. So they are DFIs, and that's why that development finance institutions. So like we've had opportunity to collaborate with the World Bank. We've had an opportunity to have conversations, working out some stuff with IFC. I'm very close to the outgoing Vice President IFC Africa. But how did we make that relationship? Through the same blind, wrote our stuff, did research about IFC, all the things IFC has done related to what we are doing, and then say, we want to do a next incubation program, how IFC would. So the guy, after reading it, was like, I can't help this young man, but let me just introduce him to the country director. So the introduction. So what I'm saying is that 2 ways to this thing. You can shoot directly or wait for them to make a call to application. But when you're shooting directly, ensure that it is a full alignment. It's custom stuff. Don't do blind stuff. It won't help from experience. All right. So this work is not. Let's talk a little about the venture capital landscape. I know I've spoken a little about it. Just to touch a little on it. Every VC has a thesis, and it's important that you know. A thesis is like the roadmap, the underlining path for how the fund will be expressed. So it's important that if you are even going to a VC tomorrow, assuming you have your spin-off is now doing well and you're in the growth phase, you need to understand what is the thesis of every VC, all right, and all of that. Is that fine? Oh! Oh my God! Do you know? Oh my God! Oh my God! Very interesting. I know how. Yeah. You know, I'm in the. This is a long time. I'm in this space. I'm telling you. So pardon me. Pardon me. Pardon. I am not a vice chancellor. I don't want to be a vice chancellor anywhere. So please do, Emeka.
You know what the panel we had now? You were in your world, and just like the researcher that will be so sure of himself, and then he doesn't know that others are not connecting.
So venture capital, that's what we mean here. So VC, in the innovation space, when you say VC, we're not thinking. So since this workshop is a nexus, between research and innovation, it's important we establish that VC here refers to venture capital, not vice chancellor. Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's move on. So the strategy, of course, there's a lot to the VC selection strategy. Every VC has their way of doing the selection. As important, anyone who wants to go into that space, I encourage friends to jump into the space. You learn a lot in the space, and it helps you manage pipelines and startups better because you see things from a very global space. So yeah. Okay, so I'm going to share this. This is another gift from me to everybody. It's just for you that we want to build. Oh, Kingsley is going to deal with me because I forgot. I was supposed to do copies to fill this. Okay, this is data room checklist. This is really important. Why is it important? It's important because once you are preparing to meet a VC, there are some things that you need to have. All right. So the VC will just say, "Please send me your data." No, we have to figure out a way. No. We have to figure out a way to share, or maybe snap. Some people will just snap, and then give, and share it. So the idea is that we are trying to empower you with the essential knowledge that you need as you approach an investor. All right. So this is okay. Okay. Sorry, sir. No, I do. I really do. Just snap and send. A lot of people don't like paper, right? So, okay, you can just snap it. The essential stuff is, I made sure that when a VC wants stuff, they are doing their due diligence. What they do is that they ask you to send in your data room link. So in that data room link, you have folders. All these folders are the things that you need to put in place. So as you want to transition to building a startup or a spin-off, it's important to see that, okay, these are the checklist of the things that you need to do. Your governance has to be in place. You have an overview, your pitch deck, cap table. We might not go deeply into that, but you can do further research on most of this stuff. Once you start, you notice that even in the regulation, there's patent, trademark, and IP. There's a folder for that, meaning that even if you don't have it yet, create that folder and keep and tell the VC, oh, we're working on our trademark, we're working on our IP, working on our copyright stuff, and then there are materials of contract and all of that. So once you have this ready, the VC can begin their soft due diligence, with you. Are we together? The guys online, are we together? Do you have any questions? Sorry. Any questions so far? Okay, let's move on. Okay, so corporate partnership. Now it's important for the guys who asked that last question about corporate partnership. It's important we begin to explore how corporate partnership works, the strategic alignment with corporate objectives. I said that earlier, and the structure. So there could be joint venture. Like I said, JVs can happen. You can have strategic investment collaboration. You can even have develop consortiums to do projects that are not, you might not just want to do just projects. After the project is done, everybody say bye-bye, and all of that. So there are lots of ways you can collaborate, in the research world. The researchers, like I said, I'm shocked today that you turned out. Very shocked. And that you are even collaborating at this level. So my mindset is that our industry people are very open, relaxed. We like to party a lot. Researchers they like their book. They don't like to, do stuff, So I'm happy that we're more relaxed in this group. The truth is that the guys in the industry are enjoying life. Don't allow them to enjoy life alone. So remove yourself from every stuff and enjoy the life. Let me tell you, yesterday we were out, we had a conversation, and people, it's a long time I saw some friends in the VC space and some founders, some people I invested in that I've not seen in a while. All of us congregated yesterday, and everybody was just happy. We were relaxed, and something just crossed my mind. I said, researchers, when are you people going to have your when are you going to have mixers? Are you going to have mixers? Everything is you started. Please. Okay, that is on a lighter note, right? No, I'm not saying symposiums, mixers. Well, so what I'm saying is that, right? I'm going to answer. I'm going to come to you. What I'm saying is that there should be some level of informal. There should be a lot of informal arrangements for people to bring out their best. That's where collaboration happens. Collaboration does not happen in formal gatherings like this. It's when you guys hang out. Okay, I'll give you another example. Like 2 weeks ago, we got into, GIZ brought all of us together, again in Lagos, and we're chilling. We've had GIZ meetings together a long time. So we had this last one. So we're saying, no, GIZ, ensure that there's swimming pool, ensure that there's gym, ensure that all those things. And they listened. It was human-centered design, right? They now brought us in this place, swimming pool, what's it called now, gym and all of that. My God. That is, if you notice the level of partnership that happened, that brokered, even at the pool side. People that are not swimming will just swim. And it's like, man, I'm liking this person. We can do business together. We can do stuff together. So that's the essential stuff about collaboration. Collaboration do not happen in formal settings. You have to come there. You need to set up relaxing atmospheres so that exactly, partnership structures can be struck and move forward. So let's talk about government industry support programs. Nigeria is lagging. You're going to ask a question. Do you want to take that later? No problem. Okay, beautiful. I want us to move quickly. All right, so government support programs. So there are a lot of programs going on, and I'm happy government is represented here. Dr. Patrick is here. And one of the things we're begging now is that there should be some form of national innovation support initiative that consistently brings these stakeholders together, especially technology transfer officers. All right? And then also innovation vouchers. GIZ is doing something fantastic also with innovation vouchers for startups. This time is not for researchers. Nobody is doing anything for researchers. So for startups, they have a program where not even startup, MSMEs, they have a program where digital consultants can solve problems, and then vouchers are paid by GIZ, and then the MSMEs pay maybe like 20% or 30% of that. So we'd have innovative, programs by the government to say, oh, how can we create initiatives like vouchers and matching grants? If somebody wants to invest in a research work, government can say we'll do counterpart funding. If you bring 20%, if VC can be able to raise 30%, we can do 60%. So voucher stuff, we say, okay, research vouchers, if you're able to do this research or commercialize it, a voucher is given to you to take care of the expense that you used and all of. So all of these incentives are really important and can go a long way in supporting the ecosystem. So industry-specific resources. So for us now, we're beginning to think maybe we should start incubating researchers. Yes. Well, you have ChatGPT and DeepSeek. Simple. You can use that to explore. So in the Nigerian context, they all have offices. You know, that's when I started. I asked that question: how many TTOs do you have? Do you understand? And a lot of universities say yes, they have TTOs, but the problem is not having. They don't have the expertise. For instance, now, can I work on in a TTO? No. Can they pay me? They can't pay me. So we don't even have. So even if the funding comes to a university, they cannot even, secure either the relationship and all of that to keep experts that can be there to support innovations. In fact, let me tell you stuff. Right, we're working out something with a university in Morocco. Right now, I should be going next week to speak in DeepSeek program. The idea about the partnership basically is to say, how can we now facilitate TTOs and also market access in those states? So there's the broken, like I started in the commercialization pathway, and we're going to still see that where the issue is not with the research, it's with the technology transfer. The technology transfer is where the brokenness is across Africa. And so ISOs or innovation support organizations are trying to step up to say, okay, since the TTOs are not working now, how do we now step into that field and begin to do programs, beginning to help people transfer their research outputs into commercial paths? So the TTO office basically is, like his name is supposed to be technology transfer offices. It's more than that. It's more than that. The idea is that they are like incubators. So you come with your idea, they incubate it, probably help you design a commercialization strategy for you. All right, and then tell you this is the part you need to do. So you're not supposed to be in the dark figuring a lot of things out on your own.
In that regards, because in University of Lagos, the Research and Innovation Office, that is what they do basically. I got to know about it because I had somebody an insider who actually explained what they do, how I can bring my research. And that was when I was writing my thesis. I had to focus in the area of, okay, after this thesis, how will I come about generating money from it? Because I had that pre-knowledge before I started. But the thing is, there should have been a kind of a communication with the people, about to write thesis or something, that this is what you're actually supposed to do and this is how we can come in, and assist you. But it's not happening. There's no...
It's fine. I don't want us to delve into. It's going to be very distracting, very interesting, all right. But it's going to be distracting. I know, no. But again, let me tell you stuff, right? Let me tell you, sir. I don't want to be okay. There are two persons. I owe you.
Yes, you owe me.
I owe you.
There's something I want to say. Yeah.
Okay.
1 minute. What I want to say is that UNILAG's Research and Innovation Office was broken into two. There's ITMO, Innovation to Market. Now, in the ITMO section, they have some funding from external source. So some of the people working there even earn more than lecturers. So that's what I want to correct you. And some of the things we've done here, they did it training for people. Although I didn't go through the full scale, but I've seen like all this ideation, all those ones were training done initially when they broke them into two. But you see, we need to consider, because my own background is electrical engineering, and we produce hardware. There's difference between hardware we use for research and development and moving to product development. If you go to institutions like ABB, those two are separate because I tried working in them before. So you see, the difficulty we have is to move that research, which basically produces paper for us for promotion and that's all. But for it to go into real product development, it's not child's play.
Okay, let me tell you stuff.
It's not child's play.
Yeah,
And
all right, so okay. No, beyond yeah, you know what he's trying to say about hardware. And now let me tell you stuff. Yeah. So yeah, product managers are important. But essential thing. Let me respond to your stuff, right? Let me respond. All right. I also consult for Innovate. Innovate is one of the biggest guys. So Innovate has something that no maybe incubation center has now. They have someone from the World Intellectual Property Organization they have the office in their incubation. They have a prototype lab, a large prototype lab. I'm talking about hardware now. The biggest problem we have has been having 3D machines.
3D machines we have.
Yeah, wait, I'm going somewhere. So beyond having that, where I'm just telling you that there's a broken linkage is that the people who are supposed to because they handhold startups and lead them in the innovation space. In research, it's not like that. Do you understand? Nobody handholds you and leads you to, and that is why we are doing what we are doing. And we're beginning to see that innovation support organization need to step up. And I'm happy that I have a colleague here that runs a hub, and we are also in the research space. You know, we need to start developing programs for researchers, not just startups. And they'll do like a, yeah.
You know, I spent some time in the US. Okay. In their system, if you go to their CAD lab, what you have there you play with is different thing. You know, for example, if you want to make an inverter, I can easily make an inverter for you. But the question is the inverter I'm making for you, can you use it easily at home? The one I'm using for research. No, you can't. Why? Because, you see, when ABB makes the inverter, they have like the microcontroller and DSPs for those.
Yes.
Now, the skill to get those things to do what the functionality you want it to do at home is high. You need a very high skill to that end. So it's not something we make notes about. Now, the problem is that many of us have gone overseas.
Yes.
So the expertise are not here anymore. So we just keep...
Okay, I get what you're saying.
So that's what I'm saying. So that aspect is still a problem.
The problem it's a problem, but what I also see, I was having a conversation with someone, during lunch, and something really important came up. And the conversation was around why is China becoming one of the most industrialized nations in the world. And Tim Cook, that's the Apple CEO, said something very interesting. He said it's not really because there are of a lot of cheap labor and all of that. That in China you have a mass group of technical people that can do tooling. That word tooling is important, right? So that's why you see that prototypes happen. The people go to China to develop their prototype and come back and say we can do this stuff. Give us money so that we can do mass production. So that is the model that has been working in Nigeria in terms of, hardware.
Some people came with electric vehicle,
Yes.
And we tried to demonstrate capacity, to do some of the things locally. But, they were not willing to listen. They said they can go to China. But you see, when they go to China, it will cost them more.
It will cost them more. But, okay, well, I think I'll be happy to have that conversation later, so that we can jump on. So let's go to telling stories of your research. All right, we have to tell the stories. How do we tell sweet stories? And let me tell you this: most of the founders fund no sidebars. All right, most founders hardly fund technicality. Get that in your head. Most founders fund stories. that's why you say, this person doesn't have anything very interesting and he collected money. That is a Yahoo or something like that. No. That person might just be very good in telling stories because stories stick. You know, it stick. I remember several times as a young founder innovator, we have to travel from go to Berlin by weekends, train to go and pitch. And when I mastered how to tell my story, where I'm coming from, Africa, and how the thing is important, what I'm doing. At first I would say things, it was not, they were like, what is this black person? But when I now say, if you know where I'm coming from, nobody in my generation has done what I'm doing, I'm the one doing. So the person feeling like, oh, if I help this person, I will feel fulfillment and all of that. So founders love stories, and you have to be very good in telling stories. Researchers are not good with storytelling. All right, at all. They will just tell you technical, what I'm going to do is going to do this. So, and it's going to be difficult for you. So the storytelling technique is that, hero's journey. So, you have to present yourself that, you're doing something heroic. You want to save the world. You want to do something that the world has never been done. And then you tell your story, connect it with your life story. Like I tell you. Exactly, so that you say, oh, this person is trying to solve something that he has experienced. He knows this thing. At some point, I was trying to solve credit worthiness problem based on my finance background and all of that. So anytime I'm telling the story, I'm telling you, even if you can't give me money, you give me transport as a founder then. So I was always having extra monies. And sometimes you just give me 1,000 euros, 500 euros. They'll not give me money. And now that's a lot of monies. So you need to know how to tell stories and tell it in a way that is compelling and someone can buy into what you are doing. So another is leading with impact, not technicalities. I said it. Lead with impact, not technicalities. Talk about the impact that you want to do, the impact you want to create, the future you want to see. All right, the outcomes that you are looking at, and try to align those outcomes with the outcomes of the person that you are pitching to. That would also help. Then create an emotional connection through stories. I used to have my team members would just go out and say, hey, let's go and raise money. Let's go and raise money, and they'll say, oh, no matter what happens, Oga will pitch, right? And then no matter what happens, we'll raise money. So the good thing about pitching is that once you master it, and if you're a CEO or a leader, see, your number one duty is to raise money. You leave every other thing for the COO to do or the CTO to do. So the number one thing a CEO does is storytelling. Storytelling. Tell story and raise money, because if you don't raise money, your organization might not survive. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're going to be very good at telling those stories, and we're going to look out for how the best practices to that. So like I said, data visualization principles are important. You have to ensure that your data is real. It's not lying. I was having a conversation with a friend, and we're saying that, do you know why VCs are usually put off quickly? Because most innovators or researchers like to use superlatives. Like I am creating the best software. Oh God, what makes it the best? What is referencing the best? Right? Who made it the best? So once the VC just hears that, it tunes off, right? Because what you are doing, you're over exaggerating. So you're not building trust. And once trust is broken, money cannot come. You understand what I'm saying? So keep it simple. We are doing this, but essential is that this is what, if you help us, this is what we are going to be. Yeah, this is what we are able to do if you help us. Not that we are the finest thing, you are the finest bride in the market, and if you don't date us now, it's your loss. The person will say, okay. The person will say, okay. And as a man, especially if you're a man that has a lot of money, and a woman is doing, I'm the finest woman in this world, and all of that, he will be doing his hair like this. Okay, you're on your own. All right. So, yeah. So that's the storytelling technique. Because, like I said, this is a compressed class. We cannot talk a lot about the essential pitch deck components and all of that. But it's important you know that your pitch deck should have this. It has to have all of these components. All of these components are important for your pitch deck, and it's important that you take them seriously. Okay, so we're going to do a very short. This is like the second to last exercise, but it's a personal exercise. Right? You will go on your DeepSeek, ChatGPT. It's important you do this. And type our. Okay. So we're doing a one sentence elevator speech. We're going to come back to going to the ChatGPT. So what is an elevator speech? An elevator speech from the word elevator is, if you meet a founder in an elevator, what is the one sentence thing that you tell that person that the person will not forget? All right? Most people here do not know. You have to have an impactful pitch that you can drop to someone, and the person will be thinking about you. You know, men pitch a lot. When you want to go toast a woman, you are looking out for the finest words. You know, you have limited opportunity. You can just say the wrong thing and it's over. So as a man, when we are young, as teenagers, we have been refining our pitch lines, listening to all the R&B music and listening to all the romance stuff and extracting our pitches. Now, as a researcher, you have to research and refine your own pitch, so that once you just see a founder or you see anybody, you can just tell the person, asks you, what are you doing? And when you listen to people, they say, what are you doing? The person just say, oh, I am developing a this. It doesn't make sense. All right. So I developed this one particularly for you. Right. So I want us to do that. Our innovation will talk about what you have developed. Okay. For instance, your research output or whatever thing you want to say enables target market who will benefit from it. All right? To solve a problem, why it matters. So I want us to use this statement to develop. Everybody will do like a short 1 minute. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to redo that, and I'm going to pass the mic to every person. Every person. It's WhatsApp group. Okay. Is there a chat? Do we have a WhatsApp group already? No, you haven't added. No, you can write it down. So see what you do. You don't even need to waste time. Just hour. Leave that one. Leave that space. Write hour. Leave the space. Then write enables. Leave a space. Then on the third space 2, leave another line. Then on the fourth benefit, leave another line. So when you leave, you will see like about 5 lines. Then you now start filling it constructively. Once you fill it, you bring everything together. The reason is we don't have time. If we want to wait to go to WhatsApp group and paste a lot of things, we might, lose momentum and, we'll not be able to meet up with our objective for the day. So let's do this. And this is good because outside now, nobody will push you to do it. You have me to push you to do it. Take advantage of it and do it, and get also advisory from what you do. So if you pitch and I hear it and it's not well, I can say, okay, refine it in this way. So you can get feedback quickly. So everybody is going to do this. For the ones who are interested, the lesser the better for me. We'll move faster. The ones that want to do it at home, okay, you can do it, but let's do this and see how it goes. So we'll have 3 minutes more. Do I share? No. And for me, this is really interesting. He said something now that made a lot of sense, and this is not share it.
I was just speaking to myself, and this is the statement. Omo, I don't even know what I was doing before. Now I just knew.
So what he's saying that all the while he didn't even know what he was doing, and I can tell you, the research space is really dark. Nobody's hand-holding researchers on this part, and that's why we have a lot of issues. It's not because researchers in Nigeria are not smart. That's why we have Niiric. So Niiric is changing the game, right? And I'm happy that the feedbacks we are getting, this is meaningful and very impactful. All right, but I'm sure that this might not be the last. This is just probably going to be the beginning for such programs that will bring researchers. Researchers and innovators coming together to do things and all of that. Yeah. So, who is finished? Who is done? No, not who is finished. Who is done? You're done? You're done with your assignment? You're done? No, say.
Going by this, no, I don't follow anything. I follow my brain. It's not. Yes. You said hour. I will read it and it will flow. I said our software enables geophysicists to process and interpret data, large data, by automation, unlike manual plotting, delivering time wasting with errors. I said geophysicist. Can I read it again? I said our software enables geophysicists to process and interpret large data by automation, unlike manual plotting. That is the problem. Initial one. Unlike manual plotting, delivering time wasting with errors. Sir? Competitive advantage is time wasting. You gain time and error is eliminated. When the error.
No, I understand. The advantage is your
Time.
unique source.
My unique source?
Yes, your unique source. You know how you make sausage, food, and all of that. So it's either you are using a technology or an invention or something that your competitors cannot use. That's your.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
So you have to show your innovation, how your innovation differentiates.
Yeah, well, maybe it's to modify the language because it's the software is produced.
But it's a good attempt. I think I will give you a 70. Put your hands together for him. But I'm not. Okay. All right. You want to try?
Okay. I didn't do my own in my head though. And I didn't do my own in my head, so it's okay. GPT, yes. I think my GPT already knows my business so well as well. Yes. So Echo Africa. Yeah. Wait now. Don't play. Train. I would encourage you. Yeah. So I would encourage you to train your GPT because it's using your email address. It's like your own. Yes. Train it now. Train it. It's a machine. Train it. Anyway. Okay, so my company is called Echo. Echo is a data-driven platform that enables individual, organization, and government to solve local challenges by accessing and acting on verified community-sourced insights. Unlike scattered or outdated data tools, our ECHO framework connects real-time environmental, community, and organization data across sectors, delivering trusted intelligence and innovation through a growing network of PALs, which we call partners, ambassadors, and leaders.
Even though it's too long, so what it makes a lot of sense. So what you want to do is summarize. Just use GPT to summarize your stuff, and then remember it. The essential thing is committing this one sentence pitch into your head. Once you just see somebody say, "Okay, what do you guys do?" You just run. Back. This. The person will think that you are a machine. All right, but because you're actually a machine, though, right? You have already tailored and crafted your stuff, to identify the major things that you need to do. All right, well done, sir. Well, I would have given you a 80, but because it's Chat GPT, I'll give you 65. Why? Because it's Chat GPT. So Chat GPT is good. It's good. Please put your hands together for him. Well,
I don't think that is fair. He has trained the GPT already. I don't think that's fair anyway. So mine. No, but it depends on what you want us to do. Anyway, so mine, let me follow following this. So following the format on the screen. Okay, so mine is about knowledge management system for small businesses, and this is what I have. Our AI-powered knowledge management system enables small business owners to capture, store, and utilize both their tacit and explicit knowledge efficiently by integrating intuitive tools like voice transcription, smart search, internal documentation, unlike traditional file-based or manual systems. This will help them deliver improved productivity, faster decision-making, and sustained company institutional memory with minimal tech overhead and costs.
That's what GPT. The GPT people are like this. When you see them, you know them. All right, but it's fine. But he captured it. He did well, and it makes sense. So what you want to do, exactly. So what you want to do is just same GPT. Just say summarize. Yes, but you can still summarize. Just say summarize. Yes, do summarize this in a very short sentence. All right. Okay, sure.
This one I didn't use ChatGPT at all.
We know that.
Let me remove it, Abi. Our developed sweetener enables diabetic patients to take sweet drinks without applying the sweetener. By applying the sweetener without having any health challenge.
Unlike.
No, I don't. No, everything is there. It's summarized.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Unlike the traditional sugar.
Of course. Huh? Yes. Fine. By saying that, it's enough actually.
You know me, I got it.
All right. So let's listen to him.
Yes. Our developed sweetener enables diabetic patients to take sweet drinks by applying the sweetener without having any health challenge.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll end this one quickly so that we can rush into the second. The reason is because I would love to have here everyone, but we are running behind time. And I said, and the next session is the most important session. The next session is commercialization path roadmap. I want us to be able to live here and develop a roadmap, for the case study that we did earlier. All right. So I think this ends this. Please, let's do the next. Okay. So we can regroup again. Let's regroup again to the former way we were before. For this. This is our last session, our last workshop. No, as in 4. Yes, 4. So we can stand up and stretch. Who wants to? There was someone that was going to take us on. Were you the one? Icebreaker. 1 minute icebreaker.
Okay, I'm coming. So good afternoon, everybody. We need to do some stretches. Let us stand on our feet, please. Everybody, let's stand up. That's all right. We are still sitting down. Whoa. So what we want to do is we are spelling coconut with our body. Coconut, yes. So, so before we do the demonstration, can we all spell coconut, please? So let's go. C. So right, so if you want to spell C, so how will you spell your C? Amazing. So let's do that together. So for C.
Okay, please, let's quickly break into our groups again. If you are in the former group, you know where you were in your groups. Please, let's quickly break in. Also, we are going to share the post-evaluation form. So start getting ready to fill that as well. Thank you very much. Well, please, let's quickly break into our groups right now. Thank you. Please, let's hurry. We don't have much time. So that you don't want us to release you today before 7 p.m. It's okay. So let's hurry. We still have one more session.
One more session. The commercialization pathway. All right, we are jumping straight. Okay. Because if let's run it. Thank you. Is it fine? I appreciate it. Help me share. Sorry, help me share. Introduce all of you. Is it up to 6? It's 5. Yes. No, this is group 5. This is group 5. Look at the group. This is group 5. No, no, there's nothing. Group 1 is group 1. Yes. So,
Researchers. Group what is this? Group 3? Group 3? Yes. Amazing. All you need as researchers is product managers. Group 4. No. I'm saying, so I think you're in America. I grew up abroad. 15 years. US and UK. I was in UK, Arizona. Digital analysis, yes. You know, one of the things I've seen now is that out of all the top talent, you have software developers, you have project managers, you have.
all right, guys. Thank you so much. So the new assignment in front of you is your commercialization pathway. All right? Is it understandable? Insight. Right? I'm going to have a conversation with you. After here, let's just be patient. Yeah, I'll sit down. Okay. Okay, so this commercialization pathway or exercise or roadmap, one house. If we can have whatever, what is it called now? Stickers, maybe later to stick this stuff, especially here. Okay, we have some sticking stuff here. So you can peel, if you can manage these sellotapes here. All right, there are sellotapes around here, which makes it very beautiful. And even pins. All right. So what you might want to do as a group is choose a board that's close to you and put the first one on top, then put the second one slightly below. That's if it's not okay for you on the same table. So you can see this one on top and this one below. All right, this is what you are working on. All right. So the question is now, the way you do your value proposition here, you state your problem statements and your differentiation. Okay, let me share this so that I don't know whether you can see my handwriting very well. So this is the final work for the day. So let's is it legible? Sorry. Okay, so do we understand what to do on this roadmap? Okay, so the idea is that, remember, we have developed a business model canvas, right? So our business model canvas that is developed, is that you do it on a table, or a table might be better. The table might be better. Now you have a roadmap. The roadmap essentially is the things that you are going to do from here. Now, this is very important. Listen. We have 20 minutes to do this stuff. And I want you guys to and I want you guys to run with it. We are going to develop what is called your research to market strategy. So you're going to have your secretariat. The person who is your secretariat will be on ChatGPT. Huh? So it will be, on it will be the name of that your Canvas group. What's the name of the Canvas stuff? You put your name and write research to market strategy. All right? So you pick it up from here. What's the value proposition? You go on your, I'm talking to the secretariat now. The person who is holding the, I'm not going to repeat myself. Oh, guys. Can you hear me? Please, this is our final work, and this work is what will warrant the competition prize that we're giving out. All right. So what that means is that we're going to have a digital strategy document. We want to develop 5 digital strategy documents from this workshop, and then you are going to divide your team into 2. The guys that are developing the digital strategy document and the guys that are doing the physical roadmap. So the roadmap, basically, you will see value proposition. Just like you have sticking stuff, you put your sticking, you say state the customer's problem statement, you put it there on one sticker, then validate the market size. You know, you want to know the size of the market, you put the size of the market. It's easy on ChatGPT. You say, ChatGPT, what's the size of the market for this? Blah, blah, blah. You put it here. Then you move to the next one, intellectual property strategy. You now remember with the intellectual property strategy, what we gave. You put the strategy you want to put your intellectual property. You can use ChatGPT. Your secretariat should be developing the document like that for each one. Normal narration. Then the other group of guys will be sticking. All right, so I'm coming. Is he understood? Yes, I'm sharing the sticky notes again.
We'll contribute everything. We'll help you do it. Abi?
Hey, let's go. Well done. All right. Guys, remember we're doing 2 things simultaneously. We're developing a research to market strategy document. And also you are writing, so you're dividing your team into 2. All right? The first 2 or 3 persons will be working on the research to market strategy, which is still following the same thing that you see here. What's the value proposition? What's the intellectual property strategy? What's the development milestone? What is the regulatory compliance? So whereas the other second people are writing sticking points for presentation. Do you understand what I said? So, you are generating a document for everything here, right? And then the other group is writing the key points and sticking it for presenting. Do you understand? The same idea is the same idea for your business canvas. The same idea. Okay, you can do no. Research is research to commercialization. No, research to market might not be, because we have go to market. There's go to market here somewhere. Yeah, so it has to be commercialization. Right to commercialization. All right. So every team is developing this. All right. So we're doing two things, right? This one is just sticking points for presentation. The main thing that we're going to evaluate you on is the research to commercialization strategy. For this, so this is just developing the model. Now we've developed a business model now. Now we want to develop a research to mark a commercialization roadmap. So the roadmap is, this sticking stuff is the points, right? Each of these points here now provides solutions for them. You stick it. All this line here provides solution. All this stuff provides solution. Whereas the research to commercialization strategy document will have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 table of contents. Yes. Each one you explain. That's why I'm saying use ChatGPT for this one. You just generate it. See, please generate the value proposition for this based on that thing that you typed. So that's what you do. The first thing you do on your ChatGPT, the first thing you are going to do on your ChatGPT is type in that case scenario. That case scenario that you have, type it in the chat. So once you type it in, it gives you that understanding, and then you begin, what is the value proposition based on this. All right? This is the case. That paper, exactly. Yes, those stuff. That's the case scenario. Do you understand? So I'm expecting more like a 12 to 15 page digital transformation. Commercialization roadmap. Is he understood here? So we are doing two things at the same time. So the first thing, exactly. Quickly, bring it, please. Let's listen. All right. So you type this thing. Someone who is very fast will type this stuff in. Once you type it in, the next thing you want to do is develop a digital. So what you want to do is develop a research to commercialization strategy for this problem, for this whole stuff now. All right. So following this value proposition. So the second thing will be putting each of these lines will be putting stickers for each of these stuff. State the customer problem. Somebody will write it and put sticker here. State the differentiation from alternative. You write it and put here, right? Whereas the other person will be following the same thing, value proposition based on this and this and this. Do you understand? So you have to maximize. Do you understand what I'm saying? So divide yourself into two groups. One group is developing the strategy document. The other group is doing the sticker stuff. All right? So that we can go. So we have 15 more minutes to go. We have 15 more minutes to go. Yeah. Who's generating for you? Yes. Super. but you look your husband has enough. He has enough. There's nothing that can make you. But you know, free money is sweet for women. Free money. Is it filing timeline? Yes, filing timeline. Yes. 13 minutes more, please. So, like I said, two groups don't come together to do one thing. It will be a waste on the human resource of 7 persons. So 3 persons will just do one thing. The remaining 4 persons will do another thing. All right. If not, it will be too much. You will not be able to, get the best out of it. Do we have any issue? Okay. This is the two of them. That's what I'm saying concurrently. You're doing the two of them. You are doing this sticker points. Divide yourself into two groups. All right? 3 people in one group, 3 other persons in another group. So the first group will be doing sticker points based on this, all these high points here. All right? They will be sticking, and the second group will be developing the digital, the research to commercialization roadmap based on of all these things. So that's what I'm saying, that I'm here to guide you guys so that when you get home, you can use the same way we have used in developing business model and the way to do your own. So all this stuff is Niiric's. Yes, all these stuff are Niiric's properties. All right, but the idea is to guide you on what to do. So open to ChatGPT or DeepSeek and generate for each of this. So make sure you write that case study comprehensively. So your commercialization strategy document is important. And the reason why you need this document basically is that, all right, sometimes it can be overwhelming. The roadmap, what's your roadmap to commercialization? So the documents kind of sets that. So all of you cannot be doing one thing. Okay. Who is doing the document? I keep. Fine-tuning some of these things, fine-tuning all these stuff. Like, some of me coming to let me just all right, guys. 10 minutes more. I know this is, like I said, this is not. This is just more like we're trying to, yes, familiarize yourself with the process and the things that you need to do. You guys are finished. Because you are my most favorite.
I want to sleep well. I must
So ensure that you're optimizing the human resource in your team. Separate your teams into two and drive this. So we'll have 5 minutes more. Prof, who am I? Who am I? So once you are done with your research to commercialization document, you are going to forward it. You are going to forward it to the program manager and copy me. So, okay, please, I want to type in where they can. Yeah, okay. Please, everybody in the team should be doing something. It's not nice that one person or two persons, you know, everybody should be doing something. So get. So on the cover page of your document, so we're running up in 10-15 minutes. On the cover page of your document, you put the name of the startup and all your names. And all your names there. So you are going to submit at sorry, K Godwin at, what's his email again? You remember his emails, right? K Godwin as Impact Inventions, right? So just so help me. My own is prince@molo.org. So these two, let it be displayed to them so that they can submit there. We'll use that. We'll use it to. Am I this old? Am I this old? See the way I'm this? Jesus, see my head. See the way. Am I this old? Okay, start rounding off, please. You're going to see where to submit this. You're going to submit this to email and to an email where we'll review this. We are rounding off the workshop very soon. Most likely around in the next 30, 40 minutes we should be done. You know. We are moving. We are moving. I can assure you that anyone that been through this workshop will be able to develop a a document, a research to commercialization document that will guide that person, to go into the market and commercializing. Okay, let's begin to round off. We are still. Okay, you are snapping it. Oh. Eh? I said, this is not GPT. This is what?
Supposed to be command, open ChatGPT, open DeepSeek, ask this for the better, then copy the answer, put this for the enter into the
Okay, if your document is ready, please send it to these emails. Can you publish so that we can see? But I can tell you that you all have to be proud of yourself. You have to be very, very proud of yourself on this journey. In less than 24 hours, we moved from our baseline, of not having a full grasp of what we are doing to developing a research to commercialization roadmap. All right. For us, that is the essence of this workshop. The output for this workshop is to ensure that every participant can on their own can initially develop a business model canvas and then use that business model canvas to develop a research to commercialization roadmap. And I'm happy that the group work is kind of explaining that efforts are being made in this direction. So I'm going to be snapping with every team, with the two of them. So once you are done, just come out with the team. I'll be happy to snap with you so that it will not be that I don't know the persons that won the grant or won the stuff or not. I want to be sure that anybody that won it is the persons that won it. Somebody is not moving from one group to another group and all of that. Okay, so write your names on the cover page of the document. The cover page should be, what's it called now? Research. Yes. Yes, that's what I said now. That you were not listening when I came here. I said you guys are doing two things concurrently. You are doing the stuff and then doing the document. Every other person is doing that. You were busy trying to get stuff. I was saying, listen. Listen. Soft copy. Begin to get ready to send your soft copy. Sorry? Yeah, that's the idea now. I said we are developing a research to commercialization roadmap. Yes, use the ChatGPT you get. So this, so put it together in a document. Yes, put the names of everybody in it. Remember the business canvas name and all of that. Then put your names as the members of the startup or spin-off that did that stuff. Send it to the stuff so that we can review the best out of it with the business model canvases, the guys who wins. So, but the whole idea about this exercise is when you get back to your station, the first thing you need to do is do what? A BMC with your stuff. When you are done with your BMC, then develop the document. So once you have that document, you can approach anybody. You can also guide you to say, oh, these are the next steps I need to take to get to where I am. So everybody is equipped with knowing what to do, from this point going forward. So we are rounding off, yes. Waiting for you. 5 minutes. We're waiting for 10 minutes is good. So we're expecting your document. Send it to kgodwin at impactfoundation.org. Copy. Yes, please snap all this stuff. No, they are sending it. Please, can you display the email? Please display the emails. Please display the emails. Very important.
Please, the group leaders should snap all the presentation and send to me.
Please snap the presentation with your strategy document. And then all of you also in that group, if the ones that want to be part of the group can snap. The idea is that this is the work they have done for this workshop from the beginning to the end. This is what you have done. This is your IP for this workshop. This is your original intellectual property for this workshop. So, and please put your hands together for yourself now. Yeah, this is your original IP. Remember what we said. IP is what? The creativity and stuff that got in from your mind. All right. So, for me, it's ingenuity to start in less than 8 hours, to start from almost at the 0 point to the point where we are right now. So it means that we have a very engaging class and top-notch, intellectuals, and then also that we are driving this. So like I said, it's going to be fun. I hope you all had fun today. Yes, and I believe that this is like the beginning of your path to. In fact, if in the next 10 years, no, I'm just saying, in the next 10 years, and we're looking at IPs in Nigeria, we don't have at least half of the members of this class, having more than one IP. Is a disgrace if you don't have one IP in the next 5 years. So we have the billionaires with our IPs, our licenses across the world. Because what is telling you that everything is possible, all what you need is conceptualize this stuff, get a business model document, and then implement it with a strategy. Then you can now begin to meet out investors and partners. Do you know if you meet investors and partners and say, this is what we have done for our stuff, and this is our document, they'll take you seriously. All right? So, okay, guys. So you are sending this to this number, to this email. So kgodwin at impactinvestors.org. Then you can copy prince@mulu.org. Yeah, dope. No. This is an official stuff. This is official stuff for assessment. Do you understand? It's official stuff for assessment. We want to be able to say, okay, which group did best? That's why we are doing it. We don't want the show where, eventually we're saying there's a cheating that happened and all of that. I want it to be really, and the fact that the group actually did something. There are other things like all these other pictures can be on the WhatsApp, but this is like a document that was generated, a working document. Oh, okay. Yeah, they can do that. Oh, sure. Oh, okay. No, sure. No, it happens after now. Immediately after now. The energy is still good now. Like I told you, it will be good. All right? It came out, right? Are you not happy? So that's what I'm saying. If you don't do it, if you're feeling that no, it's a cheat, people will use it and use it against
It's
you.
even smarter
That's
than you.
yeah.
Because I think you reproduce it for me.
So, no, the two actually. The two. The two. So make sure you put the names, every other person's name in the cover page. The cover page should have the names of everybody in the group. So, how do we snap these things each? Are we going to clear the table and all of that? So we're going to have testimonials. How many people want to do testimonials from this workshop? Talk about the workshop and all, so that we can schedule some form of short stuff with the media guys. It's important. How many persons want to talk? Yes. How many other persons? 2? Wow. Wow. Everybody wants to talk. My God. Okay, if anybody who wants to follow me on LinkedIn, you can Prince Ogbonna just Prince Ogbonna at LinkedIn, and then we can have conversations going forward. Prince Ogbonna. Yeah, on LinkedIn. Yes, Prince Ogbonna, Mulu Venture Lab or Mulu Venture Capital. Moolu. So, yeah, nice, super. No, this is not the right time. After we're done, like we're still trying to find some. When we're done, half time. All right. No, sure. Nice to meet you. Thank you, sir. So yeah, so let's finalize. We're finalizing again. Just Moolu, Moolu. Yes, ma'am. Prince Ogbonna. Prince Ogbonna. No, just Prince Ogbonna. Prince Ogbonna, then Moolu. Yes, double N. Yes, sir. Yes, Moolu. Mooo. No. Just if you type Prince Ogbonna and then space Moolu. Moolu. On LinkedIn it will come out, yeah. Huh? No, see, I cannot manage everybody. I have enough following already. I have over 8,000. So I don't need, I really don't, you know. So, but it's important. It's important that we share. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So if you can't get me, in fact, I'm more active on LinkedIn than on WhatsApp. I'll respond quickly on LinkedIn than on WhatsApp. I can take 3-4 days to respond on WhatsApp, but on LinkedIn I can do that on the same day.
I'm sure you hear testimonies from us.
Oh my God, yes, that's me. I don't look like it, right? I look younger, right? Yeah. So this is a long time.
What are they mixing?
My God.
Is it cocktail?
You see, researchers, I will drag people out. I'm serious. I'm telling you.
Yes, now what's that? Are they like? No. I'm asking. When we go to present, don't you have this mixing?
Just abroad, but not in Nigeria.
We are bringing it to Nigeria. See, that's what I'm saying. Bringing it to Nigeria.
So that first night, they call it cocktail.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all. Then we go to see option of things. Different from engineering.
Do you know that Amsterdam, where I stay, every office has a bar.
People
A bar.
Have you ever been in Google?
I was in Google Amsterdam. You see, you open tap like this, it's beer. So they promote them and show people are free to, because that's where the real collaboration happens. Because when you're fighting up like this, you know, that's okay. Researchers are, you know what I know?
You see, those kind of gatherings, those kind of conferences, even if it's technical and it's not commercial, even if it's technical, they bring people from the industry. And those of us from so those from the industry, they know what it is to enjoy, to talk live. So they drag us to that kind of thing. But it's nice, all the things.
I'm trying to write down a name. Oh, okay.
Yes, so yes, good. So you're planting, right? Yeah, strong. So you go first. So how many other persons want to do the interview? And you are very okay. How many? Outside. Okay, sure. Yeah, you are here. Please come out. Just come out. We need like 3, 4 persons, 4, 5 persons, and then we're good. All right. We are almost done. Have you submitted? How many persons have submitted? How many have submitted? The CEO needs to see all this stuff. Oh. You know, I don't have her permission. That's why, but we're going to forward it to her. And then also the CEO is here. We're forwarding it to them. I don't have their permission. That's why their emails are not out. But they are going to look at it and say, okay, they didn't. Also, the funders too. They need to see what has come out from the program to say, okay, that it was not a wasted time and all of that. And we're also happy that government is here. And government can see that the importance, yes, that is important and what we're able to do. All right? Okay, guys. I want to sign out. I want to sign out today and leave the rest of the duty to yeah. Is it outside? So we are going to use this place. We are going to dismantle or probably push this this stuff backward, and then when we push it backward, we cannot have enough space for group pictures. Yes. So remember group pictures, and we're looking out for your stay back for your certificate. Your certificate is very important, and let me tell you how important what is happening today. In the world of the development finance institutions, and one of the heaviest guys is GIZ, right? They are beginning to see that research to commercialization is one of the biggest interventions that should happen. There's a call of application that just happened like last week or thereabout, irrespective of the fact that we are doing this stuff. So what that means is that if you have a certificate in this direction, and you can actually provide your research to commercialization strategy, what it tells clearly is that you know what to do. So go back home, beyond all the fancy things that happen today, the hands-on stuff, go and apply this knowledge to your work. You know, you can't do that individually. That's why we had to group you together to learn, to master how to do that. But the real work is when you get back home and do this work by yourself, for yourself. Have your own, research to commercialization strategy document for your research output. Have it handy. All right? Let it be that it's the gift you are going to give yourself for coming to the program today. All right? In fact, if we start talking and I ask you, have you done it, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks time, if not done it, I will not engage further. All right? Because he actually says you don't take your outputs seriously. So I look forward to the slide. Yes, they're sending all everything. I'm already giving IIF. So there's a WhatsApp group where everybody will be there for post-program support. Post-program support will happen and all of that. So, but before that, let's do group pictures. Okay, while we're arranging to snap. Sorry? Okay, please, let's do post-evaluation of the program quickly on our phone, please. If you are not done, are you done with the documents? Okay, please, let's just do the post quickly and then come back to it. All right, then we'll take our pictures. Okay, so what we'll do is that let's do the post, then we'll go and snap, and then if you want to continue with the strategy document, but important to do the strategy document, if you are delegating someone to do it on your behalf, let someone do it. Like I said, that document actually is very important for your group. I will be able to know the group that did well and why, and will create a pathway to support you further. Also, snap all of this and put it on the WhatsApp group. So please display the post program evaluation. Yeah, so no, you can even take these chairs away so that he want to put them on that. So this so that he can have time. But even would this be enough? So you can stay anywhere. Yes. Super. You know, okay, good. So you can even stay. Okay. You are, oh, okay. You do? Okay, please use the QR code to do the post program evaluation. Why do we need that post program evaluation? We want to be able to get your feedback as to what has been learned so that the organizers can, properly evaluate the impact of the program. So please just use the QR code quickly. It's just about 4 bullet points that you're going to punch and then it's over. Okay? Please, this is very important. Please, can you just exactly? Okay. The first question. That's why I'm saying that the major thing is that baseline. That baseline is more important. Use the baseline instead of that. So this one is what they even feel after the baseline. They felt after the baseline that this is the post. So this is their post actually. So most of them had done their post. This is their post, but they didn't know what it was. So you want to use this one. Use the baseline as the front. 5, 5, 5, 5, which is not possible. Which is not after you have a poor baseline, then you're scoring 5, 5, and 4. It doesn't make sense. So it's the flood data. Yes, sir. 080. Please let's come forward and take our pictures. General pictures. 080. 91 91 35 70.
Only 5 persons have submitted the post test, please. Submit your post test, please. Post test. Submit your post test is important. We only have 5 records here. The first one was pre-test. You need to complete this one equally. We only have 6 submissions so far. The post test is important. Persons have submitted the process. Hello? Please, only 16 persons have submitted a post test. Out of 37, 16 out of 37. Yeah, the names are.
Okay, so we are going to call the certificate names based on the post test. So let's start taking it. If you have not done the evaluation, please, we'll call the names based on those who have submitted the evaluation. We're going to use here for the presentation of certificates. So please just hold on. Please just hold on. Okay.
Evaluation form. We have another evaluation. Which one? Workshop evaluation. Final evaluation.
This is the evaluation. All this thing you did. Please, we will invite the acting CEO and the representative of the Honorable Minister to present the certificate. Esteemed Dr. Patrick. Give me the names of those.
Hello, Mr. Kiski. There's no column for name there. What's it called? Column for name. No.
Name of respondent.
The post test now.
There's name there.
Name. Oh, okay. Who wants to talk about the workshop? Who wants to talk about the workshop? Who wants to talk about the workshop?
Okay, so the first person, Madam Chizoba. You discuss later. Let's have come and present our certificates.
14 persons have not submitted their post test.
How many is left? That's how many left. Okay, what we do when we call them, check Gideon. Check, is there any Gideon?
The organization is there. Yes, so for everyone, give it to anybody that
Johnny Ova. Okay, the first recipient is Ajani Bukola. Please, where is shared? Ajani Bukola, please. Let's give her a big hand. Engineer Ajibade Adetayo. Have you filled your post evaluation, sir? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Obe Olajide. I don't think he's here. Samuel Efosa Austin. Have you filled the evaluation? Oh, you have not. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. Tope Boaz. Sir, have you filled the evaluation, sir? Have you filled the evaluation, sir? No, you have not, sir. So, Mr. Richard Eyo, have you filled? Okay. Sir. Please. It's part of the point.
I don't do data if I'm half in my office.
Mr. Sirajo Musa. You are not yet done. All right. Sorry. Mr. Sanu Michael. Have you done, sir? All right. Yes. Yeah, I think it's better this way. Halimot Raji. Halimot Raji. Kingsley, confirm. Halimot Raji. Confirm. Please, the reason why we're saying, because this is part of the workshop, so it's part of Dr. Bukola Oseni. What's your name, sir? Ndaman Joshua. Ndaman Joshua. Okay, Mr. Tope. Mr. Tope Boaz. Dr. Samuel Joseph.
Is it a function of smart or the general? Because from previous one was came from products.
Yeah. I was saying it,
but I pray that it's going to be better this time.
You wrote your name on the attendance sheet, right? Just within a few minutes. Olatunde Ogudele. I didn't do it as Have you done the evaluation?
Yes. For you to have impressed me.
Mr. Olatunde Ogundele. Sope Afolayan.
Have you done your evaluation?
Yes, I have.
Are you sure?
So super sure.
How many do you have now?
Shakwa Falan.
He's in charge of Shakwa
Have you filled?
Yes.
Dr. Solomon Nwaneri. Dr. Solomon Nwaneri. Dr. Adeola Balogun. Dr. Adeola Balogun.
Yes, my people from
Mr. Amadi Kingsley. Mr. Amadi Kingsley. Mr. Amadi Kingsley. Mr. Amadi Kingsley. Please, when you get your pictures, do ensure you tag at Impact Investors Foundation on LinkedIn. Please ensure you tag at Impact Investors Foundation on LinkedIn. Very, very important. We also will be looking out for your stories. Don't forget, very soon we're going to give funding. If you don't tell a good story, you won't get our funding. Professor John Uket. Professor John. Please make sure you tag Impact Investors Foundation on the pictures. Dr. Nsikan Oboth.
Professor John. Is it okay to Udet? So I'll send you a soft copy. So how will you give me a hard copy now? Because it print that one and the soft copy. But it will come with the card. Okay. It's just a normal white card.
Zainab Suleiman. Zainab Suleiman. Sorry? Dr. Charlotte Ndiribe. You are reminded to tag the Impact Investors Foundation. Adegoke Opeyemi Ogumbiri. Adejoke Opeyemi Ogumbiri. Please also search for me on LinkedIn. I'd like to connect with each and every one of you. My name is Kingsley Godwin on LinkedIn. Dr. Eloho Catherine Idolo. Dr. Eloho Catherine.
It's GB. Bire. So there's a G that's missing after the. Can I send you something?
Dr. Bukola Amao Taiwo. Please, if there's any issue with your certificate, just let me know. I'll send you a soft copy. Please, you can look at the name properly. Dr. Funke Medun. Dr. Akolade Oladi Pupo. Dr. Akolade Oladi Pupo. Shegun Michael. Professor S. Olatunji. You didn't want your own name? Is that the name?
It's okay. This is very okay.
Mr. Emeka Ilogalu. Mr. Emeka Ilogalu. Your boarding pass and what room
I have all the documents. Do you want them soft?
No, I will meet you in your room. What room are you? So that
215.
215.
I'll come with it.
I'll bring something. Sir, I'll bring the phone. Engineer Ajibade Adetayo. Engineer Ajibade Adetayo. Is he here? Professor Ngozi Imaga. Saint Kingsley Uzuaru. Mr. Musa Siraju. Mr. Musa Sirajo. Samuel Efosa Austin. Obe Olajide.